Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 301 Sky Monument Castle. Crying, brothers, don't blame me for updating so late, I just returned to the place where I live, these are all written on the plane, and uploaded as soon as I got back. The steel in the sky in the central sea of bones is shaking, and the evil spirit is soaring into the sky. The ancient castle suspended in the sky is not a dead city, but it is equally eerie and terrifying. The Buddha recited the Buddha's mantra, stepped out of the king's boat, and walked onto the Dragon Island. The three relics behind his head burst into millions of rays of light, and the pure land of ultimate bliss opened, and all the bodhisattvas and arhats in it flew out. The headless Shensho silently followed the Buddha, and the Buddhist disciples looked at him in amazement. Afterwards, Lao Tzu and Kai Yu also tore apart the space and released many cultivators. When all the people on the boat landed on Dragon Island, the king boat let out a mournful roar, surrounded by ghosts, and sailed towards the depths of the Taboo Sea until it disappeared. The three half-ancestors Lao Tzu, Buddha, and Kai Yu broke through the space and disappeared instantly, manifesting blurred figures in the distant sky. The people on the coast were shocked, because at this moment their cultivation bases had all dropped below the level of demigods, or could almost reach the level of demigods, while the half-ancestor did not seem to be affected much, and the coercion displayed was still so compelling. Everyone had to sigh secretly, the difference in several big realms, the disparity in strength was unimaginable. The cultivators didn't stay long, and all rushed towards the center of the island, wanting to witness Banzu's bold feat of shaking the monument. When they got here, half of the people couldn't fly anymore, but they either rode wild beasts or advanced with the help of others, and they didn't fall behind much, rushing to the center of Long Island in a black mass. The overwhelming number of cultivators marched forward together. Even if the beasts on Long Island were brutal and tyrannical, they had no choice but to keep quiet at this moment. This was a large number of cultivators from the Longevity continent, gathered together. The majestic momentum was so great that even the coercion of the Banzu would be overshadowed by it. Endless figures gathered in the central sea of bones. At this time, the original disheveled hair, the purple gold crown on the head has already cracked, and holding Yurui waved a green glow as thick as mountains, sweeping towards the Tianbei. The Taoist robe of the master Tongtian was also torn, and the four swords of Zushan shot out a series of chaotic sword energy, chopping down the sky monument. The wonderful tree of the seven treasures of the quasi-authentic is constantly brushing, and thousands of rainbow lights fall on the sky monument. The ancient celestial monument is as solid as a mountain, unmoving, but the endless black mist rolls out and goes straight up to the sky, echoing the mysterious old castle in the sky. The Buddha, Lao Tzu, and Kai Yu shot straight up into the sky, and rushed towards the castle of death in the sky. The black mist billowed up, and everyone felt that there was a gloomy, strange and terrifying place, and then it gradually became blurred, making it impossible to see what was going on. What happened? Why did the Banzu shake the Tianbei? The second batch of people who arrived didn't know why, and they were all a little panicked. Xiao Chen, come here, the little fat man Niu Ren whispered. He, Lu Mu, Monk Yijun, and Jinsen Yi were waving to him in the dead forest beside the Sea of Bones. Xiao Chen rushed over quickly with KK and Little Stubborn Dragon. When Lu Mu saw the Azure Dragon King who had turned into a human form, he was immediately startled, and then gradually revealed a look of excitement. He felt the familiar soul wave, and tremblingly said, Little Azure Dragon. Qinglong King is an immature boy of 11 or 12 years old at the moment, with an extremely handsome appearance. The pair of small dragon horns looming between the blue hair shows that he has the blood of the dragon clan. He nodded heavily and walked over. It's really Xiao Qinglong. Lu Mu was very pleasantly surprised, and at the same time felt a little queasy. 8 years ago, he was seriously injured and dying, and Xiao Qinglong's consciousness was also damaged. He thought that he would never meet again in this life, and he didn't want to be born on Long Island and reunite on Long Island. Behind Monk Yijun also walked out an 11 or 12-year-old boy, wearing a blue battle armor, with a pair of small dragon horns looming between the long green hair. A black-clothed boy walked out from behind Niu Ren, who looked about 13 or 14 years old, with an unusually strong physique, lightning-like eyes, and a simple holy sword on his back. The little stubborn dragon next to Xiao Chen was dressed in a silver battle armor, looked extremely stubborn and arrogant, and also strode forward. The 4 Dragon Kings, Qinglong King, Belong King, Black Dragon King, and Little Stubborn Dragon, reunited on Dragon Island after 8 years of separation. They looked at each other with fighting spirit, hostility, and brotherly love. Jin Sinyi was full of distaste, and stammered, "No, no, no, isn't it just a 4-headed dragon? How can my mount be obedient?" While speaking, he pulled out the magical little white donkey, and said, "I tell you, it is the legendary first-day horse, but it hasn't completely transformed. Don't believe it, just wait and see." Everyone smiled, but no one took his words seriously. "Why did Yuan and Tongtian bombard the Tianbei?" Xiao Chen asked puzzled. "These old clappers are looking for nothing." Niu Ren looked at the few people in the Bone Sea, and said, "They said they sensed the things they left behind in the dead city, and tried to break a corner of the seal, but they couldn't get off. The sky monument locked them." Niu Ren knew there was a grudge between Xiao Chen and Ban Zhu, so he naturally leaned towards Xiao Chen, shook his huge horn, and said, "The Tianbei should really seal them down." "Shut up." Xiao Chen hastily stopped the little fat man. "Ban Zhu has great powers, if they hear it, it will be a catastrophe." At this moment, there was a chuckle in the dead forest, and 2 little Lolitas stepped on the treetops, dancing and smiling. They turned out to be Emperor Xuanyuan's young daughter Linglong and Tutu. "You, why are you here?" Xiao Chen was startled. These 2 little lawless had unusual identities, but no matter how they looked at them, they were smugglers. "Brother Xiao Chen, we decided to go to the world with you." "You?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Let Caillou have a headache, he didn't want to provoke this pair of lawless. "Be good, little beast, come here quickly." The 2 quirky little girls aimed at Kiki with big eyes. The little snow-white beast was stared a little hairy, and ran up to the 4 little dragon kings with a whoosh. The wretched man Jin Sinyi immediately recognized the 2 11 or 12-year-old little girls in front of him as the 2 7 or 8-year-old girls 4 years ago. He laughed and said, "Luo Luo. Loli has 3 good things: voiceless, soft body, easy to push down. Go to hell." The 2 little Lolitas are villains, and when they heard this, they immediately beat Jin 300 million. "Wretched, dirty, put him in a 3-realm bag and feed it to Ahuang at home." Kiki not far away was a little terrified. At this moment, Xiao Chen keenly felt that someone was peeping. At the same time, Lu Mu, Yi Jun and others also noticed that the wretched man Jin Sinyi got rid of the 2 loli, pulled out the large kitchen knife, and disappeared out of thin air. He is an assassin who is best at detection and concealment. When, in the depths of the dense forest, sparks burst out, and the wretched man chopped out a small turtle with a white shell with a sharp butcher knife. Xiaogui's eyes were rogue, and he punched Jin Sinyi 3 times in the face. Although the wretched man avoided it at the first time, he was still very surprised. Xiaogui's speed was incredible. "Is it?" Xiao Chen was very surprised. It was definitely the little turtle with a white shell in Tiandi City. Unexpectedly it also sneaked here with everyone. Seeing that it was just enough to fulfill a wish, Xiao Chen stopped Jin Sinyi, and took out the jade-like dragon horn from his arms and shook it. As if struck by lightning, the little white-shelled tortoise instantly petrified, and stood there dumbfounded. Then it rushed over like a bolt of white lightning, snatched away the palm-long crystal dragon horn with a swipe, and hugged it vigorously in his arms. "An old dragon from the Holy Mountain asked me to give it to you. Now that you have come to Dragon Island, why don't you go and have a look at it?" The little white-shelled tortoise seemed very excited, with tears in his eyes, and went away in an instant. Little Stubborn Dragon and the others also heard Xiao Chen's words, and looked over in unison. "Since you are back, go see that old man too." The 4 teenagers soared into the sky and quickly flew towards the holy mountain of the Dragon Clan. Kiki followed closely and ran after her. Facing the fiery eyes of the 2 little Lolitas, she felt a little restless. Although the Dragon Clan has the combat power to stand at the peak of the race forest, it is a cursed race. If the curse cannot be lifted, it will be difficult to regain its former glory. Niu Ren deeply knew the horror of this curse. His ancestors suffered a lot after being sealed off from Dragon Island. If it wasn't for using the power of life in the blood of the 9 newborn Dragon Kings to break their curse, they wouldn't have dared to leave Dragon Island even if they summoned the ancestral dragon boat, otherwise they would surely die. Booming, the sound of heaven and earth cracking came out, and a large piece of rubble fell from the high sky. The three powerful men, Lao Tzu, Buddha, and Caillou, shattered a corner of the ancient castle high in the sky. However, the three of them were also forced back by a murderous aura, and landed towards the Sea of Bones. In addition to the Xuanwu patriarch from the Pure Land, the 8 semi-ancestors including Laozi, Tongtian, Sunwu, Yuan, and Buddha shook the Tianbei together, each showing their magical powers. Everyone was shocked. The dilapidated corner of the ancient castle suspended in the bone forest in the sky became extremely bright red, and then bloody water flowed down the sky, falling down like a huge waterfall. A vast expanse of blood was poured on the steel of that day. This scene was extremely terrifying and bloody, which made everyone feel terrified, and it flew down 3,000 feet. It was not a wave of water, but real blood. The entire sky was dyed red, crimson. Under the monument, a ghost city is looming, endless skeletons creak, and the vast ancient battlefield seems to reappear, and the evil spirit rushes straight into Shaohan. The mighty power from the Tianbei became stronger. With disheveled hair and glaring eyes, he rushed directly to the front of the Tianbei, stepping forward step by step under great pressure, and actually wanted to rush into the gradually emerging dead city. What was there that attracted him so much and made him willing to take such a big risk? The master Tongtian also had disheveled hair, tattered Taoist robe, slashing with the 4 swords of jade Immortals, resisting the terrifying bloody light from the heavenly monument, and pushed forward step by step, gradually approaching the illusory dead city. It can be seen that the leader of the Tongtian church is also going all out, rushing forward completely recklessly, as if there is an irresistible temptation to make him move forward. Zhunti Taoist held the 7 treasure tree in his left hand, and the demon-subduing pestle in his right hand, shaking the huge bloody light continuously falling from the steel. Also approaching the edge of the looming dead city, a bloodstain was already flowing from his forehead. Everyone was very surprised. Ban Zhu was so crazy, dared to challenge the Tianbei that sealed off the entire Dragon Island. Even if they had boundless magic power, they would probably end up with hatred. The 3 relics behind the Buddha's head flowed out golden lights one after another, illuminating a bright and blissful world, and he also walked forward slowly. And the headless monk Shensho, who was able to compete with the Buddha second, followed suit, and followed him to fight against the devastating blood light of the Tianbei. The illusory dead city gradually became clear, and the huge city gate with a length of 100 meters slowly appeared in front of the sky monument. Everyone was surprised to see what the Buddha had drawn, which turned out to be for a huge body embedded in the city gate. In the distance, Xiao Chen was surprised and puzzled. Even though these half-ancestors had supernatural powers, it would be difficult for them to open the seal of Dragon Island. What kind of restriction did they touch to make the dead city reappear? All the half-ancestors showed their power, and Sun Wu, holding the most precious stone dagger that had been bestowed by the ancestor gods, forcibly split a gap between the falling blood curtain and rushed to the wall of the City of Death. It went in like a sharp knife, and the half-ancestors behind all rushed up, and the half-ancestors were desperately trying their best. The Buddha chanted the Buddha's name, and the 12-stage lotus platform spun towards the huge gun embedded in the city gate. Something that surprised everyone happened. A Taoist came out of that hole. It was. The guide has not yet returned. The Buddha shouted. At the same time, Xiao Chen felt as if something had happened to him. He felt that a great opportunity was about to come. This was a mysterious intuition. I can't tell, I don't know the way, but I really feel it. Hey! A sudden sneer sounded, and the magnificent Hai Yunzu, accompanied by several middle-aged members of the Hu family and some young heroes, surrounded Xiao Chen and the others. Want to stop my chance? Xiao Chen woke up from his contemplation. These people want to treat him badly, but he has no fear, and no one can stop him at this moment. Chapter 302 Carrying the Dead City, Pulling Up the Sky Monument. Hai Yunzu can be described as charming, wearing a purple dress that adds a bit of extravagance to her. The purple skirt is fluttering. She stands lightly in the forest, like a seductive elf or a fallen angel, seductively swaying. There is a hint of charm in the sneer on her beautiful face, and she is even more determined and ruthless. Several middle-aged people from the tiger family around her protect her, and many young heroes from the longevity continent follow her around. These people imperceptibly emanated a powerful murderous aura, putting Xiao Chen, Lu Mu, Yi Jun, Niu Ren, Jin Yi and others in danger. Xiao Chen frowned. Did the ancestor of that white tiger also come? Otherwise, why did they dare to be so confident when they saw Caillou was with him? If you want to deal with me, you have to be prepared to pay a terrible price. Xiao Chen was very calm, facing each other coldly. At the same time, he guessed, if the white tiger's sacred emperor also came, Did he already vaguely speculate that he would have a great opportunity and send people to destroy it to stop it? Killing you is like picking something out of your bag. A demigod from the Hu family looked at Xiao Chen with a ferocious look, hating him to the bone, and there were not a few people from the Hu family who died at the hands of Xiao Chen. With such contempt, it's hard to make Xiao Chen angry. He has experienced too many things, and he can be calm about such provocations. He said indifferently, then come over and have a try. Niu Ren, Lu Mu, Yi Jun, and the undisclosed Jinsen Yi were all ready to fight. Puppy, I'll kill you. The demigod of the Hu family shouted loudly. He was no ordinary demigod, his strength was as close to the sixth heaven of Yukong realm. Compared with the demigod and first-level Hu family master that Xiao Chen killed before, he was much more clever. The tiger and the tiger are blowing up the wind, and there is a strong wind in the dead forest. With a roar, he swept out a white on, smashed the endless forest, and swept towards Xiao Chen. At this moment, two cold lights bloomed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and the 8-phase speed was brought to the extreme. Instead of running away, he chose to rush forward. Raising the hand of God, it was as white as jade, crystal clear and almost transparent, breaking through the white waves of energy like a heavenly knife. The extreme speed surpassed everyone's reaction, a shadow trail flickered, and a wave of blood rose into the sky. Xiao Chen stopped not far in front, holding a bleeding head in his hand. Spike, as you said, killing you is like picking something out of a pocket. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, shook his hands and threw away the blood-splattered head. The demigod of the Hu family couldn't rest in peace. He was approaching the sixth heaven of Yukong realm, and was killed instantly at this moment. The general idea is only one aspect, and strength is another aspect. Xiao Chen himself is already in the fourth heaven of Yukong realm, with 8-phase extreme speed and the invincible hand of God. Even though the difference is nearly 2 heavens, he still has a terrifying advantage. Several demigods in Hu's family exploded at that time, and some young heroes around Hai Yunzu also gasped, but then a group of people gathered around, trying to destroy Xiao Chen. Stay with me honestly, Xiao Chen said coldly, almost heartlessly said. You want to go to the human world, but you are so virtuous, how can I allow you to enter? I decided to let you be trapped in Long Island forever. Who do you think you are? A young handsome man said coldly, with a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Chen didn't say much, and directly opened the space with the jade bracelet. That person was immediately shrouded in it, and was drawn into a space passage. Senior Tong Hu, you are the guardian of Lushan Mountain. There is a guy who wants to smuggle over there. You can figure it out. Xiao Chen sent a voice transmission. Boom, a tyrannical wave of energy rushed into the space channel. Ah, immediately after, there was a scream, and the young handsome man turned into a blood mist in an instant. Not long ago, Tong Hu was blocked by Tai Hao, causing Xiao Chen to break into the longevity realm with a jade bracelet. These days, he has been depressed. Hearing that someone on the other side wanted to smuggle, he became angry and killed him directly. The moment the space was closed, Hai Yunzu was in a daze, and the demigods of the Hu family and those young handsome men were almost petrified. The key to entering the human world lies in Xiao Chen. Their hearts are turbulent, worrying about their own future. Suddenly, a great coercion enveloped him, and Xiao Chen suddenly changed color. It should be, Ban Zhu, the white tiger sacred emperor seems to have really come to Longdao. Did he want to grab the jade bracelet? However, Xiao Chen was not frightened at all, because he knew that the Xuanwu ancestor from the Pure Land did not go to bombard the Tianbei either, and was nearby. Sure enough, another coercion surged like a raging sea, resisting the first coercion. After a moment of confrontation, the strong coercion of both sides receded like a tide. Hai Yunzu didn't delay for a moment, she turned her head and left, and the people around followed closely behind, quickly retreating. Ha ha, Jinsen Yi laughed wantonly, and at this moment he surprisingly didn't stutter at all. Of course, maybe because of the same pronunciation, even if you stutter, you can't hear it. Those people retreated away. Xiao Chen also bid farewell to Lu Mu, Niu Ren and others, and rose into the sky. He felt something in the sky calling him. The 12-pin lotus platform flew back to the Buddha's feet again. On the wall of the 100-meter-high dead city, a huge body shone with a strange light. A Taoist with disheveled hair and fierce eyes stared at the Buddha coldly without saying a word. But that kind of strength is undisguised. This is definitely a semi-ancestral master. Without him, how can he be an ordinary person who dares to confront the Buddha tit for tat without falling behind? The huge gun made a loud boom, and the sound spread across the entire Dragon Island. The gun embedded in the death-filled city wall shook violently, and then escaped. The city wall seemed to be about to collapse, and black blood gushed out from the cracks in the city wall. You still haven't returned after receiving the Taoist priest. The Buddha yelled with the supernatural power of the lion roar, trying to subdue the evil Taoist with disheveled hair. The answer to the Buddha was an ear-shattering metal trill, and the huge nipples spun and shrunk rapidly, and was held in the hands of the evil man. If you haven't returned yet, when will you wait? The Buddha shouted continuously. It is said that the Buddha's lion's roar supernatural power can cleanse people's most original spiritual consciousness, so that the unrivaled demon king can dispel the hostility and become a Buddha immediately. The Buddha's 3 roars can make all the evil people in the world change their minds and turn to goodness from then on. This is the top wonderland of the law of compassion. However, after the 3 roars, the evil Taoist was still indifferent. Instead, he seemed to be enlightening the Buddha and said, "Brother Buddha, you have a sign." After a brief silence, the Buddha said, "You are me, and I am you, what is the difference?" "Wrong, you are the Buddha, I am the guiding Taoist, you are you, I am me, the gods and Buddhas of the gods are like all living beings, everyone has a unique true self." The evil Taoist opened his mouth and called himself a guiding Taoist. From a distance, the people watching were astonished. Isn't the leading Taoist the first leader of the Western religion in the first battle of conferred gods? Taoist Junti is the second leader. How did the Buddha connect with Taoist Jayan? With a compassionate look on his face, the Buddha said, "Return to 1. 3 relics shot out from the back of his head, directly targeting and leading the Taoist, and the 3 golden lights were comparable to billions of stars passing through the sky, gorgeous and magnificent. The way is natural, Brother Buddha, you have traces." There was a sneer on the corner of the Taoist's mouth, which seemed to be teasing, but also seemed to be a little disdainful. He had an extra iron whisk in his hand and swept it forward vigorously. The power of the semi-ancestral contest is unpredictable. The relics and the iron whisk formed a destructive field, annihilated one space, and formed a black hole there. It seems normal, but everyone watching knows how terrifying the black hole is. Even if gods and demons enter, they will be destroyed physically and mentally. The power controlled by the Buddha and the leading Taoist was just right, and the excess energy was not allowed to spread, but they showed the most terrifying killing potential. Even if the half-ancestor was involved in the black hole, he would lose half his life. This space seems to be safe, but the dimensional space connected by the black hole has actually collapsed. This time the fight was evenly divided, and the 3 relics flew back upside down, spinning around behind the Buddha's head, with thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors, reflecting a piece of pure land of bliss. The Buddha did not stop there. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the 12th grade lotus platform flew forward. It was as crystal clear as warm jade. Although the light was not glaring, the rippling energy made people feel awe, and even made people unable to resist. This is a peaceful and powerful force. Jayan Taoist sneered, the held in his hand soared into the sky, and then turned into the size of a house. With black light shining, it rushed towards the 12th grade lotus platform. The energy of this body has been completely darkened, and its attributes are completely opposite to those of the 12th grade lotus platform. The power of the dark nature makes people feel palpitating and full of oppression. The crystal brilliance met the shimmering black light, and the 12th grade lotus platform and the vibrated at the same time, shining radiantly and colorfully. There became the eye of the storm, and the 2 holy artifacts were all driven into the dimensional space. The eye of the storm has an unimaginable devouring power, which even shakes the mountains in the distance, as if they are about to rise from the ground and be torn into a different dimension. Not to mention the wait-and-see cultivators, many people have already risen from the ground, rushing towards the eye of the storm like moths to the flame, and they will be turned into flying ash. The Buddha recited the Buddha's name, sighed softly, and stretched out his hands forward. The 12th-stage lotus platform was pulled back by a gentle force. "Thank you for coming and bringing me back to life." The Taoist receiving and guiding was extremely indifferent, and said, "In the first battle in ancient times, you left alone, and my soul flew here. Up to now, you and I owe nothing to each other." In the distance, people don't know why. The only half-ancestor who didn't make a move, Xuanwu Patriarch from Pure Land, sighed softly, "The magical powers of the Destiny Twins are indeed unmatched." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, and they immediately thought of a serious problem. Could it be that the Buddha and the Taoist guide are really the same person? It turned out that the one who was proficient in the fate of the twins can't have 1 soul and 2 souls. The supernatural power of the Twins of Destiny has always been called a rare supernatural power, but it is difficult for everyone to find an example of a strong man who is absolutely top-notch in history, so he is proud of the world. I don't want to dig this fog today. Even the Buddha is one of the Twins of Destiny. Jayan and Buddha are representatives of this supernatural power. How can it be said that it is not powerful and terrifying? The leading Taoist is obviously an evil son. Although his soul flew away back then, as long as the good son is still alive, he will not really perish completely. Now the Buddha broke through the strange blood curtain and came to God, allowing the destiny twins to reappear. The Taoist who received and led his voice was very cold, and said, I am the only one in the sky and on the earth. The I here refers to all living beings, and also refers to everyone's real self. You and I have a real self. From now on, we will be two people. Buddha sighed, then remained silent, and also rushed out of the bloody curtain, followed closely by the headless Shensho. On the other side, something even more surprising happened. Yuan, Tongtian and others were demolishing the city wall in a frenzy, as if they wanted to destroy the dead city more than 100 meters high. Although their magic power is boundless, the strength of the city wall is beyond imagination. Even if they are bombarded with the power of the half-ancestor, it is difficult to break it, and only part of the city wall can be cracked. At this time, an old sigh came, and the huge towering wall actually shook, as if a pair of invisible hands wanted to lift the city wall up. Everyone exclaimed, the black city wall as high as a mountain was actually slowly rising from the ground. Even that day the monument was also rising from the ground, as if it was about to leave Long Island. What happened? Everyone was shocked, even Yuan, Tongtian and other half-ancestors were also in shock. Suddenly, someone screamed and said, that's an old dragon, it carried the city wall and the monument. I don't know when, an old dragon that is old and out of shape, I don't know when it came under the dead city. The dragon's horns and sharp claws have fallen off, and the dragon's scales are almost completely gone. This is simply unbelievable. How powerful is the humble old dragon? Then, terror is the ability of the ancestor gods, right? The sealed dragon clan, the cursed dragon clan, the strongest race that is about to be forgotten, there is such an unrivaled powerhouse. Yuan, Tongtian, Taoist Junti, Chiyu, and Laozi all flew down the city wall and rushed towards the foundation. The trembling sound of clang clang came out, and Taoist Junti actually dug out a 7-color fierce sword that was half inserted into the ground from the foundation of the dead city. He hurriedly drew the sword with the strongest mana, trying to take it out. And Yuan was even more excited. He found an ancient staff from under the ancient foundation, which made him want to unseal it immediately. On the other side, Kaiyu dug out a handful of iron spears, which was so familiar that he trembled with excitement. Master Tongtian dug up an ancient shield, which made him look happy, and wanted to break the seal of the foundation. At this moment, the old dragon carrying the city wall on his back and pulling out the sky monument with his claws let out a stern roar, and the whole dragon island shook, seeing that it was going to turn the dead city upside down. But at this moment, waves like a vast sea descended, a phantom of a celestial monument appeared beside the Longdao celestial monument, and then another shadow of a celestial monument emerged. The uplifted Longdao Tianbei fell down again, and even the mountain-like city wall was slowly descending. Chapter 303 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The old dragon carried the dead city with his own strength, even the half-ancestor was dumbfounded. The steel shook violently, and phantoms in the sky continued to emerge. 2 huge steel shadows flew from the sky and landed in the dead city. They stood side by side with the Longdao Tianbei to suppress the dead city together. The city wall is falling, and the old dragon is enduring great pain. It is a little difficult to support. Yuan, Tongtian, Zhendaoren, Kaiyu and others all showed their supernatural powers, and they all wanted to break the seal of the foundation and retrieve the treasure that was left in the dead city. Boom! Another phantom of the celestial monument appeared in the sky. Under the mighty pressure, it came in an instant, and was inserted straight in front of the Longdao celestial monument. Yuan, Kaiyu and others shouted badly and didn't care about taking treasures. They all tried their best to help the old dragon, but even if they were united, it was difficult for them to resist the power of Tianbei. Block! Master Tongtian became impatient. Seeing the familiar ancient bronze shield half buried under the foundation, he wished to dig it out immediately. The 4 swords of Jade Immortal had extremely strong attack power. If he added the bronze shield that he forged with the blood sacrifice of his heart back then, it would be both offensive and defensive and unstoppable. Kaiyu was even more unwilling. Tai Jie was right in front of him, within reach, and he wanted to hold it in his hands again. Not to mention Junti Taoist and Yuan, they showed excited expressions at the 7-colored fierce sword and the ancient staff respectively. Everyone, hurry up and help. Several half-ancestors shouted, wanting to help those half-ancestors who smuggled to Long Island and lurk in the dark. High above the sky, Xiao Chen was almost petrified, his whole body blended with the surrounding void, his figure was faint, and his mind seemed to have flown to the row of stone tablets below. The Dragon Island Sky Monument is real, while the other three sides of the Sky Monument are illusory, but like the real body of the monument, the engraved pictures on the body of the monument can be seen through the black mist. Xiao Chen raised the power of his consciousness to the extreme, and his eyes were about to burst. Even though the complicated and mysterious engraving made him almost insane, and even lost his mind, he still tried hard to watch. Enduring the possibility of going crazy at any time, he finally saw clearly the pictures engraved on a celestial tablet. At this moment, he did not ask for understanding, but engraved those pictures of the ancient celestial tablet in his heart in a way of imprinting. Even so, it also made him feel like he had a nervous breakdown. The moment the imprint entered his body seemed to be moving with the ancient steel. Enduring the danger of mental breakdown, he aimed at the other side of the monument. This is a great opportunity. It is very likely that he will completely collect the ancient method of the whole sky tablet today, so that his cultivation method will become perfect. Under the dead city, the old dragon with the dead city on his back raised his head to the sky and roared loudly. The sound moved the stars, made the Dragon Island tremble, and made the Dead Sea of taboos soar to the sky. 6. Tao, reincarnation. At this moment, the old voice resounded through the universe, shaking the heaven and the earth, and echoing on the vast land. The sound spread to the longevity continent, which shocked some cultivators. The four-character exit, the sun and the moon are dimmed, the mountains and rivers lose their color, and the world changes drastically. The mist was shrouded, and no one could clearly see what happened in the dead city of Longdao. Everyone could only feel a vast force blasting towards the monument. The slowly sinking dead city was immediately stopped, and the power of the sky monument's vibration was cut off. Everyone turned pale in shock. This old dragon was incredibly tyrannical. What is the 6 circles of reincarnation? That is one of the supreme supernatural powers. It has always only appeared in legends, and I don't want everyone to witness it with their own eyes. The Dragon Island, which has been covered in dust for endless years, has undergone changes. The vast primitive mountains are shaking violently. The demonic energy in the center of the Dragon Island is surging, and the vast fluctuations spread in all directions. Monkeys crowed and tigers howled, birds soared into the sky, wild beasts fled, and giant dragons roared, creating a great chaos. Yuan, Zhenti, Qiyu, Tongtian and others took action in an instant and violently bombarded the foundation of the dead city. Ha ha, Zhenti was the first to laugh out loud. He held the wonderful tree of 7 treasures in his left hand and a fierce sword of 7 colors in his right hand. He got the lost treasure here. Qibao Miaoshu's defensive power was astonishing, and now that the main killer's 7-color fierce sword has returned, his strength has suddenly risen to a big level. Brother Dao, congratulations. The Taoist who came to help outside the dead city stepped forward to congratulate, and the Buddha beside him was silent. Roar! Kaiyu yelled loudly, his strength was overwhelming, his black hair stood on end, his eyes were like cold electricity, and he strode out holding an iron dagger with monstrous energy. Then Yuan also rushed out with an ancient stick. And the master Tongtian let out a long cry of excitement. Zhu Xian's 4 swords cleared the way, and the ancient bronze shield whirled beside him, rushing out of the dead city. The half-ancestors came out one after another, bowed in unison to the old dragon who had created 6 reincarnations, and said, "Thank you for your help, senior, and I will definitely help the dragon clan in the future." At this time, the old dragon seemed to have exhausted his strength, and the reincarnation of the 6 realms came to an end. A wave of energy that made Banzu palpitate rolled back. The terrifying power was unimaginable. Even Banzu felt absurdly like an ant looking up at a great army in front of it. Legend has it that once the 6 paths of reincarnation comes out, at least one world can be destroyed. Although the waves swayed by the old dragon are powerful, they are far from as terrifying as the legend. Obviously, it has decayed to a very bad state, and it is difficult to exert its original strength at all. Boom! 2 more celestial monuments flew from outside the sky, and 6 celestial monuments were lined up side by side. The old dragon sprayed blood and shouted, "I can only do this for the next generation of ancestor dragons." With a mournful dragon roar, it rushed straight into the sky, blood rained, and the old dragon's body began to crack. Senior, Tongtian, Qiyu, Zhenti, Buddha, Jayan, Laozi and others all exclaimed. At the same time, they shot together and blasted towards the dead city, trying to save the old dragon. The weak old voice was floating. The ancestor dragons don't see each other in pairs. My strength has almost passed away. I really shouldn't be lingering on my last breath for so many years. I should have freed myself so that a more powerful new generation of ancestor dragons can come to this world soon. Roar. A shrill dragon roar shook the sky. With determination and sadness, the old dragon shattered a towering city wall like a mountain range, and at the same time his body was cracking, blood and flesh flying. Use my blood to dye a way of life for my descendants. The lower half of the old dragon's body was completely shattered, and the upper half of the body danced and rushed towards the Tianbei. A weak and sad voice sounded for the last time. 6. Dao. Reincarnation. Boom. The sky shook, the earth fell into darkness, and the sky filled with stars emerged. The difference between the heaven and the earth caused all the giant dragons on Long Island to howl in mourning, blood rained from the sky and the earth, and thunder struck one after another. Even the Changsheng continent, which is tens of thousands of miles away, is also full of fallen flowers, and the heavens and the earth weep. Half of the old dragon's remnant body was shattered into blood mist in front of the steel, and the last pair of dragon claws that disappeared wiped out the word dragon among the 4 characters, Yongzhen Dragon Island, on the steel. At the same time, he also pulled up the Tianbei and pressed it across the magic well. Zulong fell. Boom. The sky was shaking and the ground was trembling, petals were falling all over the sky, and the falling flowers were like rain of tears. In the distance, Kiki, Little Stubborn Dragon, Qinglong King, Belong King, Black Dragon King, etc. kept tearing down. The mournful roar of the dragon clan resounded under the starry sky. It was you who killed the old man. A little turtle with a white shell roared and flew across the sky. After landing on the ground, it turned into a middle-aged man in white. Yuan said, "It was the old man who told us to bombard the Tianbei. He said he would help us retrieve the treasure. In the future, we will repay the dragon clan generously. It is obvious that the old dragon has a will to die, to make way for the next generation of ancestor dragons, to shed the last blood for the dragon clan, and at the same time forge a good relationship for the dragon clan." Above the sky, Xiao Chen almost collapsed. Xiao Chen is familiar with the ancient monuments that seal the Yellow River, the Lost Paradise, and the Dragon Island, and the exercises on them have long been engraved in his heart. Before he collapsed, he finally completely imprinted the engravings on the other 3 heavenly tablets in his heart. The Mind Dharma collection on the 6-faced sky monument is complete. He didn't know if there was a 7th heaven monument, but that was enough. The dead city slowly disappears, a sea of white bones emerges, the monument of the sky falls, the demonic cloud in the sky dissipates, and the castle is long gone. For the next 3 whole days, Dragon Island was filled with the mournful roars of the dragon clan. Although Xiao Chen was eager to return to the human world, he was delayed for 3 days because of Kiki and the little stubborn dragon. The old dragon is respectable, and he also felt sad. In the past few days, he traveled all over Long Island, but he didn't find any trace of the person who looked exactly like him. That was definitely the person Tong Hu saw who entered the longevity realm from Lushan Waterfall a year ago. What is his purpose? Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, he finally found a clue on a beach where there was actually a map of the 9 Serenity Tongtian Formation engraved there. After Caillou watched it, he confirmed that it was correct. That person should have summoned the king's boat and left 20 days ago. That person actually went to the longevity continent. Xiao Chen thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Finally about to leave Long Island, Xiao Chen smashed through the void with a jade bracelet, except Caillou and Lao Su who stood beside Xiao Chen, the rest of the half-ancestors all led the way. After all, the guardians of Mount Lu are not something ordinary people can resist. In front of Lushan Waterfall, when Tong Hu saw Taoist receptionist, Zhenti Taoist, and Buddha flying out, he flew directly to Mount Lushan, and he didn't intend to stop him at all. He knew the strength of these people in front of him too well. The mighty army of the longevity world entered the human world from the Lushan Waterfall, and the overwhelming shadows of people could not see the end. I taught the 12 golden immortals to come back. I, Taoist Duobao, have returned. I'm back in my hometown. Many people were shouting excitedly. Xiao Chen is guarding the space channel of Dragon Island. He wants to keep a certain number of people and trap them in Dragon Island forever. However, no one from the Hu family was found in the end. Caillou said, "Don't wait any longer, the White Tiger Sacred Emperor will definitely take them away. If a half-ancestor deliberately mixes with the crowd, even we will find it difficult." When leaving, the snow-white little beast had teary eyes, and the little stubborn dragon was also very sad, reluctant to part, turning back 3 times at every step. Caillou and Laozi also flew into the human world, and Xiao Chen, who was walking at the end, heard a voice in a daze. It turns out that place really exists, and the battle has just begun. Death is not the end, it's just a new beginning. That was the voice of the old dragon. How so? Xiao Chen looked at Long Dao in shock, but found nothing. A new beginning, where will it go? After flying out of the space channel, Xiao Chen asked Caillou and Lao Su for advice. How many worlds are there? Caillou replied. Beyond the human world, there are 4 worlds, as if they are really in the 4 directions of the human world. That is the martial world, the curse world, the air world, and the soul world. The 4 directions of the human world, there are 4 worlds. As the name implies, the martial arts world is the world of warriors, the curse world is the world of cursers, the air world is the world of chi refiners, and the soul world is the world of soul masters. The martial world has evolved into the growth world. Because the pure warriors disappeared, it has become a world where many small cultivation systems coexist. In the end, they all came to the same goal and evolved into supernatural powers. The air world has evolved into the realm of cultivation. As for the soul world and the curse world, it is hard to say what is going on now. Source of the warriors. Xiao Chen felt very confused. The cultivation system in the past was completely different from the present one, and it seemed easy to confuse it. Caillou sneered and said, no matter how it changes, in the end it is still the original power of the 4 worlds. Avatars, curse masters, spiritual masters, practitioners, and other small cultivation systems can actually be divided by the 4 major systems. Lao Su nodded, and said, all systems are fine, the 4 major systems of Wu, mantra, qi, and soul can be summarized. Caillou responded affirmatively, sooner or later these 4 systems will become dominant. Xiao Chen thought for a long time, and asked, after the death of the ancestor god, does the spiritual consciousness die? The ancestral god is immortal. At this point, Caillou fell silent again. Not 1 or 2 ancestor gods disappeared in the longevity world, didn't the ancestral dragon also perish just now? Lao Su's ancient well was calm, his eyes were as deep as the ocean, and he said, there is a legend that the death of the ancestor god is not the end, but just a new beginning. Caillou's eyelids twitched, and he said in surprise, you mean that the ancestor gods are immortal and self-destructed, in order to enter? Where to go? Xiao Chen was eager to know, but he asked several times, but neither Lao Su nor Caillou made a sound, and they seemed to be lost in thought. Legends say that there is a prehistoric heaven above the 4-square world. Where is? Caillou stopped abruptly at this point, as if he touched on some taboo topics. Xiao Chen was shocked. He accidentally learned about the world of the 4 directions, and now he heard a secret. There is another realm above the world of the 4 directions, which seems to be the goal of the ancestor gods. Compared with those people, he is too far behind. He put away his distracting thoughts and shouted in the sky, please help me, seniors, and go overseas for a while. Buddha, Zhuangzi, Zhenti, Sun Wu, Yuan, Tongtian, Laozi, Qiyu, Patriarch Xuanwu, and even the leading Taoist also stood here. Banza's promise will not be voided. Yuan walked out and said to Xiao Chen, if you act for you may cause big trouble in the cultivation world, so this is a complete repayment of your kindness this time. The 9 half-ancestors and the guiding Taoist all nodded. Afterwards, they flew into the distance, and each gave instructions to the disciples to let them leave first. The 10 half-ancestors and Xiao Chen flew towards the east of Kyushu, and soon came to the vast sea. Going to the longevity realm to rescue soldiers, after being away for so long, Xiao Chen didn't know whether Taihao was holding Qinglian Tianvi back, and he prayed in his heart that no accidents would happen. At the same time, eager to face Qinglian Tianvi, 10 half-ancestors came here. Even if Qinglian Tianvi's mana is against the sky, it is difficult to compete. He really wanted to see the expression of Qinglian Tianvi. Calling for referral tickets, thank you. Chapter 304 Shocking Qinglian Tianvi. The blue sea is vast, and to ordinary people, it can be said that there are fierce winds and waves, haunting it, and those who are not careful may have the bad luck of being buried in the bottom of the sea. Between heaven and earth, human beings are too insignificant. Facing the sky and the ocean, they are like a grain of sand in the vast desert, insignificant. However, weak human beings can continue to transform and reach the peak of glory, so strong that the half-ancestor can move mountains and seas, shatter the world, and the body is still so small, but the power that can be gathered is unimaginable. The 10 half-ancestors walked with Xiao Chen. It was originally dark clouds rolling over, and the raging sea quickly calmed down because of the powerful pressure of the half-ancestors. Like a huge sapphire, the blue sky was like washing, and the sea and sky were of the same color, connected together. After traveling thousands of miles in the waves of the vast East China Sea, the spiritual energy gradually became stronger, and it was no longer as scarce as in Kyushu. Is that Penglai Fairy Island? Lao Su, who rarely spoke, looked at a hazy island in the distance and asked. It was a moving island, flying extremely fast in the sea. Penglai Shandao has been passed down in the human world for endless years, but few people, including immortals, can find it, because it is constantly moving. There is a treasure on it. The leader of Tongtian showed a look of excitement, but he didn't chase after him, and let the Penglai Fairy Island disappear. You can't force it. The Buddha recited the Buddha's name. The leading Taoist snorted coldly, and said tit for tat, everything in this world needs to be fought for by oneself, and I will fetch it for you to see later. In the depths of the vast ocean, there are shimmering waves, the dragonfish leaps, and the giant dragon crosses the sky, creating waves of waves. Immortal islands continue to appear in the blue sea, radiant and colorful, dreamlike, and overseas fairy islands can be described as real fairylands. Caillou looked down at the archipelago from the sky, and said, I have a hunch that I might meet some powerful old people, such as Deu and Hui. I'm afraid they will reappear. In the depths of the giant sea, Xiao Chen has gradually calmed down, not as anxious as before. It is only 1,000 miles away from the fairy island of Shushan Mountain, and everyone is traveling at a very fast speed, which can be said to arrive in an instant. Misty Shushan Fairy Islands, green peaks and green valleys, dense aura, splashing of divine springs, flying fairy birds, a scene of peace and tranquility. Boom! With a loud noise, the void above Shushan was pierced, and the amiable and unpretentious old man Taihao was shaken out. If it wasn't for the Haoshan Tower on his head, protected by the hazy primordial energy, he might have been injured by the 4 sword beams from behind. Old barbarian, you are so annoying. If you try to spoil my good deeds again, don't blame me for being ruthless, and I will never die with you. A cold voice came from that dimensional space. Xiao Chen felt relieved. He knew that Taihao had held up Celestial Qinglian, but did not let her succeed. Taihao laughed loudly, and flew towards Xiao Chen and the others. Celestial Goddess Qinglian's consciousness is as vast as the sea, and she has already sensed that someone is approaching, but because the 10 half-ancestors all restrained their aura, she did not realize the true strength of these people, and an incomparably cold voice came out from the pierced space, I don't know how to live or die. The 10 half-ancestors were not angry, they calmly looked at the exit of the space, waiting for her to appear. Taihao knew all these people, and even fought against some people in ancient times. He flew to the Buddha with a smile, as if he wanted to reach out his hand to touch the Buddha's bald head, but the light from the relics blocked his palm. Xiao Chen was quite speechless. This Taihao really has no scruples. Caillou, you are not only here for Qinglian Tianvi, I'm afraid you are also here to help your brother get out of trouble, right? Taihao looked at Caillou, who was surrounded by demonic energy and holding an iron spear. Caillou nodded and said, not bad. The sound of breaking through the sky came, and the Qinglian goddess appeared, dressed in lotus clothes, surrounded by auspicious colors, peerless and magnificent, crowning the world, with 12 tiers of lotus platforms at the feet, sprinkled with bits of broken jade brilliance, 4 unparalleled war swords in the 4 directions, with murderous aura, holding a lotus flower in her hand, shining in the sun. The moment she appeared, Celestial Qinglian sensed that something was wrong. Those people on the opposite side had a calm demeanor, and they treated Taihao at the half-group level as equals, without any respect at all. She is from the world of comprehension, and has never been to the human world before, so she naturally doesn't know Caillou and others, but the moment she saw the Buddha, she felt extremely inappropriate. A bald head, 12 grades of lotus platform. It is enough to explain the identity of the visitor, but how can the person sitting on an equal footing be an ordinary person? 10 equals. At this moment, Celestial Girl Qinglian was deeply shocked, and she yelled that it was not good. At this moment, she was even a little dazed. 10 half-ancestors came together. This is a bit unimaginable. Too exaggerated. How could the 10 half-ancestors arrive together? What does that mean? The power is unimaginable. It is impossible for her to fight 10 half-ancestors together. Celestial Qinglian felt a little unbelievable. From the Buddha to Lao Su and then to the Taoist priest, she scrutinized them one by one. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said 3 good words in succession, and said, good. Good, good. The 10 half-ancestors are here together. Are you really willing to let go of your identities and want to attack me? Then she looked at Xiao Chen, showing hostility. In the past, she disdained to look at Xiao Chen and always treated him with contempt. Now she hated this kid to the core. He was just an ordinary demigod. How could he have such great energy to invite 10 half-ancestors? The old witch let Qingqing go and give me Ruoshui's body back. Xiao Chen looked at celestial girl Qinglian indifferently. Celestial Qinglian was furious, but soon calmed down. After all, she was in the realm of the half-ancestors, and her state of mind was far from that of ordinary cultivators. She returned to the state of no waves in the ancient well, ignored Xiao Chen, looked at the 10 half-ancestors, and said, "Come one by one, or all 10 together." The Buddha didn't say anything, and stepped out directly. The brilliance of the 12-grade lotus platform under his feet was indistinguishable from the lotus platform of Qinglian Tianvi. It was almost exactly the same. This may be the reason why he wanted to make a move. Master Tongtian also came out, with a picture of the Zhoushan formation above his head, 4 fierce swords divided into 4 directions. He looked at the 4 swords of Qinglian Tianu fierily. If he used those 4 swords to replace the 4 swords of Zhoushan, killing Immortal, Absolute Immortal, and trapping Immortal, his combat power would be greatly improved. Do you two want to go up together? Then come together. Celestial Qinglian's phoenix eyes were filled with evil spirits, her lotus robe fluttered, her murderous aura shot up to the sky. At this moment, the mighty aura of a generation of celestial maidens was clearly evident. The entire vast sea condensed into ice in an instant, and the temperature plummeted, covering more than 3,000 miles in ice. Both the Master Tongtian and the Buddha did not step forward, but they did not retreat either. With their level of cultivation, they don't even bother to fight in groups, and it is impossible to fight against the goddesses. Since the Buddha brothers and Tao brothers are humble, let me come to the evil way to learn the unique skills of the heavenly girls. The disheveled leading Taoist strode forward with his chest in his left hand and the iron whisk in his right. Ignoring the leader of Tongtian and the Buddha, he walked straight through the void, and said to Qinglian Tianvi, "I am the #1 leader in the West to guide the Taoist." He was 6 feet tall and had a yellow complexion. He was originally a benevolent figure, but his eyes were full of fierce light. As he walked forward slowly, endless lotus flowers the size of millstones floated down within a radius of 3,000 miles, but they were all as black as ink, as if they had been infected by demon energy. The ice in the vast 3,000-mile sea area melted, and the seawater raged towards the sky, causing the sky to shake. 2 chapters will be updated tomorrow. I have something to do today, less and more. Chapter 305 Breaking Through 10,000 Layers of Demonic Soil. Within 3,000 miles, the ink lotus is blossoming, dancing all over the sky, stirring up a storm between the heaven and the earth, like a series of heavenly knives splitting the void, making the ocean mighty. With disheveled hair, Taoist Jayan stood tall in the sky, surrounded by deafening waves like thunder, rushed up to the sky, and the white clouds collapsed in an instant, and he stood motionless like a rock or a giant mountain among the waves. I fight alone, no one can beat me. The cold light shot out of Qinglian Tianvi's eyes was as dazzling as 2 lightning bolts. The lotus clothes danced and hunted, and she rushed to the sky on the 12-stage lotus platform. The 4 battle swords are simple and majestic, with all the brilliance, but the invisible murderous aura rushed straight to Xiaohan, and the war swords flew out like 4 silver dragons, rolling and guiding the body of the Taoist. There is no one who is invincible. The leading Taoist was extremely quiet, his eyes were stern, his whole body seemed to be full of hostility, his hair stood on end, his left hand flashed a dark light, and made a buzzing sound, hitting the sky. Dang dang dang, 4 trills sounded almost at the same time. The Taoist received and led his gun to draw mysterious tracks in the sky, blocking 4 battle swords one after another. A violent wave of energy erupted between the 2 masters, each of them retreated hundreds of feet, the space was cracked, and a series of terrifying cracks were more than 10 feet wide, spreading for hundreds of miles, and the raging sea below split into huge trenches, and the waves rushed into the sky. Such a destructive force made the cultivators in the fairy islands in the surrounding sea tremble, which was caused by the shock of the soul. You are not my opponent, you can change. Qinglian Tianvi was extremely indifferent, with a fierce look in her phoenix eyes. You are too conceited. Taoist Jayan's face was calm, but the light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. He took a step forward, swept the dust with his right hand to sweep the Qinglian celestial girl's waist, and left his left hand, shining brightly, and slashed at the celestial lady's neck. Celestial girl Qinglian stood motionless in the sky, moved by her thoughts. One sword flew up, and slashed at Tai Fuchen, and the other sword pierced through the air, and slashed at the black treasure wheel. The 2 swords completely blocked the Taoist's 2 treasures, but he was calm. Instead of retreating, he strode forward in the void. Every step he took disappeared out of thin air. Celestial Qinglian sneered again and again, and it was impossible to back down. The 12th grade lotus platform was dotted with brilliance, and a layer of milky white halo enveloped her inside, and she rushed over quickly. The other 2 war swords pierced the Taoist's chest, and the other pierced his lower abdomen, extremely fierce and fierce. When it was approaching, the sword light was revealed, reaching 3,000 miles away, and a space crack of 3,000 miles suddenly appeared. Taoist Guiding's footwork is dreamlike, like duckweed in the raging sea waves, indestructible and moving with the waves. He actually walks freely between the two terrifying swords, his whole body is like a phantom, the swords are indestructible and cannot be touched. The sword energy surged for 3,000 miles, and the cold light shone across the sea. You always have thousands of magic weapons, but in front of the leading world, everything is illusory. Following the booming sound, the leading Taoist stretched out a giant palm. The big khaki hand was as thick as his skin, but it was extremely strong, and grabbed Qinglian Tianvi. The war sword soared into the air, slashing towards the giant hand. At the same time, Qinglian Tianvi shot two cold lights from her eyes, and the 12th grade lotus platform left her feet and slowly rotated. Then I will destroy this space and restore order. Qinglian's voice was cold. At this moment, the sky turned and the earth turned, the raging sea rolled back, and the misty and chaotic vitality filled the air. The entire space was torn apart and then fixed again. The silhouette of Taoist Jian reappeared, and the two war swords flew away respectively to the body and Tai Fuchen, while the other two swords swept away the body of Jia Ji. Can you destroy once, can you destroy countless times? The Taoist guide shouted loudly, a little light shone from his body gradually faded away, and almost returned to nothingness again. There are countless dimensional spaces in the big world. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are 3,000 Buddha kingdoms and 10,000 demon lands. You can try to destroy them all. The voice of the leading Taoist gradually became colder and turned into nothingness, melting into the heaven and the earth. But the killing power is extremely strong, as if 100,000 mountains were moved by him and stood in the sky. The vast energy fluctuations made many cultivators in the thousands of miles of sea feel like they collapsed. Even the half-ancestors who were watching the battle from the back were shocked. He was a great power in ancient times to guide Taoists. Except for Lao Tzu and other 3 or 5 people, it may be difficult for ordinary half-ancestors to compete with him. Celestial Qinglian's eyes flashed with cold electricity, and she scanned all directions. Suddenly, the wind was fierce, and the stars in the sky flashed out. Meteors flew across the sky one by one, and the killing momentum of the leading Taoist climbed to the extreme, causing the stars to be in chaos. He struck out a palm from nothingness, instantly shattering the 800-mile sea area. The vast ocean below was evaporated completely in an instant, the bottom of the ocean was exposed, and it was shaken and collapsed towards the center of the earth. Qinglian Tianvi is like a green bamboo in a storm, and the 12th grade lotus platform spins out hundreds of millions of rays of light, and the 4 swords crush the space, guarding her side, resisting the destructive power. Even so, she was swept on the forehead by an illusory palm, a lock of hair was wiped out, and a little blood was splashed on the forehead. The sad red dyed the cheeks of the goddess, making her look like a different kind of beauty, but as the 2 murderous auras in her eyes condensed into 2 beams of light and swept out, the whole world seemed to lose its color, and the other kind of beauty had become a peerless evil spirit. Jian, you need 30,000 souls to return my 3 drops of blood, and I will cut off your head. The voice was so cold that the world seemed to freeze, and all other sounds disappeared, leaving only her chilling voice. In the next moment, Celestial Qinglian disappeared, only the dimensional space was constantly shattered, and the sound of fierce battle came from the void. She cleared the way with 4 swords, destroyed many spaces, and reset the new order with the 12th grade lotus platform. Incarnation into hundreds of millions is one of the great supernatural powers to guide Taoists, but at this moment, hundreds of incarnations are beheaded in a row, and everything will be shattered at the direction of Qinglian Tianvi's angry sword. 3,000 Buddha kingdoms. The Taoist guide shouted loudly, and the 3,000 pure lands of bliss manifested, overlapping each other, and each space had a Taoist guide sitting in town, besieging Qinglian Tianvi. The evil Taoist with disheveled hair was also hit with real fire, iron whisks and guns struck vertically and horizontally, and the giant hands that destroyed the world continued to shoot out, trying to crush the Qinglian celestial girl in this chaotic space. When Qinglian comes out, who will fight? The few drops of blood on Qinglian Tianvi's forehead and cheeks were extraordinarily glaring and bleak, making her look unusually strong at this moment, as if possessed by an ancient war ancestor. The 3,000 Buddha kingdoms are constantly being shattered, and the souls of the 3,000 incarnations were really killed by the leading Taoist. As she said, Qinglian celestial girl shot out the green jade lotus leaf and cut off the head of the leading Taoist, intending to take off his head. In the ancient times, even among the half-ancestors, Taoist rarely encountered opponents. Now that his incarnations were being cut off one after another, he was really angry and shouted, 10,000 layers of demonic soil. Tens of thousands of layers of demonic soil emerged, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and bursts of blood-colored lightning pierced the sky. This is the real space of tens of thousands of layers of extreme demonic soil, folded and interlaced, engulfing Qinglian Tianvi. The Taoist receiving and guiding was even disheveled, and he stepped in with his real body, wanting to fight to the death with the Qinglian celestial girl. This was a fierce battle, and both sides were furious, but outsiders could no longer see the battle inside clearly, and could only feel the palpitating terrifying fluctuations. If it wasn't for the 10 half-ancestors outside who sealed off this area, I am afraid that thousands of miles of sea areas would be completely destroyed, and countless fairy islands would cease to exist. The fierce battle was fierce and lasted for half a day. When a roar came out, everything was over, the space of tens of thousands of demonic soils collapsed, and the chest of the guiding Taoist with disheveled hair was pierced by a battle sword. The Zhongjian retreated, and the Taoist received a loud roar, his body collapsed, the power of the Zhongjian can be imagined. HMPH. Celestial girl Qinglian sneered, she knew that it was impossible to kill the leading Taoist so easily, but she undoubtedly severely injured a peerless master. Yes, even in the world of cultivation, there are not many half-ancestors who led Taoists. Contrary to everyone's imagination, the guiding Taoist manifested in the same place at the moment of collapse. The new physical body did not look sluggish, on the contrary, it was extremely full of energy. A ray of light flashed in the eyes of the leader of Tongtian, and he said to himself, the magical power of the twins of destiny. The other half-ancestors were also very surprised. If the Buddha and the guiding Taoist were one, then, how powerful would be their combat power? I'm afraid that even the top 3 people under the ancestor gods like Lao Tzu will have to change positions. What's so terrible about destiny twins? You go with the bald head. Qinglian Tianvi slanted her phoenix eyebrows into her temples, her eyes were extremely cold, full of strong confidence. He is him, I am me, if you lose today, you are defeated. The Taoist took the lead and strode away, retreating into the sky. At this moment, a ray of white light rushed from the sky, and the little snow-white beast came looking for Xiao Chen, traveled through the space, and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Didn't I tell you to be with Niu Ren and the others, it's dangerous here. Xiao Chen tapped it lightly. Yeah, Kiki muttered in a low voice, and began to look at celestial girl Qinglian. Xiao Chen's heart moved, and he no longer blamed it. I'll fight you. At this time, the leader of Tongtian stepped forward. This time the Buddha did not step out at the same time. Since the lead Taoist was defeated, it was considered as his defeat. If the two were not one, he would not be sure of defeating Qinglian Tianvi. The leader of the Tongtian sect has a fierce reputation, and even people in other worlds know that he dares to challenge the ancestor gods. On the top of his head was the image of Zhu Xian's array, and there were streams of chaotic radiance, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, killing Xian, trapping Xian, and Zhu Xian trembled slightly, and the sword's light froze, revealing its murderous intent. And a bronze shield is constantly rotating around him, full of antiquity, even his own chaotic sword energy can't get close to the ancient shield, one can imagine how amazing the defense is. I've heard of your fierce reputation, but you're still no match for me. Celestial Qinglian lined up the 4 battle swords with divine thoughts, and said coldly, even if there is an extra array, it's hard to cover up the fact that the 4 swords of Zhu Xian are inferior. The power of the battle sword cannot be compensated by external objects. The leader of Tongtian sect was not angry. Gujing Wubo said, war sword cannot represent everything, but the fighting spirit reaches the extreme, even if there is no treasure, it will be invincible to the world. Ha ha, celestial girl Qinglian laughed and said, who in this world knows how to fight swords better than me, and with the treasure in your body, how can you fight me? It's useless to talk too much, let's prove it by beheading you. 2 glaring beams of light shot out from the eyes of Master Tongtian, and he decided to set up a peerless killing array. There will be a second chapter later. Brothers, please vote for your recommendation, thank you. By the way, help someone make an advertisement for Virtual Warrior, the Future World category. Chapter 306, Prehistoric Killing Fields, Transforming the 3 Purities in 1 Qi. Chapter 2 is here, a strong call for recommended votes. The leader of Tongtian stepped forward, and the immortal killing sword shot out a chaotic sword energy, and directly took the head of Qinglian Tianvi. Hesitating to strike was not his style, ruthlessness and decisiveness were the true qualities of the leader of Zhejiao. The brilliance of the 12th grade lotus platform circulated, and the holy radiance flowed like chalcedony, absorbing all the chaotic sword energy. The 12th grade lotus platform vibrated violently, and the surrounding space continued to shatter, but finally melted the sword energy, thus resolving the shocking blow of the immortal killing sword. Qingli and Tianbi calmed down, but there was no such calm seen elsewhere. The sword glow of the immortal killing sword pierced the entire sky, illuminating the thousands of miles of sea area, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the sea water to roll back into the sky. If the other half ancestors hadn't blocked him, he might have wiped out the 1,000 immortal islands with one strike. That's all, celestial girl Qinglian sneered. The leader of the Tongtian sect was not angry, the formation on his head was shining brightly, the four swords of Zushan, killing Xian, Juexian, and trapping Xian moved together, and the killing formation of Zushan was laid out, endless chaotic light bloomed, and the mist shrouded the sky, sweeping the Qinglian celestial girl into it. The Zushan sword formation is known as one of the strongest 5-kill formations in the semi-ancestral class of the longevity realm, and its power is unimaginable. Even though Qinglian Tianbi is full of self-confidence, she immediately changes her color when she steps into the formation. The hazy and chaotic vitality enveloped the four directions, even the eyes of the sky could not see through it, the endless murderous aura permeated the sky, and the cold was biting. Qinglian left her head. Master Tongtian walked out from one of the sword gates, and the immortal execution sword hanging on the sword gate slashed out a ray of brilliance, and the sky collapsed and the earth shattered amidst the rumbling sound. Celestial Qinglian was taken aback. Such power seemed to be comparable to that of a battle sword. She hurriedly used a battle sword to face the Zushan sword. But the Sifang sword gate is still there, the immortal execution sword is retreating, and the killing array still traps her in it. Tongtian come out to fight. Celestial girl Qinglian yelled. The killing array is me, I am the killing array, you are facing me. The voice of the master Tongtian was extremely cold, the Juexian sword and the killing immortal sword vibrated together, the chaotic sword light tore a space channel, and the two lightsabers shattered time and space, killing Qingli and Tianbi. The sword energy is soaring to the sky, even if there is a killing array to cut off, one can feel the biting chill over this sea area thousands of miles away, and the terrifying light piercing the sky makes ordinary cultivators feel terrified even after a few glances. The sword light is as thick as a mountain, soaring into the sky, how can such a formation be resisted? In the Peerless Killing Formation, Master Tongtian calmly launched the sword formation. The peerless swords of Juexian sword and Killing Immortal sword were as gorgeous as the scorching sun, and the sword formation was extremely bright. Chi. Celestial girl Qinglian vibrated her battle sword continuously, fighting against the sword energy from the two sword gates, the sound of clanging was endless. This surprised her greatly. The four swords of Master Tongtian cannot compare with the battle swords, but with one more formation, the power is multiplied sharply. If it cooperates with her four battle swords, what kind of terrifying scene will it be? Kill. The leader of Zhejiao, known for his ferocious power, saw that he hadn't hurt Qingli and Tianbi for 3 consecutive times. This time, the four gates of the sword formation moved together, and the four swords of Trapping Immortal, Zushan, Juexian, and Killing Immortal shook at the same time. In an instant, the chaotic sword energy enveloped the entire killing formation, thousands of sword shadows impacted vertically and horizontally, and the space was annihilated, leaving only the square sword gate in the black hole. Terrible energy destroyed everything, and the surrounding sea area disappeared, swallowed by the black hole. Lao Tzu, Yuan, Buddha, etc. rushed to cut off that space, otherwise the destructive power would wipe out one side. Celestial Qinglian was in a state of distress. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were torn apart by the sword aura, revealing patches of snow-white skin, and a section of long black hair on her neck was cut off by the sword aura, almost scratching her skin. The black hole disappeared, the void was extremely silent, and the primordial energy of chaos was tumbling. Qingli and Tianbi's face was livid, and she shouted, "Tongtian, you let me understand true anger, and I will make you pay a heavy price." The 12th grade lotus platform quickly disintegrated, pieces of huge crystal-clear lotus petals danced in the sword array, and the four swords fell into it, and then surged like a bright rain of swords. The power of the battle sword is unimaginable, coupled with the help of the 12th grade lotus platform turned into lotus petals, it is invincible, and it can forcibly shake the immortal sword sect. Master Tongtian didn't pay attention to the sword gate that was about to be broken open, he held the ancient bronze shield and killed Qingli and Tianbi, grasped the sword formula in his hand, swung forward, and the dazzling beam split open, directly hitting Qinglian's heart. Snort. Celestial girl Qinglian snorted coldly, and the green jade lotus leaf shook in her hand, shattering the sword energy, turning into streaks of green light and sweeping against the leader of Tongtian. The leader of Zhejiao slashed with his big sleeves, surging a monstrous demonic flame, and this empty space collapsed completely, blocking the sapphire lotus leaf. However, his robe sleeve was cut off, exposing half of his arm, which shocked Tongtian, and the ancient bronze shield in the other hand blocked the front, bursting out bursts of light, and aimed straight at Qinglian Tianvi. Boom! The ancient bronze shield collided firmly with a few sapphire lotus leaves, both of them backed up, their hair was disheveled, and their eyes shone with dazzling light. A lotus brand in the center of Qinglian Tianvi's forehead shot out a cold electricity, which pierced through the bun of the Tongtian leader, making his hair disheveled. Tongtian, you are not my opponent. The seductress can use such methods with shame, today I will definitely behead you. Tongtian was furious, and the ancient bronze shield smashed out. The space was shattered, and the ancient bronze shield turned into the size of a mountain, and fell down, fixing Qinglian Tianvi below, making it difficult to escape, and the endless brilliance swept down. In the distance, the 10 half-ancestors continued to attack, because the fierce battle between the leader of Tongtian and the goddess Qinglian was too fierce, and the black holes in space continued to burst out. If they were allowed to expand, they might destroy countless creatures. Even so, many islands in the thousands of miles of sea were shattered, and countless cultivators nearby were killed or injured. Qinglian celestial girl roared sharply, her pupils were cold and lightning, her black hair stood upright, her phoenix eyes were filled with evil spirits, several sapphire lotus leaves condensed into a jasper knife, she slashed upwards, knocked away the ancient bronze shield, and even cut through the sky. Looking from a distance, a long green rainbow traversed the sky, shattering the sky for thousands of miles, and the terrifying energy shook the entire overseas island. At the same time, the 12th grade lotus platform and the 4 war swords shattered one of the sword gates, destroying a corner of the killing formation, and Qinglian Tianvi rushed over with her hair flying wildly. Slashing with a battle sword, defending with a lotus platform, and sweeping with a jasper knife, he quickly rushed out of the killing array of Master Tongtian, and then attacked the other 3 sword gates outside. Snort! Master Tongtian gave a heavy cold snort, rolled up his sleeves, put away the 4 fierce swords, and then pointed at the map. The treasure map spinning above his head quickly turned into 4 beams of light, rushing into the 4 fierce swords. The prehistoric killing field, Master Tongtian shouted loudly. At this moment, not only Qinglian Tianvi was moved, but even the 10 half-ancestors who watched the battle were also very surprised. A prehistoric atmosphere erupted, and in an instant, primitive mountains stood horizontally in the sky, sword mountains soared into the clouds, and chaos and murderous aura rolled over the terrifying blood-colored land. Legend has it that the Master Tongtian has always wanted to take the Zhoushan sword formation a step further, and wanted to evolve into a peerless and fierce formation that could trap the ancestor gods. This is an incomplete prehistoric killing field. It is a further embodiment of Zhoushan sword formation. The prehistoric land reappeared in the sky, and the 4 fierce swords and formations were integrated into it, and Qinglian Tianvi was trapped in it. The Master Tongtian also flew in, and his peerless murderous aura broke through the sky and into the outer space. Such a terrifying formation, with such a heavy evil spirit, even the ancestor gods would frown upon seeing it. Celestial Qinglian was dumbfounded at the time. The terrifying killing array was really like an ancient starry sky, and the energy fluctuations emitted by it were so vast that it seemed to be able to crush everything inside. She rushed inside, but the whole world was a killing field. The wild land exuded a desolate breath, and the giant mountains bloomed with chaotic sword energy. This place was like a melting pot of heaven and earth, and humans, gods and demons would not be spared if they entered it. It has to be said that Master Tongtian is a genius. In order to challenge the ancestor gods, he took great pains. Although this is still a broken formation, it can already be seen that it is indeed a peerless formation. Kai, a sword light as thick as a mountain swept across, Qinglian Tianvi couldn't dodge it in time, and was immediately blown away. Although she was not hurt by the 12 lotus platforms to protect her, she was still in a panic. On the opposite side, there were 49 mountain peaks standing tall, and the sword energy from all over the sky was tearing up, sweeping her away again. Her hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and Qinglian Tianvi suffered several blows. However, she was horrified to find that there were primitive mountains all around, and the chaotic sword energy was soaring into the sky, and she had no place to hide at all. In the end, she went in the opposite direction and landed towards the vast land. But she immediately realized how outrageously wrong she was. The chaotic sword energy in the vast blood-colored land was raging, and with a slight touch, it turned straight into the outer starry sky, which was like a world-destroying formation. Celestial Qinglian was finally wounded, vomited blood, and was swept towards Gaotian by the sword energy. But at this moment, she realized clearly that this incomplete prehistoric killing field had a fatal flaw. She grasped the 4 dragon vein skeletons in the prehistoric world, which must be the place where the 4 fierce swords were combined with the formation. The prehistoric killing field is still a semi-finished product, and if you sense it with your heart, you can dig out its fatal weakness. Tongtian, your prehistoric killing field is over. Celestial girl Qinglian let out a long cry, her blue hair flew up, and she swooped down, using her lotus platform to defend against the chaotic sword light as thick as a mountain, and then knocked down the 4 swords. 4 bolts of lightning tore through the prehistoric sky and sank into the 4 dragon veins below. With a loud boom, the 4 mountain ranges collapsed at the same time, and then this prehistoric world began to collapse. The master Tongtian spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and flew out backwards. 4 fierce swords were suspended around him, and the formation pattern manifested and settled in the sky. Tongtian, take your life. The prehistoric killing field completely collapsed, 2 terrifying rays of light burst out from the eyes of celestial girl Qinglian, and she rushed towards the leader of Tongtian. 4 swords sealed all directions, the jasper knife in her hand split forward, and the 12-grade lotus platform broke down into bright lotus petals and slashed out. No defense, attack with all your might. It has to be said that celestial Qinglian is unmatched in combat power. Even though she is a woman, her strength is beyond imagination. She deserves to be the most difficult woman in the cultivation world. She shook Master Tongtian, and the two continued to shatter the world. After thousands of confrontations, she took a step forward, and Master Tongtian took 2 steps back. In the 3000 Li Sea area, except for those fairy islands that were protected by the 10 half-ancestors, the sea area was completely dried up, turned into mist and rushed to the sky, causing heavy rain in Kyushu. The moment the destructive attack stopped, the bottom of the ocean was pierced to the center of the earth. If the 10 half-ancestors hadn't taken action to restore everything, the human world would have been severely damaged. Master Tongtian gave a cold snort, and walked away. Although he didn't really decide whether to win or lose, he took 2 extra steps, which made him feel ashamed. Xiao Chen frowned. Qinglian Tianbi was not ordinary tyrannical, even the mighty Tongtian leader was defeated. Ban Zhu has a very good face, and he doesn't want to besiege her alone. It's not a good thing if it goes on like this. Yi, Kiki kept blinking her big eyes full of aura, fixedly staring at Qinglian Tianbi's 4 battle swords, and whispered something in Xiao Chen's ear. Zhen Ti laughed out loud. He and the leader of Tongtian had always been at odds. 4 years ago, when they competed for the ancestral god's rare treasure in Yuchao's heavenly palace, Tongtian took the limelight. Now he regained his control of the lost 7-color fierce sword. He was about to stand up and strode out. Holding the wonderful tree of 7 treasures in his left hand and the fierce sword of 7 colors in his right, Zhen Ti stepped into the field and faced Qinglian Tianbi. I don't want to fight with you. You have a battle sword, and I have a 7-color sword. Why don't we use our swords to fight against each other and see which one is weaker and which one is stronger? It's exactly what I want. Celestial Qinglian didn't want to fight fiercely, so she lined up her 4 swords in front of her and shouted, "Kill!" The sword tore apart the heaven and the earth, and the aura rushed into the starry sky, like the sea rewinding to the 9 heavens, like billions of stars converging into a river and falling into the world. The 4 battle swords were slashed out one after another, turning into multiple light curtains, colliding with the 7-color divine sword continuously, and dozens of islands within a radius of 3,000 miles that were not protected by the Banzu were shaken to dust on the spot and wiped out. Both of the 2 powerhouses tried their best to fight, and their combat power was unimaginable. Taoist Zhen Ti finally took 3 steps back. He felt so embarrassed, and flew away without saying a word. Hey, celestial girl Qinglian sneered. Although she had a more glorious record in the cultivation world than this, she still felt a sense of accomplishment in winning the 3 ancestors in a row. The patriarch Xuanwu and Kai Yu from the Pure Land both took a step forward, ready to strike, but at this moment Lao Su manifested out of thin air in front of them, blocking their way. Then, his phantom gradually faded away, appearing in front of celestial girl Qinglian. You are Li Dan. Lao Su's ancient well was silent, standing there like an ancient stone statue. He nodded silently. Celestial girl Qinglian sneered, if you lose, I'll see who can stop me. Lao Su didn't speak, but with a touch of his hand, a clear light was drawn towards the face of celestial girl Qinglian. When, celestial Qinglian slashed out with a battle sword, and there was a deafening sound. She was shocked. I didn't use any magic weapon at this moment, and the magic power can be described as extremely powerful. Snort. She let out a heavy cold snort. The 4 battle swords and the 12-grade lotus platform moved together, and the jasper knife transformed from sapphire lotus leaves flew out, forcibly shaking Lao Su. Li Dan only blocked many magic weapons with one Taiji diagram. He was able to attack and defend, and he was not at a disadvantage. Moreover, he brought out a force of the world, as if he was in perfect harmony with the world, and everything he raised his hands and feet represented the laws and order of the world. The cultivation base of Taisheng Laozi surprised Qinglian Tianvi. She remembered those rumors. Li Dan was known as one of the strongest under the ancestor god in the longevity world. Celestial Qinglian let out a long howl, and decided to use the strongest combat power. At this moment, the lotus platform disintegrated and turned into a battle armor as white as jade, which was put on her perfect body. Holding the jasper knife in her hand, she commanded 4 battle swords to attack Lao Su again. Seeing this, Lao Su pushed back the Zijin crown, and the 3 old Taoists manifested. One Taoist's purple energy soars 3,000 miles into the sky, another Taoist's Xuanwang 2 energy plays the prehistoric world, and the third Taoist's chaotic breath moves the sky. With one breath, Lao Su transformed the Sanqing, and immediately suppressed Qinglian Tianvi. Make an advertisement for a friend's book. My wife calls me picking up girls. Urban, the name says it all. Friends who like this type can go and see it. Chapter 307 Defeating Qinglian Tianvi. The Taoist, whose purple air soared 3,000 miles into the sky, wore a 9-cloud crown on his head, a crimson gauze robe with a big red-white crane in his hand, and held a long sword in his hand. He shouted, "I am a Taoist of the Shangqing." The Taoist priest, surrounded by black and yellow qi, wore a ruyi crown on his head and a light yellow bagua gown, holding a Ganoderma lucidum in his hand, and shouted, "I am Taoist Yuqing." The Taoist priest who was moved by the chaotic atmosphere wore a 9-cloud crown on his head and a purple robe with 8 treasures and longevity, holding a dragon beard fan in his hand. He shouted, "I am a Taoist of Taiching." The 3 old Taoists are surrounded by myriad rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors, shining brilliantly, reflecting their eyes and piercing their eyes. Each exhibiting their magical powers. The long sword, jade ruyi, and dragon beard fan shattered the space. Jade flowers were floating in the sky, white lotus was growing everywhere, and the divine light was shining like rain. All 3 of them had the strength of a half-ancestor, and now it seemed that the 4 half-ancestors were fighting against the celestial Qinglian, and she immediately felt stretched and embarrassed. Half of the phoenix hairpin on the top was cut off, and her head was covered with black hair like a waterfall. "Li Dan, you!" Celestial girl Qinglian yelled angrily, and the 4 battle swords fell down like a galaxy, stirring up the wind that filled the sky, and blocked the 4 old Taoists from outside. Lao Su was as silent as a dead tree. He didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. The driver kept sweeping out the Taiji diagram, and collided with the jasper knife several times, making thunderous noises. Boom! Taijatu slammed Qinglian Tianvi's back fiercely, causing her to vomit blood immediately, and flew hundreds of feet away. The 3 Taoists Shangqing, Yuqing and Taiqing followed closely behind and chased after him. This is the first time Qinglian Tianvi has suffered a big loss since she started the war. She didn't hurt her opponent at all, but she was hurt in embarrassment. The half-ancestor who watched the battle sighed secretly that Lao Su's method was worthy of being one of the strongest half-ancestors under the ancestor god. The celestial girl Qinglian was furious. Her phoenix eyebrows stood upright, she swept the jade saber in all directions, and the 4 swords were arranged in a 4-element array, trying to trap Lao Su. The 3,000-mile sea area was in great turmoil, and the sword rushed out of the encirclement, cutting off the essence of heaven and earth in all directions, and trapping Lao Su and the 3 Taoists in the center. The sword energy crisscrossed thousands of times, and the sharp edge completely annihilated everything in the formation. However, the moment the violent attack stopped, celestial girl Qinglian found in astonishment that the Taiji diagram was shining brightly, still indestructible, fixed in the air, and the shadows of Lao Su and the 3 Taoists appeared. The fierce battle started again. Lao Su and 3 Taoists surrounded Qinglian Tianvi. There was a loud dang. A long sword in the hands of a Taoist struck Qinglian Tianvi, and she was so shocked that she vomited blood. If it wasn't for the battle armor transformed from a lotus platform, she might have been cut off. Obviously, Laozi is superior in skills and has boundless mana. However, celestial girl Qinglian is equally frightening, as if she is in a duel with the 4 half-ancestors. Turn into 3 cleans in one breath, let's see how long you can hold on. Celestial Qinglian stared fiercely at Lao Su, and when the 3 cleans disappeared, it was the time for her to fight back fiercely. Even though she said this, Qinglian Tianvi was extremely sad. In the next moment, she was hit by 5 swords, 3 wishes, and 2 dragon beard fans, all of which were severely hit on her body. And while Lao Su's real body was blocking her jasper saber with the Tai Chi diagram, he drew out an iron crutch and slashed at her weak spot. The Qinglian celestial girl who beat her was so angry that her silver teeth almost gnawed into pieces. "I'll fight with you," She screamed, her black hair fluttered, and she decided to set up the Liuhe extinction sword formation. This is the killing formation she has learned in recent years, and it is generally not easy to use, and anyone who sees it will be silenced. Today, 11th Banzu besieged her, and it was very difficult to escape. I originally wanted to use this formation to play a role at a critical moment, but I didn't want this level to be very difficult, so I set up the formation in advance. The 4 battle swords stood in all directions, and the jasper knife rushed down. The lotus armor around her fell off and turned into lotus petals, which were as sharp as a knife's light and fixed on the top. Liuhe was sealed, trapping Lao Su and the 3 Taoists inside. Qinglian celestial girl's body became ethereal like a cloud of smoke, and finally merged into the Liuhe extinction formation and disappeared. Li Dan, I'm going to kill you. Celestial girl Qinglian spoke loudly, and her voice echoed throughout the Liuhe annihilation formation. Many half-ancestors outside the arena were surprised. In a short period of time, Lao Su was equivalent to 4 half-ancestors, but he was still trapped inside by this unique formation. One can imagine how powerful and terrifying Qinglian Tianbi is. Lao Su and the 3 Taoists stood motionless like fossils in the battle, watching the changes quietly. Sweep the world. Although Qinglian Tianbi is a woman, she is as imposing as an emperor, and her mighty voice rumbles like thunder from the 9 heavens. There are hundreds of millions of sword lights in Liuhe. This is really a unique formation, and only Qinglian with such a mind can comprehend the sacrificial practice. Lao Su and the 3 Taoists radiated a clear light all over the sky to block them, but they were still penetrated by hundreds of sword qi. Among the 3 Taoists, Taoist Yuqing was killed instantly. Terrible killing array. Although Yuqing was just transformed by a wave of fresh air from Lao Su, after all, he had the strength of a half-ancestor in a short period of time, so it was surprising that he was beheaded like this. Hey hey, celestial girl Qinglian sneered, and continued to activate the Liuhe extinction formation. Her sword energy soared into the sky, and a small star far away in the sky was directly pierced by a huge sword light and swept down. The terrifying destructive power was unimaginable, and the 10 half-ancestors hurriedly strengthened the seal, otherwise all the fairy islands in this sea area would definitely be turned into dust, causing countless deaths and injuries. Chi. In the destructive killing formation, hundreds of millions of sword lights were attacking, and the Taoist of the Shangqing was cut off, turning into a puff of fresh air and dissipating between the heaven and the earth, leaving only Lao Su and the Taoist of the Taiqing. But everyone also noticed that Lao Su deliberately abandoned the 2 Taoists, and his real body had already rushed to the side of a sword, trying to remove a door in the Liuhe extinction formation. Li Dan, your efforts are in vain. Celestial Qinglian sneered. In the hundreds of millions of sword lights, she was safe and sound. She manifested in front of Lao Su out of thin air, and swiped down with a phoenix hairpin. When Taoist Taiqing stepped forward, smashed the phoenix hairpin, and at the same time slashed out the dragon beard fan, violently knocking Qinglian Tianbi into the air. Such an unreserved attack caused his own defense to be reduced to the lowest level. However, he bought enough time for Lao Su. Lao Su successfully took off a war sword and wanted to put it into the Tai Chi diagram, but he found that the grade of the war sword was too high. For the first time, Gujing Wubo's Lao Su showed shock. He endured several blows of sword light, forcibly erasing a part of the mental imprint on the sword, and then charged in the Liuhe formation with the sword. Celestial Qinglian was furious, and with a long howl, the sword array shrank and squeezed past, trying to dismantle Lao Su, and the battle sword taken by Lao Su also began to bite back, and the remaining Qinglian imprint on it was indelible. I was helpless, and suddenly felt a move in my heart, and threw the sword towards the outside of the Liuhe extinction formation, which was in the direction of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen and KK have been paying attention to this peak duel, and when they saw a sword light rushing out, they immediately felt a familiar aura. It was. Without even thinking about it, he hugged the little snow-white beast, soared into the sky, and shouted, "Open Paradise Lost." The little snow-white beast babbled, and in an instant opened the divine garden that made the half-ancestor change color, and the sword flashed and entered it. At this moment, celestial girl Qinglian's heart was shaken, and she felt immediately that she was about to lose a battle sword. Sure enough, in the next moment, she felt extremely lost in her heart, as if a part of her life had been taken away. She knew that Zhongjian had changed hands, and she was completely lost. No matter how she summoned it, she could no longer contact it, and her subtle induction with the sword was cut off. Xiao Chen and the little snow-white beast quickly moved away from the battlefield and retreated to a safe area. Several half-ancestors saw all this clearly, with different expressions, and no one said a word. After this incident, Qinglian Tianbi was in such a state of confusion that she was drawn 3 times in a row by Lao Su's Taiji diagram in the Liuhe extinction formation, vomited blood, and the sword formation almost fell. Seeing that Lao Su was going to pick up the second battle sword, she couldn't bear it no matter what, and manifested a fierce battle with Lao Su next to the sword. Hundreds of millions of sword lights swept across, murderous. Lao Su's pressure doubled immediately. Although the Tai Chi diagram resisted most of the sharp edges, several sword chi pierced through his body, and blood gushed out. But at the same time, the crutch in Lao Zi's hand also slammed on the shoulder of celestial girl Qinglian, causing her to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. Taiji too raised the sword, and the second sword flew up. Qinglian was shocked, jumped out of the formation, blocked the sword, and took it back. However, the Liuhe sword array was broken, and the other 2 swords were almost taken away by Lao Su. Celestial girl Qinglian let out a long sigh helplessly, put away the 3 battle swords, the Jasper sword, and the 12th-grade lotus platform, stood in the sky and stared at Lao Su coldly, without saying a word. You lost. Only then did I say 3 words. I don't accept it. Even if you took off the sword, you couldn't take it away. You used someone else's power to hold back my sword. You lost in the end. Originally, I could have sealed it in my body. Lao Su said few words. The fact is so, but I just don't want to lose part of my cultivation, everyone present has understood in an instant. Swipe. Figures flickered. Yuan, Zhunti, Xuanwu, Tongtian, Sunwu, Zhuangzhou, Taihao, Buddha, Jayan, Qiyu and 10 half-ancestors surrounded them together. Now that the decisive battle has won and lost, there must be an explanation. Celestial girl Qinglian knew that it would be difficult to get rid of everyone since she was surrounded. Everyone, I'll go save my good apprentice first. Taihao put his head on the Haoshan Tower, opened a space passage, and entered that dimensional space. Xiao Chen flew over and looked at the body of celestial girl Qinglian. He should have been sad, but at this moment he was not too sad, as if he had lost half of his heart. He asked calmly, this is Ruoshui's body, but where is her soul? Celestial Qinglian snorted heavily, never expecting that the kid she ignored would put up such a big fight against her, and said with a sneer, kill him. You killed her. That soul was completely crushed. Even after 100 generations of reincarnation, it's useless to wait for 10,000 years. She was completely erased by me from this world, haha. She laughed out loud and looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of pleasure. The heart was empty. Xiao Chen didn't know whether it was sadness or numbness. With a broken soul, it was impossible to feel every bit of the past, that feeling was incomplete. Is this the greatest pain? I should be sad but I can't be sad. Xiao Chen was extremely lonely. This kind of wordless loneliness was more uncomfortable than the heart-piercing pain. At this time, Taihao rescued Qingqing who was unconscious, and said to Xiao Chen, Qingqing is fine, but she doesn't have the soul of Ruoshui you mentioned. It really disappeared completely. Xiao Chen stood in the void almost numbly, and after a long time, 2 cold lights suddenly shot out from his eyes, and asked, is there a soul sealed in Qinglian's body? He still didn't give up, and asked the surrounding Banzu. Caillou shook his head and said, no. Why is this happening? Xiao Chen raised his head to the sky and screamed, then turned around to face the many Banzas, and said, can you force Qinglian's soul out? Ha. Celestial girl Qinglian laughed, glanced coldly at Xiao Chen, and said, this is harder than killing me. They can smash this body and injure me severely, but if they want to keep my body, they will arrest me unless the ancestor gods come in person. Seniors, please trap her. Xiao Chen was really angry, hugged Kiki, and said, open Paradise Lost and take her in. The little snow-white beast jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder, quickly opened the divine garden, and a magnificent world emerged, like a dream, far better than a fairyland, with a sword fixed in the air. The nightmare of the half-ancestor. Celestial girl Qinglian sensed the existence of Paradise Lost as early as the moment the sword was lost, and she became more clear at this moment, and shouted, the dead bridge of Tongtian is now. Deafeningly loud, an ancient stone bridge shattered the void, pierced through that dimensional space, and fell towards many half-ancestors. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the 11.5 ancestors were all moved back more than 10 steps. You can imagine how extraordinary this bridge is. Except for Taihao, all the half-ancestors who saw the Tongtian dead bridge for the first time changed their colors, but they all tried their best to seal this space immediately, not wanting Qinglian Tianbi to escape. Take it, Xiao Chen yelled. Xiao Kiki didn't care about anything. She opened the divine garden facing the falling stone bridge, trying to swallow it. The little snow-white beast struggled a bit and was out of breath. Paradise Lost only took in a small part of the bridge of death. Celestial Qinglian looked at Xiao Kiki, and finally changed her color. One end of the Tongtian Dead Bridge was fixed by KK. No one knew the extraordinary of this bridge better than her. This made her feel ominous, and the ultimate method seemed to be ineffective. I want to ask again, have you really completely erased Ruoshui's soul imprint? You open a way for me, and I can return you Ruoshui. Qinglian Tianvi said. Xiao Chen completely gave up. What will he pay for it? She just wanted to escape. The 11 half-ancestors pushed forward together, not giving Qinglian Tianvi any chance to escape. Celestial Qinglian was so frightened and furious that one end of the death bridge to heaven was fixed in the lost paradise, and she couldn't even move. She provocatively said, "Hey, you may not know the origin of this bridge, but you must be interested in one of its functions, that is, it can open the way to the prehistoric heaven." The news is shocking. Xiao Chen was startled, for fear that these half-ancestors would attack KK. But at present, the 11 half-ancestors are very calm and continue to move forward. There are different versions of the theory of the Sanqing. This chapter uses the saying that Lao Tzu transformed the Sanqing in one breath in, function Yanyi. Chapter 308 Change of State of Mind. Xiao Kiki struggled to hold on to one end of the Tongtian Death Bridge, so that Qinglian Tianbi could not stretch the bridge. Yuan, Tongtian, Zhenti, Qiyu and others approached together. Qinglian Tianbi finally changed her color now. She knew that these people wanted to destroy her. She has already lost the one-on-one duel, and now it is time to ask for an explanation. In the realm of the half-ancestor, everyone is very decisive, and they will shoot when they want to. Killing people will not frown at all. I want to keep Ruoshui's body. This is Xiao Chen's last wish. Ruoshui's spiritual consciousness has been completely crushed, and he no longer has too many fantasies. It's just a body, what's the use of leaving it behind? Master Tongtian snorted coldly. Yuan also nodded and said, if you keep your body, you can't kill Qinglian. Now that the matter has come to this point, it is impossible for the Banzis to let Qinglian escape. Even if it was for the sake of reaching the sky, it was impossible for everyone to stop there. Zhenti aimed at Qinglian with the 7-color fierce sword, but faced Xiao Chen, and asked calmly, to kill or not to kill. Master Tongtian raised 4 swords together, and pointed at Celestial Qinglian. The blade of the sword was extremely cold, and the cold light shone, waiting for him to make a decision. To kill or not to kill? This is very cruel to Xiao Chen. Qinglian Tianbi must not stay. Letting her go will cause endless disasters, but what about Ruoshui's body? Is it going to be ruined because of this? That is really no trace left in the world. What to do? Swing a butcher knife at the body of a former lover? This is a difficult problem. Haha, Celestial Girl Qinglian laughed loudly. Xiao Chen has never been so difficult to make a decision like now. This is a painful and difficult choice. He became extremely silent and thought about it for a long time. If the water is no longer there, what's the use of leaving the carcass here? Only by killing Qinglian can I give Ruoshui an explanation, and use Qinglian's order to sacrifice to Ruoshui. After a long silence, he had such calculations. It is an insult and a blasphemy to let her body melt away like this, leaving it for Qinglian to use. Kill, Xiao Chen yelled, made a painful decision, his hair was flying wildly, he closed his eyes, the corners of his eyes were wet, and there were tears running down his face. The moment he yelled, he felt that he had collapsed. Heartless people, to have made such a decision, he felt heartbroken and extremely uncomfortable. The Master Tongtian, who was famous in the 4 worlds, was the first to attack, and the 4 fierce swords came together and slashed forward at the same time. Zhenti Taoist followed closely behind, and the 7-color fierce sword burst into light, and struck down immediately. Originally holding an ancient staff, tearing apart the space, swept over. Banzu all started. You are so cruel. Celestial Girl Qinglian stared at Xiao Chen and said so. Xiao Chen opened his eyes suddenly, he saw Qinglian's desperate expression, but why did that expression resemble Ruoshui so much? There is no longer the strong posture of a goddess, disappointment, loneliness, desolation, confusion. Intertwined together, that beautiful face is so heartbreaking, his heart suddenly throbbed, why is it like this? Kill, the Banzu shouted in unison, the murderous aura shattered the sky, causing the stars beyond the sky to shake. At this moment, the entire human world began to be in turmoil. The half-ancestors really didn't show any mercy, and they all tried their best to make a move. Xiao Chen watched helplessly as the figure on the Tongtian Death Bridge shattered, and then his eyes blurred, and the crystal liquid kept rolling down. It was a dream that he practiced hard in the longevity world for her, and finally returned to the human world, but his soul was broken, and he forcibly cut off that figure from his heart with a ruthless method. Now, when he recalls the past in an instant, although there is no sad song, his heart is full of grief. He felt like crying bitterly, and the tears fell silently. After all, it is a dream in vain, and in the end it is still in vain. Blurred. That figure gradually blurred in his heart. Xiao Chen realized in horror that the moment he recalled it, he would quickly disappear again, and it was impossible to feel everything in the past again. Even the past events that Chen Feng once told him are being crushed by a mysterious force and will no longer exist. This is really an ironic and cruel ending. It is impossible to even recall the past, which has become a luxury. The bits and pieces of the past have completely disappeared from my heart. Perhaps, he will never know that a girl named Ruoshui once appeared in his life memory. Thinking of this, he sang a sad song. It's becoming more and more blurred, and I really want to forget it again. That figure is gradually drifting away in my heart, and it is about to disappear. Wordless sorrow, even the right to recall will no longer exist. The wordless ending. It is unforgettable to leave through the sky. After several times of cold and heat, life and death, finally ushered in the day of return, but in the end it was a dream, fragmented, and everything turned into nothingness. Xiao Chen's heart was silent, his face was haggard, as if he had aged 100 years in an instant. Without Yi Ren's memory, bitterness, a wordless ending, the most ruthless ending, but that feeling of bitterness is forever imprinted in his heart. I don't even have any memories, but the feeling of loss and sadness is forever imprinted in my heart. This is a terrible torture. The farewell on the bridge of death. Xiao Chen will feel sad in this life. With little ripples, the figure of Qinglian Tianbi dissipated, and all the half-ancestors surrounded the stone bridge. No one didn't care that this could open the stone bridge leading to the prehistoric heaven. Huh! Someone uttered a cry of surprise. On the dead bridge that connects the sky, a stone carving of a lotus flower is lifelike, as if it really grew there. There was no pattern on the Tongtian dead bridge, but now there is an engraved pattern of a lotus flower. This is the body of celestial girl Qinglian. Is he a stone carving on the Tongtian dead bridge? Even the half-ancestors have changed their colors, and the engraving on the Tongtian dead bridge has turned into weather after endless years, so this bridge is really amazing. The ancient stone bridge is full of the vicissitudes of time, and the scratches of knives, swords, and halberds on it are clear and real. It can be imagined that there was a Gaidai strongman who stood on the bridge for a decisive battle before endless years. Because it is difficult for the magic weapons of several half-ancestors to leave such a heavy mark on the stone bridge. The 3 war swords were inserted into the stone bridge, and they remained motionless. Several half-ancestors did not pull them out, and they all fell into silence after flying onto the stone bridge. That is, Xiao Chen's heart trembled, and he saw beside the engraved lotus figure, there was a hazy figure, desolate, helpless, sad, desperate, lonely, blurred. It was Ruoshui's physical figure, a heartbreaking engraved figure. Why is this happening? How could her figure be printed on the Tongtian dead bridge? It's God's will, don't you want him to forget? Xiao Chen's heart trembled, he grabbed the battle sword fixed in Paradise Lost, trembling, he came to the engraved picture, and digging out the stone engraving of the woman with concentration. The surrounding Banzu's eyes were extremely sharp, seeing that he hadn't damaged the main body of the stone bridge, they didn't say anything. Xiao Chen put Ruoshui's engraved picture into Paradise Lost, facing the sad and desperate eyes, his heart trembled and it was hard to face up to it. He erected a stone tablet next to the engraved picture and engraved the word Ruoshui. Even if his memory no longer exists in the near future, he will still know the woman's name. After finishing all this, Xiao Chen beat the sword into the lost paradise. He never thought that there would be such a tired day, and said weakly to KK, "Put down the stone bridge, let's go." The little beast couldn't bear it anymore. Although Paradise Lost was extraordinary, its owner had wasted too much time in the past few years, and his cultivation level had not improved, so it was difficult to take the stone bridge in. Boom! The moment KK let go of the death bridge to heaven, a monstrous wave of energy erupted from the bridge, and even the 11 half-ancestors were pushed back, but then they rushed over and surrounded it. Xiao Chen didn't want to fight for this bridge, because he was unable to fight for it, and secondly, he didn't want to fight for it. Grief remained forever, and he felt that the whole world was gloomy, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. Flying to the side of old man Taihao, taking a last look at Qingqing who was still sleeping peacefully, Xiao Chen and Kiki turned into a ray of light and rushed into the distance. Kaiyu said via voice transmission, "If you have something to do, go to Changyang Mountain to find me. I will go there soon to rescue a friend from trouble." Taihao and Xuanwu Patriarch also transmitted voices at the same time. They will work together to teach Qingqingju, and they can come overseas to find things. Yuan said in a cold voice, if the disciples of Qinglian Tianbi come to seek revenge, we will resist. After that, the two will not owe each other, and the cause and effect will end here. Master Tongtian and Zhenti Taoist also nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen didn't respond, and flew all the way to Kyushu. Ruoshui's figure finally completely disappeared from his heart, but he still felt unspeakable grief, and in the end he only knew that he had lost a very important person, but he was about to forget who it was. Yeah, the little beast gently grabbed Xiao Chen's lock of long hair, and looked at him worriedly. Going home, Xiao Chen had only one thought at this moment, and that was to go back to his hometown, to that warm home. Shan Weishan smiled silly when he saw Xiao Chen at the entrance of the village. Xiao Chen's parents were very happy to see him come back. The old man was most worried when he was away, besides Xiao Chen had been missing for 8 years. For the next 3 months, Xiao Chen didn't go to look for Lu Mu, Yi Jun and the others, and he didn't even step out of the house. He became at a loss, feeling that he had lost his direction now, and seemed to have no goal to fight for, like a solitary boat in the sea. Where will we go from now on? Become stronger, become the strongest. He suddenly lost that drive. He slumped and sank into a state of powerlessness. Xiao Chen's parents saw it in their eyes and were anxious. They sensed Xiao Chen's loss. Although he forced a smile every day, but mother and son are connected, and father and son are natural, how could they not feel that bitter smile? His parents forcibly pushed him out of the house, and his childhood playmates Da Zhou, Xiao Hu, Bing, Shu Kai, Bald Head and others forcibly dragged him to the county town to visit a temple fair. After staying behind closed doors at home for 3 whole months, when he suddenly came to the crowded downtown area, Xiao Chen's silent heart was shaken a few times. From extremely quiet to extremely dynamic, in a short moment, Xiao Chen had a little bit of sudden insight. Stillness and movement are so distinct at this moment, from one environment to another, even the state of mind is different in an instant. In the next month, he was often pulled out by a group of childhood friends to fish in the Yellow River, hunt in the wilderness, trek in the remote Gobi, and listen to books in Baekotang. Xiao Chen's confused heart gradually became firmer, and he gradually found himself again. A very important woman in his life has disappeared, and he has forgotten what she looked like, but there is still a way to go. Why let the mentality stay at the moment of, lost? Disappeared and finally disappeared, and it is useless to blame himself for being decadent, he still needs to move on. Maybe the mysterious force helped him to cut off the woman's shadow by itself, and it was also for him to move on. Xiao Chen's state of mind is slowly changing, and there is a feeling of seeing the sun through the clouds and mists. Whether it is ruthless or firm, there is still a way to go. I decided to start again. With the 8-phase extreme speed, he traveled to the East China Sea in the morning, traveled to the western Xinjiang at dusk, walked through the Gobi, and entered the grassland. In the next 2 short months, his mood really changed. I am used to admiring the spring flowers and autumn moon, and stepping into the murderous battlefield will have a different feeling. Living in the busy city for a long time, trekking through the desolation of the Gobi is a unique experience. I am used to seeing the murmur of the brook, and watching the roar of the sea. I must gain a feeling. He has never practiced in the past few months, but Xiao Chen's cultivation is increasing sharply, his mood is improving, and his cultivation realm is also changing. He actually stepped into the 6th heaven of Yukong realm. This made Xiao Chen feel more deeply. Unknowingly, he went on a journey of refining his mind. Who can sing all the way in life? This is his biggest insight. If there is no riot of hazy rain clouds, how can there be a colorful rainbow hanging high? If there is no dim end of sunset, how can there be a vigorous regeneration of morning glow? If you change your eyes, change your mentality, and re-examine the past, everything will be very different. Seeing Xiao Chen in good spirits again, the happiest thing was Kiki. The little thing happily ate the Yinmu ginseng fruit, and no longer fell asleep like before. The body is full of surging power, and Xiao Chen's martial body has advanced to the next level. Although there is a lack of spiritual energy in the Kyushu, pure fighters are completely digging their own strength, no external spiritual energy is needed, and it has no effect on Xiao Chen. He wants to become stronger, to be the top of the mountain, and to see all the mountains and small mountains at a glance. This is his goal. A woman in her life has gone with the wind. Although she is slightly sad, she is no longer obsessed with the past. He now feels that his heart is unshackled, and nothing can stop him from climbing to the extreme martial state. This is a great era, and sooner or later martial arts, mantras, souls, and chi will all reappear in the world together. He can't avoid the situation, he can only forge ahead. When Xiao Chen re-entered the cultivation world, news came to him one after another. The Dragon King fought in all fields, blood staining thousands of miles of sea. At that time, all the little dragon kings of Dragon Island showed themselves in the human world. With the support of their respective powerful forces, they fought in the human world, competing for the dragon spirit of the ancestor dragon, and competing for the position of the ancestor dragon. The half-ancestors such as Deu and descendants in the world of comprehension came to the human world, and they had constant friction with Zhenti, Yuan, Tongtian and others, but they did not really start a war. Now they are recruiting disciples, and there are signs of spreading Taoism in the human world. Kaiyu forced Changyang Mountain to rescue an ancient god of war who had been sealed for endless years, but failed several times. The younger generation in the world of comprehension and the world of longevity are constantly fighting against each other. From Kyushu to overseas, there are signs of putting down the ring to compete for the first emperor of the younger generation. Chapter 309, The Decisive Battle on Mount Tai. When Ruoshui's figure was completely forgotten, Xiao Chen took Kiki and left Zulong village, as if he had experienced a new life. The confused past was completely erased, and he stepped into the cultivation world again. Yi, Kiki crossed the space and raced excitedly with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen unfolded the 8-phase extreme speed, and was flying like lightning, but found that he couldn't get rid of the little guy. A white light behind him was like a strange meteor, following him. The little thing is so fast. Xiao Chen laughed and pinched its nose. The little snow-white beast murmured in dissatisfaction, and then happily held a vermilion fruit and began to bite. Clang! There was the sound of swords clashing in the distance, and more energy fluctuations came. This place, not far from Mount Tai, the head of the 5 sacred mountains, is the most famous mountain in Kyushu. Xiao Chen and KK flew forward quickly. The mountains are undulating and green, but even Dongyu, a famous mountain in the world, lacks aura. The figures of the 6 paths are fighting in a scuffle, both sides are equal in strength, and the battle is inextricable. One is a cultivator, and the other is a cultivator in the longevity world. Flying swords and magic weapons attacked vertically and horizontally, and the 2 sides fought fiercely. And in front, more shouts came. Looking forward, you can see the shadows of people. There are many battle groups near Mount Tai, all of them are young figures. What's the matter? How can there be so many people fighting? Like outsiders, Xiao Chen and KK flew up to Dongyu Taishan. The battle above became more intense. The sky was stained red with blood, magic weapons of cultivation were flying all over the sky, and the laws of supernatural powers illuminated the mountain top. On the top of Mount Tai, blood mist filled the air. Xiao Chen was extremely surprised. He did not expect the battle between the 2 sides to be so fierce. If it weren't for the introduction of people from the longevity world into the human world, I am afraid that the cultivators of Kyushu would really be unable to check and balance the cultivators. Kai! A flash of sword light rushed towards Xiao Chen's head, and KK muttered in dissatisfaction. The 7-color divine light swept out, and the flying sword shattered with a clang. A figure in the distance vomited blood and almost fell into the sky. It seemed that he did not expect that the man and beast that broke into the battlefield were so powerful. Several figures rushed forward together and quickly surrounded Xiao Chen and KK. Xiao Chen's 8 phases spread out quickly, disappeared out of thin air, and hid in another direction to watch the battle. He didn't want to make a move easily. There are many battle groups on Mount Tai, and there are figures everywhere, and suddenly he saw an acquaintance. Samo, one of the top 10 religious masters of the younger generation of the Roman Empire in the longevity world, was holding an ancient scripture and muttering words. The sky was full of stars, and 18 house-sized energy blue stars fell down like meteorites. Haha, Brother Xiao, hurry up and help, people in the cultivation world are too crazy, they actually want to seize Mount Tai. Samo saw Xiao Chen and the little snow-white beast. How did you come here? I'm crying. I went to the west. I didn't expect that there would be bitter cold there. The seal was even worse than that of Kyushu. I had no choice but to run back. Samo knocked 2 more cultivators away and came to Xiao Chen's body. He said, it is said that Kyushu is going to be unsealed. People from the realm of comprehension are starting to seize Lingshan. Similar battles are happening in famous mountains and rivers everywhere. But none of the older generations have come forward, and now the younger generation is fighting. I see. There are indeed difficult people in the world of comprehension, and they are very difficult to deal with. A few days ago, I almost hated the world. Samo seemed to have lingering fears. Xiao Chen saw the familiar figure again, big sunflowers blooming, golden petals illuminating half of the mountain peak, a shadow moving like lightning. Even though the flying sword was faster than him, he struck vertically and horizontally, chopped off several flying swords, and even cut off the heads of several cultivators. Isn't that Hyuntian? Unexpectedly, it has been a long time since I saw him. He has achieved great magic skills. Xiao Chen also knows that he has practiced the legendary magic skills. Sunflower treasure, his figure is as fast as a ghost, and his sword is as bright as a rainbow. Tianfo treasure wheel. With a loud shout, Xiao Chen diverted his attention. He saw Chu Xingguang, the master of the rare supernatural powers of the Twins of Fate, and the great supernatural powers of the same origin as the Buddha. Even though he has been defeated several times, his future is absolutely limitless. His opponent used a 5-element flag to shatter the good sun who was holding the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel, but the evil sun broke in with the death scythe, smashed the 5-element flag, cut off the opponent's head, and even shattered the nascent soul who wanted to go to the sky. Many old friends came to the human world. Xiao Chen sighed. Brush. Not far away, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure stretched out her immortal wings and soared into the sky. Her white hands were as if carved from suet jade. This girl is ashamed of the moon and flowers, and the city is all over the country. It is that Yan Qingcheng, who was helped by the head teacher of immortality. She cut off the connection with Xiao Chen, and then used herself as the cauldron. Today, the magic of the demon seed god has finally been completed, and her skills have improved by leaps and bounds. The purple clothes are fluttering, the beauty is like a flower, dancing gracefully like a jade butterfly. Yan Qingcheng is elegant and agile, and when she turns around, she also sees Xiao Chen, seems a little surprised, but quickly turns her head and starts looking for the next opponent. Cultivators are indeed very powerful. Xiao Chen saw Samo, Hyuntian, Chu Xingguang, and Yan Qingcheng winning streak against their opponents, but he also saw many young masters in the longevity world perish on the top of Mount Tai. The battle was ruthless, blood spattered, both sides suffered numerous casualties, and there was no one-sided phenomenon. Samo said, Mount Tai is the main battlefield these days, but other famous mountains are also engaged in fierce battles, and many old people are scattered in various places. It is said that people from the cultivation world are going to set up a life and death competition with us, and the two sides will send the strongest experts to fight. Woo! At this moment, muffled low growls came from the sky, as if an ancient giant beast was approaching, and a mighty force came turbulently. From a distance, 2 huge warships were flying in the sky. Summer frowned and said, their masters are here. It was a huge warship unique to cultivators. It was a super large magic weapon, radiant with brilliance, piercing clouds and fog, and approaching quickly. Both warships were 100 meters long, and their energy fluctuations were very violent. Stop! On the first battleship, a man shouted loudly. At the same time, a sword light fell from the clouds like a flying fairy, and the huge sword light directly shook many cultivators away. A very arrogant sword, trying to level the top of Mount Tai. Immediately offended many people. This is the head of the 5 sacred mountains, a symbol of the human world, how could he be so presumptuous? However, the few cultivators who rushed over were all shattered, with blood spilling profusely and their bodies falling. It was difficult for them to shake the huge sword light. At this moment, a burst of blood light burst out, and endless shadows of gods and demons emerged. A headless angel and a demon with a broken arm, accompanied by a crystal-clear red blood-flying knife with a long index finger, shattered the void and hit the sword light. Xiao Li Fei Dao's direct descendant, Zhu Dao, made the move. The red flying knife was Li Xuanhuan's sword of benevolence back then. Because it was stained with the blood of endless gods and demons, it became a murderous blood knife. The sword light shattered, and the huge warship in the sky shook for a while. The young man on it sneered, it's interesting. While speaking, 2 warships landed, and the vast and trembling crowd retreated. There were many cultivators on board, and the young man in blue was the first to go down with his sword. He shouted, isn't it already agreed? The 2 sides are fighting each other, why are they fighting? A man with a scar on his face and a man who looks at the wolf like an eagle stood up fearlessly and shouted, I want to ask your people, why did you invade Dacian for no reason? Xiao Chen was taken aback, isn't this Bo Shi, a descendant of the royal family in the capital of the great Shang kingdom? That famous fierce bald man. It seems that the giant clans in the 5 overlords have also sent some fire seeds to the world. Dacian doesn't belong to the realm of comprehension, and it doesn't seem to belong to your longevity realm either. The blue-clothed youth sneered. Bo Shi said indifferently, the roots of our ancestors are in the human world. Now that we come back, we have completely returned to our hometown. It doesn't look like you invaded for no reason. The blue-clothed youth looked up to the sky and laughed, and said, it's just a joke. Our ancestor Deu, descendants and others also came from the world. Now that they come back, they can be said to return to their hometown. In fact, it is useless to talk too much. In the end, we have to come to a decisive battle and speak with our strength. There is still some time before the life and death battle in the arena, but famous mountains and rivers in various places have already started the king sealing battle, otherwise we will compete for a few kings here today. Are you afraid that you won't succeed? Everyone in the longevity world was very angry. The young man in blue laughed and said, "It doesn't take too many people to participate. It is enough for each of us to send a few people. I will definitely be on the stage." Okay. Hearing these words, Ju Dao stepped forward, confronting the blue-clothed youth in the void. At this time, several masters from the cultivation side came up to the man in blue and lined up side by side with him. To Xiao Chen's deep surprise, he saw an acquaintance, a pale man in purple, coming down from the second warship with his sword. It turned out to be Deng Yu, the #1 master of the younger generation in Shushan. Wasn't he suppressed in Hoshan Tower? Xiao Chen immediately understood that Tai Hao must have let him out. "Where Brother Deng needs your help, you'd better go rest," the man in blue said. "It's okay, I have recovered with the help of my ancestor." Wei Dao stepped forward, and Samo, Yan Qingcheng, Hai Yuntian, and Chu Xingquang also stepped forward in the void. "Has the world of immortality fallen? It depends on you guys," the blue-clothed man sneered, standing with the purple-clothed Deng Yu, looking down on the world. "It's better than the human world. In the vast Kyushu, you can't even find a single person who can fight." Deng Yu's voice was very soft and slow, but it was clearly heard throughout Mount Tai, and it was heard by many cultivators. But no one said much, except for Xiao Chen. "There really isn't a human cultivator here." "Yeah," Kiki muttered angrily. It was extremely spiritual, and knew that this was Xiao Chen's hometown world, so it became dissatisfied. Deng Yu glanced over inadvertently, as if struck by lightning. Although Xiao Chen's appearance this time was different from last time, the aura was definitely the same. This time, Xiao Chen showed his true self, and did not hide his aura. "It's you," he was shocked and angry. "It's me." Xiao Chen hugged Chikiki, pinched its ears, and made the little beast babble a few times. He looked very calm, and looked at Deng Yu indifferently. "I'm going to kill you." Deng Yu hated Xiao Chen to the core. As the #1 young master in Shushan, his accidental defeat last time became a heart problem for him. If it wasn't for the help of his elders, he would have been completely crippled by Xiao Chen. "Want to fight with me? But just now you said that no one in the world can fight. You want to fight against me, an ordinary human cultivator." These words were like slapping Deng Yu's face. He was defeated by Xiao Chen last time no matter what. The man in blue next to him stopped Deng Yu and said, "You and I are both young and strongest in the cultivation world. Don't be as knowledgeable as the cultivators in the human world. Soldiers fight soldiers, generals fight generals, kings fight kings. He has his own people to deal with." "Ha ha," Xiao Chen laughed out loud without saying anything. Deng Yu's face was burning hot, and he felt that Xiao Chen was laughing at him, so he was suddenly very cold, and said, "Last time you beat me with the Hoshan Tower, after losing the Hoshan Tower, how can you be my opponent with your real skills? I will take your life within 20 moves." On the top of Mount Tai, there were many people and countless cultivators. Everyone was astonished. Xiao Chen actually defeated Deng Yu, who was known as the strongest young man in the world of cultivation. Everyone showed incredulous expressions. Chapter 310 8 Phases Break the 5 Worlds. Deng Yu gradually calmed down, knowing that he had lost his composure just now, but his anger was still difficult to calm down. He was almost crippled by someone who was lower than himself, and he could get angry as much as he wanted. Crash! Stretching against the wind, a 5-element flag appeared in Deng Yu's hands. The clouds and mist billowed, and the flag swayed with gusts of wind. He was dressed in purple and fluttered with the wind, staring at Xiao Chen, said, "Let's fight again, let you understand the true meaning of the invincibility of a cultivator." This kind of aura is not something that ordinary people can have. Once promoted to the fighting state, Deng Yu completely calmed down. As the strongest young master in the cultivation world, he has a cultivation talent that ordinary people can't imagine. "Your cultivation base has declined." Xiao Chen stood in the void and stared at Deng Yu. Last time, he severely injured the opponent's body and shattered the opponent's nascent soul. Presumably, even if he was rescued by the master, it also caused a sudden drop in cultivation. "Yuanying Zhouzhongtian is enough to kill you." Deng Yu's voice was very cold. If he wanted to recover to the realm of Jehuo, it would be hopeless in a short time. All of this was thanks to Xiao Chen. The people around were surprised. The so-called 9 heavens of nascent soul is the 9 heavens of Yukong. With such a cultivation level, few people in the longevity world can reach it. The cultivation world is indeed terrifying. Yeah, Kiki was very dissatisfied. Before Xiao Chen could make a statement, it rushed over. It hovered there angrily, like a lion cub and a tiger cub, and its body was as white as jade. No one in the cultivation world knew its origin, and they were all surprised. Dang Yu shouted coldly, "Get out of the way." When the five-element flag was unfurled, the wind was strong, and a cold light condensed into shape, hitting Kiki. The little beast didn't care, and with a light swipe of its paw, a light curtain emerged, blocking the sword-shaped light blade, and then pulled violently, the lightsaber shattered, and the colorful light curtain shrouded forward, directly towards Dang Yu. This made Dang Yu quite surprised, and at the same time very annoyed. It was really embarrassing to be blocked by a small beast and attack it. Soul-breaking arrow, Dang Yu yelled, and the moment the five-element flag waved, 10,000 arrows flew towards the little snow-white beast. Wipe out thousands of troops. Dang Yu yelled again, and the endless feather arrows tore through the void, as if summoned from another world, flooding the space where the little beast was. Just when Dang Yu thought that Kiki was going to die, the little beast grumbled and quickly opened up a space. Countless flying arrows with cold light were swallowed up as if they were being attracted, and the little thing was safe and sound. Moreover, it traveled through space and rushed to Dang Yu in an instant, intending to take him into Paradise Lost. Dang Yu has an excellent talent for fighting. Although he didn't know the origin of Paradise Lost, he sensed the danger at the first moment. Brush, colorful rays of light traversed the sky, and the little beast swung its little paw vigorously. Dang Yu was swept away at the first moment, and flew upside down dozens of feet away. Although he was not injured due to his profound skills, he was still in a cold sweat and looked at the little thing in surprise. What kind of little beast is this? If the strength is stronger, he will definitely end up with hatred. Many people in the longevity world have seen KK, and they are not surprised by its performance at all, but it has calmed down many people in the cultivation world. KK is back. Xiao Chen summoned the little beast. He didn't want the little thing to show its sharpness, which would do it no good. The little thing flew back lazily, holding a shiny black polygonum multiflorum, and began to chew with relish, which made Dang Yufang quite speechless. Xiao Chen took out the battle sword from the lost paradise, held it in his hand, walked forward in the void, and said, "I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to leave Mount Tai alive this time." The voice was very calm, but in the ears of many cultivators, it felt a little cold. "It's just you." Dang Yu raised his eyebrows at that time. "It's just based on the 6th level of my Yukong realm." Xiao Chenjian said to Chang Kong, "There is nothing to say, it's a battle of life and death. This kind of enemy can only end everything with a life and death duel, and it is impossible to resolve hatred." All the cultivators retreated together, leaving enough fighting space for the two of them. Everyone in the realm of comprehension knows how powerful and terrifying Deng Yu is, and Xiao Chen's name is even more recognizable to everyone in the longevity realm. The person who dares to swing the butcher's knife at Banzu is definitely a character. The battle sword has a faint brilliance circulating, and the sword's glow fluctuates, but it does not have strong energy fluctuations. At present, it can only be regarded as an invincible magic weapon, and it is difficult to exert its due terrifying power. Woo! Like a ghost in the abyss crying, a black flying sword was struck out by Deng Yu, surrounded by ghostly shadows, slashing towards Xiao Chen. "That's the legendary nether sword," some of the onlookers exclaimed. "This is a demon soldier from the realm of comprehension. It was sacrificed by countless souls of a demon man. After the demon man was wiped out by the Shu Mountain lineage, this sword was also taken away. The coming of the nether space is a real field, squeezed in, trying to seal Xiao Chen and make it swallowed by thousands of ghosts." Xiao Chen didn't show any fear, and immediately slashed out from the side with the space crack. After controlling the space supernatural power, this kind of field almost lost its effect on him. Click! The black nether realm was shattered, and the jet black iron sword rushed towards him. He greeted it with 8-phase speed, and slashed down with the sword in his hand. Clang! The jet black nether sword broke through the air, the ghostly shadows all over the sky disappeared, and the bright universe reappeared. Everyone was shocked, they didn't expect a magic soldier to be destroyed like this. Although the war sword cannot exert terrifying power, its hardness and sharpness are unmatched in the world. Deng Yu let out a cold snort, and the 5-element flag was unfurled, and there was a sound of hunting, the wind in the sky was like a knife, and 4 more Deng Yu appeared holding banners and surrounded Xiao Chen. The clouds and mists were surging, and the sky was hazy, making it impossible to see what was going on. Incarnation outside the body. Immediately, some cultivators exclaimed, but there were too many incarnations. Thank you for giving me 5 points per child. If I can achieve great success one day, I will thank you very much. The same words from 5 Dengyu rang out from 5 directions. Xiao Chen is not afraid. The opponent is no longer a big realm higher than him, but only the 3rd level. This is no longer an insurmountable gap for him. He has experienced many battles across levels. Even if you are transformed into millions, I will kill you as well. Water floods the world. Deng Yu, holding the water blue flag, yelled loudly, and the sky was full of water mist, and a blue light swept towards Xiao Chen. This is extremely yin true water. If submerged in it, even a body of steel will completely decay and turn into dust. The water blue flag is full of brilliance. The blue is fascinating, as if carved from a blue diamond. Thousands of troops retreat from the sharp edge. Even if it is far away, everyone can't help but retreat again, for fear of being splashed with a little bit of extremely dark water. Xiao Chen shook Lingxi Jianbo, tore open a piece of void, and introduced endless blue mist into it, and then Jianbo headed towards Shuilanqi. Boom! Endless blue mist diffused out, blocking the sword waves, and the water blue flag vibrated again and again, emitting a monstrous force that shook the surrounding fields. This made Xiao Chen's body tremble violently. If it wasn't for his extremely powerful martial arts, he might have been shattered by Shuilanqi. Without any hesitation, he raised the hand of God, came out forcefully, and hit the misty blue mist with a loud bang. The sky and the earth shook, and the Shuilan flag was shaken and flew upside down. The flag fluttered, tearing open a long and large crack in space. This surprised Deng Yu. After all, he was 3 heavens higher than Xiao Chen. Under the premise of mastering the 5 elements magic weapon, Xiao Chen was able to take it with his body. This made him deeply feel the horror of martial arts. The 2 Deng Yu, holding the raging fire flag and the How-To flag in their hands, rushed up one after another, and went straight to Xiao Chen who was in the air. When the fire banner was unfurled, the sky and the earth shook, and the red light shone. What was swept out was yin fire, which could not be extinguished. Even if the Immortals were infected, they would lose part of their skills. The supernatural powers of space were exhibited. Xiao Chen closed the space with a blue light curtain, cut off the dark fire, and stopped the terrifying power from surging, and then used his sword to drive back Deng Yu who was holding the fire flag with divine power. Boom! As if a landslide and an earth split, Deng Yu rushed forward with the How-To flag in hand. The flag covered the sky and the sun, sweeping out a misty yellow light. This is the essence of Lois, which can fill the sea and destroy rivers. Xiao Chen evaded his sharpness with the speed of the 8 phases, and then shot out in a cracking style. The void seemed to be cracked, cracks appeared like brilliant jade, and it collapsed with a bang. The sky is full of energy beams, and the storm is raging in all directions, making it impossible for people to face up to the broken void. Vast fluctuations swept across the peak of Mount Tai. After many years, Xiao Chen once again showed the 4 Sanshou, which was far more powerful than before, and directly sent the How-To flag flying. Brush! The figure flickered, and Deng Yu, who was holding a green wooden flag and a red gold flag, rushed over. The flag waved, and the whole world trembled. The green wood flag fluttered in the wind, and the misty green air swept towards Xiao Chen, as if it could be corroded together. A little bit overflowed, and touched the top of Mount Tai, immediately making it dead silent, and the breath of life disappeared. At the same time, a dazzling golden light burst out, and the red gold banner descended majestically. The terrifying edge tore the sky, and the Mount Tai below seemed to be shattered. 2 large flags crossed and cut towards Xiao Chen, about to destroy it. The 4 major Sanshous reversing chaos style, killing god style, and suppressing demon style were successively shot. Facing such opponents, Xiao Chen did not dare to hold back at all, and used all his strength in every blow. Boom boom boom. Sanji Sanshou pierced the sky, guiding the vast energy fluctuations of the Qingmu banner and the Qijin banner to rush into the dimensional space. Even so, the void continued to shatter, forming a destructive rage, and the Mount Tai below and the surrounding mountains shook violently. Swipe! The figures flickered continuously, and 5 Deng Yu appeared in 5 directions. The water blue flag, the raging fire flag, the How-To flag, the green wood flag, and the red gold flag fluttered with the wind. The big flag crashed, and the void shattered. A fierce battle broke out, and the violent fluctuations in the sky spread in all directions. Everyone retreated again and again, looking there in surprise from a distance. When the 5 elements flag flipped, it could be said that the sky was shaking, as if it wanted to turn the universe upside down. The water blue light curtain, the misty green wood energy, the deep red golden light, the turbulent dark fire, and the vast earth glow, 5 completely different energies are surging, smashing the heaven and the earth, annihilating the space, and the sky is actually flowing out into the foggy and chaotic atmosphere. One can imagine how terrifying the battlefield is. The inextricable battle between the two masters, and the figures of Xiao Chen and Deng Yu can be seen rushing in the turbulent energy flow from time to time. This was an evenly matched battle. Although Deng Yu had newly acquired the Five Elements banner, which is a major treasure of cultivation, Xiao Chen also possessed a wide variety of combat skills, which were unparalleled in power. The two fought fiercely for half an hour without winning or losing. Deng Yu couldn't bear it. After all, he was higher than Xiao Chen's third heaven, and he had excellent fighting talent, but he was restrained by Xiao Chen's various strange skills, especially the 8-phase speed, which made him helpless. In the end he set up the 5-element formation, and the sky was filled with endless clouds and mist, and everyone felt a majestic energy erupting inside. It seems that a huge monster is waking up, and there seems to be a prehistoric divine power coming from ancient times through time and space. The moment the 5 elements formation was deployed, half of the sky was on fire as if rushing up to the 9th heaven, and the sea of flames was raging, covering the sky and covering the earth. In the opposite direction, the endless ocean suddenly appeared in Gaotian, which was a palpitating Zeguo. There is even more misty back soil tumbling, appearing in the third direction, forming a huge desert. Immediately afterwards, the endless green divine light soared into the sky, and the primordial old forests appeared high in the sky, and there were many green trees. The golden light was dazzling, and one after another, the red gold soldiers rushed to the sky. The Shuilin banner, Raging Fire banner, Haotu banner, Greenwood banner, and Chichen banner waved at the same time, and they were located in the 5 worlds. When they shook, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. Seeing the opponent perform the ultimate killing technique, Xiao Chen also began to fight back with all his strength, and the 8-phase world's magical powers were revealed for the first time in the human world. 8 illusory worlds emerged around Xiao Chen, as if in reincarnation, crazily spinning outward. 8 overlapping spaces, 8-phase rotation, heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountains, wind, and Z move together. The sky is lofty, the earth is thick and deep, the water is like the ocean, the fire is raging for 9 days, the thunder is cracking the sky, the mountains are shaking the sky, the wind is tearing out the dimensional space, and the luster is as vast as the kingdom of the underworld. 8-phase rotation, breaking the 5-element formation. As soon as the 8-phase supernatural power came out, everyone was shocked immediately. It was far more than simple as the rotation of the 8 phases. The sky and the earth intersected each other, bursting out the 2 qi of yin and yang, and the fire, water, and wind. Blending, exuding a hazy and chaotic vitality. The magical powers of the 8-phase world can completely restrain the prehistoric ancient formation condensed by the 5-element treasure flag. Because of the restraint, Deng Yu's defeat was accelerated. The world of 8 phases fixed the 5 elements. Xiao Chen flew rapidly in this chaotic sky, and began to destroy the flags of the 5 elements array. He is like a Changhong, and his war sword is so sharp that he swung it out, and the water blue flag was cut off, and there was a loud bang, as if the sky had collapsed, and the water world in the 5 worlds was shattered, and Deng Yu in the water world screamed and rushed out of the formation. Without any delay, Xiao Chen rushed into the earth realm in the 5-dimensional world with his body like starlight, and raised the hand of God, smashing the immobilized Haotu flag to pieces, while Deng Yu here had already rushed out first. After rushing into the fire world of the 5-party world, Xiao Chen shattered the pinned fire flag with a space cleavage, and the 3rd-party world was shattered. And Deng Yu in this world didn't have time to escape, and was trapped by the yin and yang qi fused by Xiao Chen's sky and earth. The cold light of the war sword shot out, Xiao Chen raised the sword and fell, blood glowed into the sky, Deng Yu's head was cut off, and the rising nascent soul was smashed to pieces by his sword. In this way, Xiao Chen rushed into the gold world and the wood world of the 5 worlds, cut off the red gold flag and the green wood flag successively, and Deng Yu in the wood world was also killed by him. Everyone around Mount Tai was astonished. In particular, everyone in the cultivation world felt a little unbelievable that Xiao Chen had defeated Deng Yu, who was one of the top 10 heroes of their younger generation, because the 8-phase supernatural power was so powerful. After Xiao Chen broke through the world of 5 directions, he went straight to Deng Yu, who was one of the 3 infants. He didn't want to give his opponent any more chances, and this time he must not let the enemy have the possibility of rebirth. Deng Yu's heart was ashamed, and he was so defeated. It was rare to meet an opponent among the younger generation in the cultivation world, and he was wounded twice in a row in the human world, which filled him with a sense of failure. When Xiao Chen's god's hand shattered a flying sword, and it was the man in blue not far away who rescued Deng Yu, who was in a daze. "Brother Deng, retreat quickly. Don't be discouraged. You lost miserably today because your cultivation base has declined. When you recover to the peak tomorrow, we will see who can compete with you in the world. The man in blue seemed to have a lot of magic weapons, and he shot a large piece to stop Xiao Chen. Deng Yu woke up like a dream, and quickly flew back. No one can stop you from killing you today. Xiao Chen made up his mind to get rid of Deng Yu, his voice was extremely cold. At the same time, Zhu Dao's sword light bloomed between his fingers and rushed towards the man in blue. Yan Qingcheng's dress fluttered and also rushed forward. Sunflowers bloomed around Hai Yuntian, with a murderous aura, flying up into the sky with a thin stabbing sword in his hand. KK, the little snow-white beast, also rushed over through the space, and Paradise Lost opened, and all the magic weapons of cultivation were taken away. Even so, many cultivators rushed over. They didn't want Deng Yu, one of the strongest, to perish here, especially the masters from the Shushan lineage swarmed up, trying to save Deng Yu's life. Those who stand in my way die. Xiao Chen yelled loudly, and the consonant sword wave shook out. This is a destructive circle of death. Puff puff puff, there are cultivators smashing in the air, not a single bone remains, only the blood mist floats, and a large area of the magic weapon of cultivation is destroyed. A bloody road was opened by Xiao Chen with a consonant sword wave, and the surrounding sky was stained red with blood. Deng Yu, you can't escape. Xiao Chen chased after him with a sword in his hand. While being blocked by Zhu Dao, the man in blue threw out a handful of purple sand, which immediately caused a strong wind in the sky, trying to cover Deng Yu's escape. As a result, Xiao Kiki muttered dissatisfiedly, Paradise Lost swept across the sky, and took them all away. In an instant, Xiao Chen quickly caught up with Deng Yu. Brush. 1 person is 3 points, the 3 infants want to separate and escape. Xiao Chen ignored the other 2 infants, first caught up with the person in the middle, raised the hand of God, and shattered it with 1 palm. When he turned back, many cultivators rushed up, trying to block his pursuit. At this moment, Xiao Chen showed no mercy at all, and the magical powers of space were displayed, sealing a piece of sky in an instant, and then the space was slashed, blood burst out, and more than a dozen people in the sky were torn in half. Like killing a god, Xiao Chen immediately suppressed many cultivators, most of them did not dare to stop. Ba Shang was extremely fast, he caught up with another Deng Yu in the west of Mount Tai, and swept across with his sword, beheading this man who possessed 1/5 of Deng Yu's body's power. Yuanying was even shattered. Xiao Chen returned to the top of Mount Tai, and the consonant sword wave and the space cracked together, causing the cultivators standing in front of him to be torn apart. The magic weapon was destroyed, and the blood mist filled the air. Yi. The little snow-white beast opened the lost paradise and released a figure. It seemed a little bit unbearable, and turned its head away. The last baby was caught by the little beast. Now is not the time to be kind. Xiao Chen raised the sword in his hand, a bleeding head flew out obliquely, and the nascent baby was even shattered by him. Chapter 311. It can be said that Xiao Chen went on a killing spree, beheading the 5 infants Deng Yu, destroying many obstructors. The top of Mount Tai was stained red with blood, and no one around dared to make a move. At the same time, Hai Yuntian, Yan Qingcheng, Chu Xingquang, Bo Shi, etc. were also fighting fiercely, beheading several powerful practitioners. It's all because Xiao Chen killed Deng Yu, one of the top 10 masters of cultivation, which shocked many practitioners and made them feel timid to fight. At this time, the man in blue and Zhu Dao were in a mysterious state, standing motionless in the air like 2 fossils. The man in blue is in the realm of calamity, which is the so-called Nirvana realm. At this moment, his cultivation is not at the peak state, but it is not at the bottom, otherwise how dare he come out to fight. The powerful spiritual sense told him that the person in front of him holding the blood-colored magic knife was extremely dangerous. In addition, there was another reason why the man in blue didn't want to make a quick move. Samo was watching coldly with an ancient scripture in his hand, and his vaguely sharp aura had already locked him. The presence of 2 masters made him more careful. The same is true for Zhu Dao, who has not moved. In terms of absolute skill, he was not as good as the man in blue in front of him. The opponent gave him a strong sense of oppression. If he made a move, it would definitely be a devastating attack like a storm. He held the ancestor's sword of benevolence between his fingers, trying to find a flaw, and struck a thunderbolt at a critical moment. Yeah, KK and Xiao Chen were approaching, and the practitioners around them backed away. The man in blue sighed. Originally, he was going to attack Wei Dao, and also prepared a plan to deal with Samo, but when he saw the strong man who killed Deng Yu with his own hands, he knew that he had to retreat today. At this moment, he is the only one of the top powerhouses in the realm of comprehension, and the other masters can no longer stop the supernatural beings in the realm of longevity, and the signs of defeat have appeared. The fog was thick, and the huge purple gold shield on 3 sides blocked him, tightly protecting the man in blue. He stepped back decisively, and was far away from Wei Dao in an instant. My name is Fang Tianqi, next time I will decide to die. He looked at Zhu Dao and Samo, then at Xiao Chen who was approaching, and then rushed onto a warship without looking back, and led everyone back with a wave of his hand. The defeated soldiers went away in an instant like a tide, and the people in the longevity world did not pursue them and let them go. Many corpses were left on Mount I, and the blood mist lingered on the top of the mountain, proving that everything just now was not illusory. Chi. A cold light burst out from among the corpses and shot at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't even turn his head, and Zhang Jian blocked back in the moonback style, and the clang shattered the sword rain. At the same time, the 5 figures soared into the sky, each using their magic weapons to kill Xiao Chen, trying to ambush him. Xiao Chen didn't show any expression, as if he was a cold-eyed bystander. He didn't move until a cold light approached his eyes. Ba Shang's extreme speed was like a dream, and it was difficult to figure out the trajectory. He disappeared out of thin air, and then appeared in another direction. He slashed down with the sword in his hand, and a cultivator was cut off by a slanted shoulder on the spot. Half of his body flew tens of meters with a large amount of blood before falling to the sky. Xiao Chen shot ruthlessly, rushed towards the other person like a ray of magic light, swept across with his sword, a bleeding head rushed to the sky with a ray of blood, and the headless corpse fell down. Immediately afterwards, like a dreamlike empty flower, he killed another person, and the sword pierced straight into that person's chest. With a bang, the body of this cultivator was shattered by the overwhelming force. The horror of Xiao Chen's extreme speed makes people feel like a devil, making the opponent's scalp numb. He suddenly manifested in front of the other 2 cultivators, and swung his sword down. One's head flew up, and the corpse fell to the top of Mount Tai. The other's body was split in half, leaving a large cloud of blood and falling into the dust. All of this happened in an instant, and many people didn't see it clearly because the speed was too fast. Xiao Chen's attack was ruthless and decisive. It was the simplest attack, but it achieved the most terrifying effect. This is an extremely terrifying killing technique. Many cultivators in the longevity realm felt a little scared. They saw the gap and were afraid of this terrible killing technique. Many people did not dare to come to the mountain. Clean and neat, Samo clapped his hands and praised. Brother Xiao's combat power is getting stronger and stronger, and I'm afraid it will change again soon. Wei Dao was indifferent and calm, like a flying knife in his hand, and said, there are always people who will leave their contemporaries, and everyone will have their own different paths. Although these 2 are not necessarily among the top 10 strongest masters in the longevity continent, they are after all one of the strongest masters in the 2 overlord countries, and their vision and state of mind are not comparable to those of ordinary cultivators of the same generation. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. The 2 sides had fought each other before, but everything has changed now. It is impossible to fight to the death now. When Zhu Dao looked at Xiao Chen, he did not hide his fighting spirit, and said, I hope to have the opportunity to compete with you again. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, are you afraid that you will have no opponents if you want to break through with battle? Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Zhu Dao finished speaking and landed towards the top of Mount Tai. Chu Xingquang and Bo Shi nodded to Xiao Chen, and began to gather the remaining cultivators to check the casualties. Hai Tianyan is still as beautiful as before. Yes, although he is a man, he has a more delicate face than a woman. His body is slender, his face is like pink jade, and his eyes are flowing. After seeing Xiao Chen, he did not retreat, but he seemed very silent. Xiao Chen looked at him quietly, and said, I know you were putting on a show back then, and with your cultivation at that time, you couldn't hurt me at all. Hai Yuntian was silent and said after a long time, I want you to let my sister go. Xiao Chen didn't respond, but asked another question, have you studied the sunflower canon? Yes. Hai Yuntian showed a rare excited look, and said, it's the sunflower demon chapter, not the self-harm chapter in the human world. Yeah. Kiki showed a suspicious look, as if she was asking the difference between the magic chapter and the self-harm chapter. Haha, not far away, Samo laughed loudly, and said, there was an old man Hai who was famous in the world of longevity. It is said that he practiced the sunflower book, and now the Hai family has successors. Hai Yuntian's face flushed red, and he stared at him fiercely. Just kidding, haha, Samo laughed loudly and fell to the top of Mount Tai. Hai Yuntian looked at Xiao Chen, and then at Yan Qingcheng who was not far away, silently, and also landed down. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and said to Yan Qingcheng, after a few years of separation, your demeanor is even better than before. How can it be compared to you, waving the butcher's knife at more than a dozen half-ancestors, and bringing nearly half of the masters of the longevity world into the world? Yan Qingcheng is beautiful and beautiful. Are you mocking me? But it's better than expected. I thought you would draw your sword at me. Yeah, the little beast muttered confusedly, as if asking why. I really want to, but I'm not your opponent. Speaking of this, Yan Qingcheng's beautiful face gradually became a little fluctuant, with an emotional expression, and said, you remember that one day I will definitely beat you up. Really, you don't want to kill me? HMPH. Yan Qingcheng snorted coldly. Yan Yan, Yan Yan, Yan Yan, Qingcheng. Stuttering sounded from Mount Tai. The wretched man Jinsen Yi smiled and waved at Yan Qingcheng and Xiao Chen, who had just arrived here with a middle-aged man in white. Go to hell, wretched bastard. Yan Qingcheng hated Jinsen Yi deeply, and didn't like him when he was in the world of longevity. But both she and Xiao Chen flew downward. Kiki stared at the middle-aged man in white at that time, showing an extremely puzzled look. Although the man in white looks quite handsome, those peach blossom eyes really ruined a lot of beauty. He stared up and down, left and right, staring at Yan Qingcheng endlessly. Yeah, Kiki looked at the man in white with excitement. At the same time, Xiao Chen also knew his identity. It was the little turtle with a white shell that had manifested this real body when the ancestor dragon of the previous generation died in Longdao. I have seen the seniors. Cough. The middle-aged man in white put away his frivolous demeanor, and said solemnly, you don't need to be too polite, I still want to thank you. I wanted to find you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. What's the matter, senior? Xiao Chen didn't dare to underestimate the peachy-eyed man in white. This is definitely a dragon king. Even if he hasn't fully recovered now, I'm afraid it won't be long. Speaking of which, you are really kind to me, and I can't repay you. I want to train that little stubborn dragon. What do you think? I'm going to look for him. Since senior is interested, it's naturally his blessing. Xiao Chen has nothing to worry about after being trained by the Dragon King who has the horn of the ancestor dragon, so that the little stubborn dragon also has a backer. The little Dragon Kings have been fighting endlessly for several months, blood staining the East China Sea, and each little Dragon King has a powerful force secretly protecting them. If the little stubborn dragons hadn't been taken care of by the people in the Pure Land during this period, they might have been in danger already. After learning all this, Xiao Chen agreed even more. Xiao Chen, you are the landlord, if you want, you must take us around the world. Jinsen Yi winked at Xiao Chen, and secretly said, I created opportunities for you and Sister Yan. Xiao Chen shook his head with a smile, wondering why this guy came together with the peachy-eyed Dragon King. In the following time, Xiao Chen took them around Mount Tai and explained the relevant illusions. You, don't be like a log, I are creating opportunities for you. Jinsen Yi was very enthusiastic. But later the wretched man himself confessed that he wanted to follow Yan Qingcheng's footsteps and get to know some fairies and the like. Don't meddle in such things. Xiao Chen patted him on the shoulder. After reuniting with old friends in Mount Tai for a few days, Xiao Chen went to the East China Sea with Jinsen Yi and the others. Successfully met the little stubborn dragon, happily together for a few days, the peach-eyed Dragon King took the little stubborn dragon away. Beyond Xiao Chen's expectation, the wretched man Jinsen Yi seemed to be very attached to the Dragon King, and followed him away. What, that wretched man is on good terms with the Dragon King? Niu Ren shook his huge bull head, somewhat disbelieving. Xiao Chen found Niu Ren, Lu Mu, Yi Zhen and others on a fairy island overseas. Many old people in the Pure Land came to the human world, and they opened up a new Pure Land here. Xiao Chen didn't see Qingqing, she was taken away by Taihao and Xuanwu Patriarch, and it is said that she was going to the secret realm to teach her the supreme mysterious method, and no outside disturbance was allowed. We have to work harder to cultivate, otherwise we will be eliminated in the turbulent era. Lu Mu was a little emotional. Niu Ren suggested, let's go to Kyushu. The famous mountains and rivers are fighting for the king. In the future, there will be a life and death battle between the two worlds. Let's go to become a king and improve our cultivation in the fierce battle. The little Dragon Kings of the three were fighting bloody battles in the East China Sea, and they were secretly protected by the old people in the Pure Land. They couldn't help much, but this gave them a sense of urgency even more, and they clearly felt the cruelty of the competition. Xiao Chen agreed with their proposition, but he wanted to watch from the sidelines, and he didn't want to take action for no reason, so he told them to be careful. You want to retreat? Yi Jun looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Yes, I have experienced a lot of battles, and now I want to calm down and understand it. How long will you be in retreat? Maybe a few months, maybe a few years, maybe 100 years away from the world of mortals. Xiao Chen really wanted to precipitate his own profound methods, the ancient method of the six-faced celestial tablet, the imprint of martial arts, supernatural powers, need him to study and understand. What a pity, now is the time when the wind and clouds meet, it's really a pity to stay away at this time. Niu Ren regretted. Don't fight endlessly for breakthroughs. There are thousands of paths for cultivators, and you must try to break through in many ways. In this way, several people returned to Kyushu, and the flames of war broke out everywhere, and the flames of war spread all over the Lingshou land, and the cultivators fought endlessly with the masters of the longevity world. Fortunately, it is still in the probing stage, and the elders did not make a move, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. The names of some people in the younger generation have become famous all over the world. The top masters of the same generation Fang Tianqi, Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, have all been crowned kings in one party. The top 10 young masters in the cultivation world have all reached the nirvana state. After receiving the news, Niu Ren looked dignified and said to himself, it's really scary. The news that you killed Deng Yu didn't spread. Lu Mu looked at Xiao Chen and said, otherwise, you would be considered King Taishan. It's better this way, anyway, I'm going to retreat, so I don't have to worry about it. Xiao Chen didn't care, and he was already pessimistic about fame. Sooner or later it will spread, you are now a dark king. Xiao Chen took them to know the famous mountains in Kyushu, and they came to Wuyi Mountain on this day. Here Xiao Chen met Chen Fang again, and finally learned that he was safe and sound. At this moment, he is still with Fairy Qingyan and the others. Xiao Chen, do you have any news about Ruoshui? Seeing his excited inquiry, Xiao Chen was silent for a while, trying to think back, and gradually a little memory came into his mind. After that, Kiki opened Paradise Lost. When Chen Fang saw the lifelike stone carvings and the sad engravings, he couldn't help himself immediately and pulled Xiao Chen hard to ask. Ruoshui, how is she? Where is she? Xiao Chen remained silent, not knowing what to say. You bastard, won't you forget everything again? Chen Fang grabbed Xiao Chen's collar vigorously. Yi, Kiki whispered. Xiao Chen understood, as if in a lifetime, he sighed and said, Ruoshui is gone. Ruoshui is gone, Chen Fang yelled out of composure, and said, what are you talking about, what do you mean by not being here? He grabbed Xiao Chen with all his strength. She is no longer in this world. How is it possible? Chen Fangru was struck by lightning, and slowly loosened Xiao Chen's collar, and stood there stiffly like a stone tablet. It was not until a long time later that he came to his senses, and burst into tears. How could this be? Who harmed Ruoshui? Who harmed Ruoshui? He knelt down in front of the stone carvings, weeping bitterly. We could see the depth of his affection. Why is God so cruel? I would rather die for her. Xiao Chen asked himself, why am I not as hurt as he is? Why do I feel nothing, only a small touch of a story-like fact, no other grief? Am I really cold-blooded and almost numb? Is it really because I am a crippled soul? There are still some seals in the longevity realm. Ruoshui, if I can get your life back, I am willing to die now. Chen Fang burst into tears. As a man, he was so sad that everyone present deeply felt his affection. Fairy Qingyan persuaded him, but Xiao Chen couldn't say anything. He felt that he was far inferior to Chen Fang. It was a mistake for Ruoshui to choose me. I should have left you first. Xiao Chen helped Chen Fang up. Isn't that Chen Fang? Not far away, 5 or 6 young men and women came here from the mountains, and one of them laughed. Why are you so sad? Hearing the voice, Chen Fang suppressed his sadness, turned around slowly, and said, it turned out to be the former Wu Tanhua, who is known as the third person of the younger generation in Kyushu. The leader, Tanhualang, was dressed in white, with a folding fan in his hand. He looked suave, but his pair of peach blossom eyes were not attractive. He frivolously pulled a charming woman beside him, and said, Brother Chen must come when our husband and wife get married. Chen Fang put away his sad look, glanced at them, and didn't speak. Xiao Chen had heard about Tan Hualang when he left the human world, but he had never met or fought against him. He only knew that he was unrestrained and very romantic. Now it seemed that he had some grievances with Chen Fang. You are still brooding. Anyway, you still have someone you like in your heart, and you have no relationship with Lan Mei, so it is better to fulfill us. At this point, Tan Hualang stopped, and flirtatiously embraced your beautiful woman beside you into his arms. The alluring and charming woman smiled frivolously, without any intention of refusing. I can break off the engagement with her, it's up to you. Chen Fang said indifferently, there is nothing greater than heartbreak. He just knew that the woman he loved had disappeared, and he didn't feel anything about the woman in front of him. Xiao Chen quickly understood what was going on. That woman turned out to be Chen Fang's fiancée. Although Chen Fang didn't like it, it was a matchmaking appointment made by his parents for him after all, and such a thing happened in front of him. It's fine for the other party to have an affair, but to provoke him in front of him is obviously looking for trouble. Don't you think this is vulgar and excessive? Xiao Chen stepped forward and met Tan Hualang. Who are you, my friend? This is his private matter. The people next to Tan Hualang blocked Xiao Chen, and said with a smile, you meddling with something, even if you want to meddle, you have to weigh your own weight. The young master of Yuding Villa is not something you can afford. Jade Cauldron Villa, Fairy Qing Yun asked in surprise, is it the first sect in Kyushu to embrace the realm of comprehension? So what? It's said that people go to high places and water flows to low places. Several people next to him defended Tan Hualang. Xiao Chen ignored them directly. He turned to Chen Fang and said, what are your plans for the future? I want to go overseas with Fairy Qingyun and the others, and I don't want to come back. Chen Fang looked a little numb. Fairy Qingyun, I will entrust you as my friend. Xiao Chen saluted Fairy Qingyun earnestly, and said, I will visit you one day. Afterwards, he signaled to Fairy Qingyun to let them leave first. Fairy Qingyun nodded, and said, there will be a time later. She knew that Xiao Chen would resolve past grievances for her friend. Sure enough, as soon as they turned around, Tan Hualang's provocative voice stopped abruptly, and there were several screams, and several waves of blood rose into the sky. Xiao Chen directly cut off the bodies of a group of people with the space slash, leaving only the woman. I don't know the details of you and Chen Fang, but you were his fiancé after all. I won't kill you, I will settle it myself when Chen Fang comes back one day. When Chen Fang went overseas, Xiao Chen's heart completely calmed down. He bid farewell to Yijun, Lu Mu, and Niu Ren, and wanted to retreat here. It's just that when he was going up the Yellow River, he felt that there was another person he should meet. Maybe he should go to Chengyang Mountain to see Caillou. Brothers, please vote for the monthly pass and recommendation vote in your hands. Strongly appealing, please support. Chapter 312. The Ancient God of War. The yellow water was surging, and after the soul of the ancestor dragon rushed into the sea, nothing unusual happened to the Yellow River. Xiao Chen went up along the Yellow River, passed by the house without stopping, and went directly to the west. Chengyang Mountain is located in the western part of Kyushu. Over time, it has been renamed Choshi Mountain. According to legend, it was the birthplace of Emperor Yan in ancient times, and it is only a mountain away from the birthplace of Yellow Emperor. It can be said that this place is very extraordinary and has connections with many great people. Although the ancient mountain range is not high, it exudes a desolate and long-lasting atmosphere, as if the source of the vast China is hidden here. A primitive mountain range stands majestically. Although it is only 1 or 2 kilometers high, it is majestic and awe-inspiring. You need to look up at it. When Xiao Chen came to this mountain range, he immediately felt a breath that was completely different from other areas in Kyushu. A magnificent ancient sacred mountain is shaped like a lying sheep, with its head facing the east and its tail facing the west, standing there quietly. For some reason, the moment Xiao Chen saw it, he felt like it was a living creature, like a sealed ancient giant beast. You came. Xiao Chen walked in front of the giant mountain and saw Caillou standing with his hands behind his back, looking up at Chengyang Mountain and frowning. Now Caillou has already returned to his peak state, giving people a sense of heaviness like a mountain. Has there been no progress? Xiao Chen asked. Caillou shook his head and said, the power of the seal is 10 times stronger than before, and it cannot be shaken. This made Xiao Chen quite surprised. As time goes by, any sealing power should become weaker and weaker. How could it be the opposite here? Who sealed this place? Xuanyuan Yellow Emperor. Caillou replied calmly. It's him. Xiao Chen was extremely surprised, and asked, is Emperor Xuanyuan's power so tyrannical? The ancient seal can't be broken even now. I couldn't help but be surprised. Although the Yellow Emperor was close to the realm of the ancestor gods in ancient times, Caillou was also above the half-ancestor. The gap should not be that big, and he shouldn't be helpless with his seal. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Chen guessed who it was that was sealed here, and his heart was even more shocked. That person is famous in Kyushu, and it can be said to be a household name. Now it is no longer the sealing power of the Yellow Emperor, it has been replaced by another mysterious and majestic power. Caillou looked up at Changyang Mountain from the foot of the mountain, showing a thoughtful expression. How could this be? A newcomer imposed a heavier seal. This made Xiao Chen look puzzled, but it didn't help much. He had limited knowledge of the events in the ancient times. Kiki yawned boredly, then babbled and whispered that it was a big wild sheep. Big wild sheep, I have a little impression. Caillou, who was pacing at the foot of the mountain, suddenly stopped his body. He has experienced countless transformations, and his body has changed one after another. If the Yellow Emperor hadn't awakened the memories of the past, he would not have recalled them. Xiao Chen made a big circle around Changyang Mountain, and found that this mountain is really extraordinary. There is a mysterious and terrifying force gently rippling, which cannot be shaken at all. Caillou only left for a day, and when he came back with a solemn expression, he said in a deep voice, "It is said that this mountain was transformed from the dead body of a great power in the age of ignorance." Xiao Chen looked at Changyang Mountain again, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was really a giant sheep lying down. It is said that it is Wei Yong, one of the 12 strongest people in the ignorant era. Wei sheep. That's right, the 12 strong men of the ignorant era, Zishu, Chunyu, Yinhu, Maotu, Chenlong, Sisnake, Wuma, Wei Yong, Shenho, Yoruster, Zugo, and Hypik have been powerful in the world for endless years. These strongmen can probably compete with the ancestor gods in terms of strength alone. Xiao Chen was really stunned. The 12 zodiac signs and the heavenly stems and earthly branches have such a history, which really surprised him. Even though he knew the origin, Caillou still had no choice but to shake Changyang Mountain by force, but he couldn't break it at all. Even if his iron sword was curled up, it would be difficult to split the mountain. Xiao Chen took out the battle sword, but it was still useless. Even if it was as strong as Caillou, it could not display the terrifying power contained in the battle sword. It could only be regarded as a piece of hard iron in his hands. Xiao Chen didn't leave just yet, and began to practice hermitage near Changyang Mountain. He hoped to see Caillou break the seal and meet the legendary figure. "Uncle Caillou, we are here. Uncle Caillou, don't blame us. We forgot to give you something. Father asked us to bring it." Half a month later, 2 cheerful little lawless appeared in Changyang Mountain like 2 elves. They were laughing and laughing, as if they had a lot of fun during this time. Facing these 2 beautiful and exquisite porcelain dolls, Caillou had no choice but to ask, "What do you want to give me?" "Xuanyuan sword." Speaking of this, the 2 little lawless opened up the space, took out a radiant golden sword, and said, "Father said, there is a sword hole in Changyang Mountain which can be pierced with this sword." Xiao Chen opened his eyes, woke up from meditation, flew up into the sky, and came to the front. When Kiki saw the 2 little Lolitas, she felt a headache, and it turned into a white light, and ran away in a hurry. "Don't run." The 2 little lawless didn't bother Xiao Chen this time, and went directly after the little beast. Caillou held Xuanyuan's sword in his hand, and sighed. After experiencing the catastrophe of death on Dragon Island, he was knocked down from the peak state of being close to the ancestor god. Now that he has reached this state again, I am afraid that he is not far from breaking into the realm of the ancestor god. The most important treasure of the Banzu's life will be advanced with the improvement of the Banzu's cultivation base. Caillou felt the power and terror of the Xuanyuan sword. Caillou and Xiao Chen acted at the same time, and sure enough they found a sword hole in the half-waist of Changyang Mountain. Caillou held the Xuanyuan sword in his hand, and stabbed it forcefully. The golden divine light shot straight at Xiaohan, beyond Caillou and Xiao Chen's expectations, and then streaks of blood spewed out from the sword hole. Although it was light mist, it seemed like blood was flowing. "It is alive." Caillou was taken aback, and said to himself, "I understand, the power of Xuanyuan's seal awakened its vitality, and it gradually showed signs of recovery. After merging with Xuanyuan's power, it is slowly growing and awakening." Boom! The sky fell apart, and the surrounding mountains shook at this moment, and endless huge stones rushed towards Xiaohan. Looking from a distance, it seems that there are endless meteor showers piercing the sky. This was just the beginning. Changyang Mountain was in great turmoil, and it seemed that a tsunami had occurred around it. The nearby mountains were smashed to pieces immediately, like piled sand mountains, which disappeared under the tide in an instant. Amidst the loud rumbling noise, the surrounding giant mountains rose up in pieces, were torn apart by a majestic force, and then crashed into the sky. Like a volcanic eruption, like the end of the world, everything around Changyang Mountain was destroyed, the vast primitive mountains quickly collapsed, and endless mountains shattered. Except for Changyang Mountain, the surrounding area turned into a golden desert completely, and the mountains in a radius of 500 miles were completely destroyed. The bloody Changyang Mountain split slowly from the sword hole, bursts of black lightning slammed down, and thunder followed one after another, and Changyang Mountain split in two. It's not the ancestor god, the body after death also has such power. Kaiyu sighed. Changyang Mountain was split open, bloody brilliance filled the air, no different from real blood mist. When will Xingtian wake up? Kaiyu shouted. In the belly of Changyang Mountain, a powerful momentum suddenly erupted, shaking the entire earth. Monstrous energy fluctuations soared into the sky, and the stars outside the sky shook. At this moment, the land of Kyushu seemed to tremble, but all cultivators felt it, and many old people knew that an unimaginable powerhouse had awakened. Boom! Changyang Mountain shook, endless divine light rushed into Shaohan, communicated with billions of stars in the sky, and a head shot up into the sky, accepting the baptism of endless stars in the vast starry sky. Countless rays of starlight fell down, and at the same time shone on Xingtian's severed head. It was a heroic man. Although his eyes were closed, he could clearly see the majestic majesty of being the only one who could swallow mountains and rivers. He was definitely the kind of peerless person who controlled the world and was the only one who was the only one who was the only one. Xing Tianwu is a relative, and his fierce will is always there. This is the god of war in Kyushu. An outstanding person who was disrespectful in ancient times and could compete with Emperor Xuanyuan, who was close to the realm of the ancestor god. Hundreds of millions of starlight condensed endless brilliance, reorganized his physical body, and a stalwart man slowly manifested, his closed eyes slowly opened, and two eyes that made Xingyu pale in color bloomed. The heroic Xingtian kept his body in the peak youthful state, but his eyes were extremely deep, revealing the light of wisdom. Without a trace of the madness that has been sealed for endless years, he looked very calm, turned around Wei An's body, nodded to Kaiyu, and said, "We finally meet again." Xiao Chen watched silently, with respect in his heart. Xingtian is the god of war in this land, and such characters may break into the realm of ancestor gods sooner or later. Xingtian's hair flew wildly, and he raised his head to let out a long howl, and the rolling sound waves spread thousands of miles in an instant. Immediately afterwards, he frowned and said, "The aura on this land has dried up. Too many things have happened in the endless years." Kaiyu sighed softly. "I felt more than a dozen powerful divine thoughts peeping at me." Xingtian glanced in all directions, showing a cold smile. "They come from the world of longevity and cultivation, and they are currently conniving at the disciples to seize the spiritual mountain in the world." Kaiyu explained. In Xiao Chen's impression, Kaiyu is already strong enough. He can be called a man among men, but in comparison, Xingtian is even more powerful. Looking down on the world, he is the kind of person who ignores the sky. Xingtian's tone was calm, but his voice was extremely powerful, and said, "Where is the world? Let them go back to where they came from." Kaiyu shook his head, and said, "Half of the people have proved the Tao from the human world. The roots are in the human world, and the heart returns to the human world, so you can stay. If your heart is in another world and you want to fight for the human world, I will send them back with my own hands." Xingtian's words were resounding. Kaiyu's hair fluttered wildly, and he also said in a deep voice, "Okay, let's gather our old friends and join hands to fight the world." Snort. A cold snort came from the distant sky. Xingtian and Kaiyu looked towards the east at the same time. Xingtian's body was already condensed by starlight. With a violent shake, hundreds of millions of starlight shattered and disappeared. He stepped out, came to Xiao Chen, stared at him, and said, "I am cultivating combat power. I feel the same power in your body." Then he stepped on the void and strode towards the east. With a voice that could be heard for thousands of miles, he said, "Today, Xingtian will kill half of the ancestors to stand up for the world." Chapter 313 Kill the Half-Ancestor. Xingtian got out of trouble and swore an oath that he would behead a half-ancestor to establish his prestige in the world. That tall and straight figure is as majestic as a mountain in the void, majestic and terrifying. He walked towards the east step by step, and with every step he took, he would advance more than 100 miles. Such a mysterious method is amazing. Kaiyu's hair was flying wildly, just like the ancient magic mountain. It looked unattainable, and he also walked towards the east. The two ancient giants looked down on the world and looked down on the world. Their invisible aura was terrifying and chilling. Xiao Chen unfolded the 8-phase extreme speed to keep up with their slow pace. This is to kill people, wrong, to kill the half-ancestor. They are determined, and they are definitely not joking. They really want to do something that will shock the world, but they don't know who they want to kill. After only a few dozen steps, Xingtian came to the shore of the East China Sea, stepping into the sea above the vast sky. When Xingtian was born, there were turmoil in all directions, but all masters felt the powerful fluctuation when he awakened, and many cultivators rushed to the East China Sea. The blue waves are surging, the clouds break up, and the blue sky is washed clean. Overseas cultivators were alarmed, because Xingtian's killing intent was undisguised, and thousands of islands felt the cold chill. Although it was still the height of summer, everyone felt the bleakness of autumn and the severe cold of winter. In the distance, many cultivators stood in the sky, silent like cicadas, not daring to take a step closer, and could only peep with various supernatural powers. Right in front of him was a young man who looked like he was 27 or 8 years old, carrying 2 long swords on his back, standing in the air, his eyes opened and closed, revealing the edge, as sharp as a sword. He stood quietly, making it hard to guess the depth. He blocked Xingtian's way, or he knew that Xingtian was here for him, so he showed up early and waited here. Warrior Xingtian. Xingtian didn't have any extra words, he had already said what he wanted to say. He came to kill the half-ancestor who invaded the human world. The name has long been obliterated, and people call it the Sword Master. The young man who was as quiet as an abyss replied calmly. Yuankong's cultivator exclaimed, "Who is the Sword Master?" "That is the originator of the Shu Mountain lineage. Although he has never been to the human world in the past, his Taoism has already flowed into the world. The Shushan lineage has entered the cultivation world as a whole, so it naturally falls under the Sword Master, which is a big sect in the cultivation world and is well known. This time, for some purpose, the cultivation world wanted to enter the Master's world. As the invincible half-ancestor, Qinglian was the first to cross the realm, followed by Dayu, descendants, sword masters, etc., and came to the human world one after another. "You want to kill me?" The sword master carried 2 swords on his back, his eyes gleaming coldly. Xingtian is powerful, like a majestic giant mountain, and said in a deep voice, "Kyushu is my ancestral land, and you are fighting endlessly here, messing up my rivers and mountains. You should be punished." The sound is so loud that it shakes the blue sea and blue sky, the ocean rolls back, and the archipelago trembles, spreading thousands of miles away. Even though the world has been in decline for a long time, and there are no masters in the world, Xiao Chen's blood boiled when he heard it, and he felt that Xingtian was worthy of being the god of war in the world, and his aura was actually soaring over the sun and the moon, overwhelming the mountains and rivers. Some of the sword master's disciples were dissatisfied, and they shouted angrily in the distance, "Xingtian, you just got out of trouble, and you don't go to find a place to practice in seclusion. If you act so arrogantly, be careful that you will get killed." Xingtian ignored those remarks. In front of such a strong person, those people were like ants. Even if they shouted like thunder, it was difficult to make his heart fluctuate. However, some people seemed to be really ignorant of the depths. Seeing that Xingtian was indifferent, they thought that he had already harbored taboos, and shouted even more presumptuously, "The declining wasteland and the human world are not entirely your territory. Every Xingtian should not be arrogant, because you can't block us." There was no wave in the ancient well of Xingtian, but he slowly raised his right hand, pointed forward gently, and a blue light swept towards the sky. The sword master shot 2 cold bolts out of his eyes, and shot out a sword light with the sword formula in his hand, blocking the blue light, otherwise Yuan Kong's disciples would be wiped out physically and mentally. Chi. When the sword light met the blue light, there was a tearing sound, 2 black holes appeared in the sky, and then the 2 beams disappeared at the same time. Xingtian's face was calm, and he took steps on the sea and in the air, 1 step at a time. He was in front of the sword master in an instant. He punched out, the wind and clouds moved in all directions, the sky and the earth turned pale instantly, thousands of clouds rolled in the clear sky, thunder bursts, and thunder and lightning roared. With such unfathomable power, a single punch brought about great changes in the weather, and the huge energy fluctuations summoned all the wind and clouds in the distant sky to the clear blue near sky. The sword master took out a sword from his back, and instead of controlling the sword with spiritual thoughts like ordinary cultivators, he held it in his hand to block it. With a loud sound of "dang," the fist and the sword intersected, bursting out thousands of rays of light, which were more dazzling than lightning, making the cultivators in the distant sky unable to open their eyes. The endless clouds in the sky were instantly crushed and disappeared without a trace. This kind of method is admirable and amazing. With every gesture, you can command the world. The situation is changing, and the weather is myriad. The moment they fought, they passed by, the 2 strong men switched positions. Xingtian turned his back to the sword master, faced forward, slowly raised his right hand, pointed out with 1 finger, and a blue light burst out, tearing into the distance. Xingtian, you! The sword master shouted in surprise. The long sword in his hand slashed down. The sword light was as thick as a mountain, and he wanted to chase and stop him. Xingtian sneered, without turning his head. His left hand slanted backwards, like a mountain shaking. His waving left arm was as heavy as 10,000 jun, and an invisible momentum came out, blocking the huge sword glow, like a mountain cutting off a rolling river. A horrified cry came from far away, but it stopped abruptly. The blue light pointed out by Xing Tiandian swept across the sky, and the few cultivators who insulted the world turned into blood mist in an instant. Watching the bodies of the people around him being smashed to pieces, the disciples of the Shu Mountain lineage kept silent, and no one dared to speak out. The ancient god of war in the world was so powerful that everyone felt terrified. The killing intent shook all directions. Xing Tian faced the sword master as if he was looking at an ordinary person, as if he was not a half-ancestor at all. Huayan's body flickered, and as he swiped his hands, a faint light curtain enveloped the 100-mile sea area. It seemed to be isolated, but it could be seen by the outside world. That is the martial arts world, the battlefield of warriors, and Xing Tian is a warrior. Someone exclaimed. It is obvious that Xing Tian does not want to destroy the sea area of thousands of miles. When his cultivation reaches their level, he will destroy the world at every turn. The human world is what he wants to protect, and excessive damage cannot be tolerated. Xiao Chen rushed to the light curtain not far away with the 8-phase speed, and his eyes opened up. He wanted to see everything inside with his own eyes. Xing Tian is a warrior, so fighting is too important for him. Perhaps, he can break through many martial arts problems that he has not penetrated. All the cultivators from this sea area gathered here, all wanting to see the demeanor of the ancient god of war. Caillou stood quietly in the sky, scanning all directions, and he was paying attention to the movements of the other half-ancestors. Inside the light curtain, the sword master drew out his 2 swords. Facing this legendary powerful figure, he didn't have the slightest confidence, so he sneered, "Do you really want to die forever?" Calm and composed, Xing Tian stepped forward and answered him with action. His right leg swept across his waist, like a huge barren mountain suppressing across time and space, with an unparalleled force field. The sword master was awe-inspiring, and the 2 swords in his hands were shining brightly, bursting out with thousands of rays of light, and crossed them out, trying to cut off Xing Tian's right leg. But even though his 2 swords are the most precious treasures of the half-ancestor, when they touched Xing Tian's right leg, they made a trembling sound of clang, and they couldn't move. Xing Tian's strength was heavy and powerful, his right leg was as heavy as a mountain, and the 2 swords split open, shaking the sword master back. He stood firm, as quiet as an abyss, with an imposing manner, and then stepped out again, pushing forward. The sword master let go of his hands, let the 2 swords move freely, and slashed forward, using the remote control of his mind. At the same time, the glow on his body bloomed, a pair of battle armor was worn on his body, covering even his head, and the nascent soul in his body was even put on a layer of infant armor. Blood was shining into the sky, a spear appeared in his hand, and he strode forward to meet Xing Tian. Xing Tianwu's relatives, their majesty and power are unimaginable. Although there is no giant axe in hand today, it is like a martial ancestor reappearing in the world with bare hands. His gestures are all ingenious. The 2 swords were shaken by his hands and kept retreating, forcing them to come to the sword master who was holding a spear. When a melodious trill sounded for thousands of miles, deafening like a thunderbolt struck from outside the sky. Xing Tian cut off the tip of a long sword with one hand, and then he repeatedly struck the sword with his left fist and right palm. There was a sound of cracking, and the semi-ancestral treasure was destroyed and shattered. Outside the huge light curtain, everyone was terrified. Xing Tian actually destroyed a semi-ancestral treasure with his bare hands. Such combat power is really against the sky. God's hand. Xiao Chen's eyes were as bright as lightning, and he stared at it for a moment, and the clear imprints of those pictures entered his heart. Xing Tian actually cultivated martial arts, and the hand of heaven was trained to such a terrifying state by him. With such power, why sacrifice magic weapons? Martial arts alone is enough. The sword master was furious, and another long sword tore through the heaven and earth, sweeping towards Xing Tian with a wave of destructive semi-ancestor peak energy, and at the same time the spear in his hand pierced out, straight for Xing Tian's chest. The divine armor all over his body is dazzling, and he is like a demon god, coercing people and coercing the world. Pulling out the mountain with overwhelming power, Xing Tian shook the sky with one hand, and fixed the other sword firmly, as if breaking a rotten tree, breaking the falling sword one after another, crushing it completely. And the other hand, with perfect precision, resisted the stabbing spear, holding the knife like a rainbow, and kept touching it. Within 100 miles shrouded by the martial world, the divine light soared into the sky, and the murderous aura filled the air, and this place became a place of destruction. The Sword Master's divine spear is not an ordinary treasure, and it was not destroyed by Xingtian. After the Sword Master fell into the wind for a while, he shot out the magic weapon, which seemed to be surrounded by colorful clouds, but soon the murderous intent collapsed. A destructive storm erupted, and if any of the endless magic weapons spread out, it would make ordinary practitioners jealous, but at this moment, it was like an endless rain of light, raging in the space with a radius of 100 miles. In the terrifying light, everyone could no longer see the figures of the two powerful men, but they all knew that their battle had reached a critical moment. Sure enough, a moment later, the magical treasures in the sky shattered, and a tall figure with disheveled hair soared into the sky like a godlike demon. The 9 records of God's hand and various mysterious martial arts that outsiders could not understand shattered the magic weapons in the sky. The Sword Master fell on one knee in the void, the spear in his hand was broken, blood continued to flow from his hands, the armor on his body was even more cracked, and more than a dozen clear palm prints appeared all over his body. Xingtian descended slowly, striding towards the Sword Master in the void, with an imposing manner. At this moment, the Sword Master suddenly stood up, pulled out a war sword that was as bright as the sun from between the broken divine spear with both hands, and stabbed towards Xingtian like a bolt of lightning under the control of his divine sense. A cold light flashed out of Xingtian's eyes, and he cut it with both hands, forcibly shaking this extremely glaring sword, chopping and slashing continuously, but it couldn't be broken or destroyed. He retreated resolutely, but the sword was advancing, following him like a shadow, as if he would not stop until his head was cut off. Xingtian stopped his figure suddenly, his tongue burst into thunder, he let out a long whistle, and swiped his hands continuously, and then briefly stopped the sword. After grabbing the hilt, his right hand wiped the sword vigorously, and the sword immediately stopped moving, and he was fixed there. Not far away, the Sword Master sprayed a mouthful of blood on the spot. He didn't expect Xingtian to be so powerful that he grabbed the sword and completely wiped out the spiritual consciousness he left on it. Xingtian held the battle sword in his hand and approached slowly, like an ancient magic mountain falling down. The powerful and unparalleled force shook the whole world. Every step he took, the world seemed to tremble. The Sword Master knew he was finished. A strong force completely suppressed him, and he couldn't even move. Xingtian ruthlessly struck out, and with one punch, the armor on the Sword Master's body was completely shattered. With the second punch, the Sword Master's body was torn apart. With the third punch, the battle armor on the nascent soul shattered. Xingtian's legs swept out like a storm, directly tearing the nascent soul into dust, and then he grabbed it in the void, and the remaining spiritual consciousness was ruthlessly crushed. The Sword Master is completely destroyed. 100 miles around collapsed, and energy waves swept across 10 directions. Everyone retreated together and rushed to the sky to avoid the terrible and destructive storm. At this moment, Xingtian's tall figure was so burly, like an unattainable holy mountain, that everyone's soul trembled. He walked towards Kyushu step by step, his pace was very slow, but he was extremely firm, every step seemed to be as heavy as 10,000 jun, and his stalwart body gradually disappeared. However, everyone's minds seemed to have not recovered from the battle just now. It was not until a long time later that the sea area boiled. A half-ancestor was actually killed. It has always been difficult for the Banzu to kill the Banzu, and generally they can only be sealed, but now Xingtian actually did what he said, beheading the Banzu at the same level. Killing people is like tearing up a painting. Xingtian's power is unimaginable, the battle just now is vivid in his mind, as if he didn't kill Banzu, but just tore up a picture scroll. Terrible Xingtian, it is worthy of being the ancient god of war in the world. This is everyone's heartfelt words. The birth of Xingtian has stirred up the situation in Kyushu, and it is difficult for the world to be peaceful. Kaiyu and Xingtian walked towards Kyushu side by side, and when they passed an island, they stopped and looked at the sky. "Yu, did you just want to make a move?" Kaiyu asked. No one responded to him. Kaiyu said calmly, "In the past, you have made great contributions to the human world. I don't want to take action against you until the critical moment. However, you shouldn't bring the golden essence of the human world into the realm of cultivation. When you come back this time, keep them. Otherwise, I will snatch them and smash them into pieces, and sprinkle them all over the world." God's Tomb OL is about to be closed and tested. Friends who want to participate in the closed test, please go to the update news of the Chengshuni public version, where there is the registration time and address. Chapter 314, Ancient Village Yellow Clay Terrace. The birth of Xingtian shocked the world. killed the sword master, and shattered the myth of the immortality of the half-ancestor. Kaiyu and Xingtian, the two most famous gods of war in Kyushu since ancient times, now come together. Both the longevity world and the cultivation world feel tremendous pressure. Xiao Chen has gained a lot. He does not lack the methods of cultivation, but what he lacks is a true understanding of the ultimate mystery. Xingtian is also a martial artist, and the martial arts he evolved greatly inspired him. The profound method on the six-sided sky tablet, as well as the imprint of martial arts, became clearer and clearer in his heart, and he seemed to have touched the edge of some kind of Tao, vaguely. Returning to Kyushu from the east, he returned to Zulong village by the Yellow River, and began to comprehend and practice the secret method. His so-called retreat is not like some people who are self-confident, but hidden in the village and blended into ordinary people. When one's cultivation has reached his level, it is no longer just a matter of hard work, and the most important thing is one word: enlightenment. In the early morning, Xiao Chen stood facing the rising sun. What he collected was not only the essence of the sun, but more importantly, it was integrated into the vigorous artistic conception. Call. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and then violently exhaled a stream of essence, which circled outside his body, tempering his body. The morning glow in the east, as if being attracted, penetrates down in the form of colorful rainbow lights visible to the naked eye. It seems that the spiritual spring of life is watering his body, washing his flesh and veins, and then flowing through his bones. This is the real marrow washing. If things go on like this, his body will continue to transform. In fact, this is reborn. Every time a cultivator improves his state, he is changing his physique and realizing self-sublimation. Kyushu's spiritual energy is thin, and only Ryua's external spiritual energy is the most prosperous, but this is enough for him. He only needs part of the external spiritual energy to enter the body. At present, what he really needs to do is to activate the potential in his body. The strength of the human body is completely self-sufficient. Once excavated, the power of heaven and earth will be eclipsed. Entering from the outside, he guides it with supernatural powers. Coming out from the inside, he uses martial arts as the basis, and the two phases connect to one place. Xiao Chen finally chose the path of supernatural powers and martial arts. He didn't want to give up the world of the 8 phases with boundless potential, and he didn't want to guard the imprint of martial arts without entering the treasure mountain. Although the two cultivations were painful and even conflicted, he still endured it. From the initial risk of being smashed to pieces at every turn, to the slow fusion now, he has experienced too many dangers. With a gentle breeze, Xiao Chen stood beside the Loess Road at the entrance of the village, facing the direction of the Yellow River, letting the weeping willows and ancient locust trees beside him sway. His body and mind became one, blending into the world, as if he had become a part of this dirt road. Scenes of battle scenes emerged in his mind. He seemed to have experienced life and death battles again and again, fighting with his heart instead of his body, evolving various life and death situations by himself, and realizing the artistic conception. Gradually all the images faded away, and he seemed to be the only one left in the world. The spirit, energy and spirit merged into one, blending with the world, and the consciousness slowly peeled off from the body, slowly rose up, and imprinted on the endless void. Is that the so-called Tao? He is approaching wirelessly, touching lightly, trying to blend in with it. Several mountain birds flew down and landed on Xiao Chen's body from the ancient locust tree. The birds could no longer feel his breath, and regarded him as a part of nature. Xiao Chen froze there like a fossil. His consciousness was silent and unwavering, his body was frozen like an abyss, as if it had existed since ancient times. Spiritual consciousness turns from emptiness to reality, and slowly returns from the endless emptiness, and everything in the world slowly manifests. The earth seemed to be a huge living body. Xiao Chen's waveless consciousness felt the pulse of the earth, and the sea of heart was expanding, as if it was going to spread to the endless earth. In a short moment, he seemed to have crossed Kyushu and entered the vast prehistoric era. This is the double expansion and spread of space and time. Then his spiritual consciousness rushed up and flew towards the universe Tianxin, wanting to engrave it into an eternal point in the vast universe. Endless nothingness, endless darkness, his spiritual brand once again changed from reality to emptiness, as if evolving the virtual and real form of the universe. The red sun was falling in the west, and the evening glow dyed the small village red. Xiao Chen woke up from the mysterious artistic conception and walked towards home. The villagers were very simple and didn't bother him when they learned that he was practicing. Although it has only been a few days of practice like this, Xiao Chen feels that his spiritual consciousness has been condensed a lot. After countless battles, it is time to precipitate. The current semi-reclusive cultivation fits his body and mind. Yeah, Kiki, who had disappeared for a few days, appeared. The little guy was ghostly, with big eyes twinkling, and he looked guilty. What's the matter, where are the two little girls? Xiao Chen asked. Kiki hesitated, and finally opened the lost paradise, where Linglong and Tutu were shouting angrily, "Little thing, let us out." Xiao Chen couldn't help laughing. A few days ago, the two lawless were chasing KK, but they didn't want to be imprisoned instead. Let them go. After all, this is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, and Xiao Chen didn't want to offend the Great Emperor. Yi, Kiki shook her head, gesticulated, with an extremely serious look, positioning the two Lolita as monsters, which was too scary for it. A figure appeared in the distance, and 3 shadows flew towards him like 3 shooting stars. A man and 2 women descended with swords. It seemed that men were respected. One of the 2 women was holding a sword for him, and the other was holding a guqin for him. A bright young girl rolled her eyes, looked at the village, and said, "It should be here." Another girl asked suspiciously, "Is this the ancient village in the legend?" The young man is not handsome, he looks very ordinary, but he has an extraordinary temperament, calm. He is the kind of man with ordinary appearance and special charm, and he will be firmly remembered after one meeting. He saw Xiao Chen not far away, showed a smile, and said to the 2 girls, "That's right, it's here." Xiao Chen looked at them quietly without speaking. "I didn't expect you to be in this village. Is this a coincidence?" The ordinary young man with an extraordinary temperament said with a smile, "I know you are Xiao Chen, and you killed Deng Yu, who is as famous as me. Please don't be hostile. This time I am not here for you, I just want to practice in this village." The 2 girls looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, apparently they had already heard about Xiao Chen's deeds. "It's just for cultivation, why did you choose this village?" Xiao Chen looked at them intently. "Why are you practicing here?" the young man asked without answering. "Because I was born here." The young man showed a look of surprise, and said, "This is your birthplace. As a cultivator, don't you know that this village is a bit unusual? It has been a village since the prehistoric era, which can be described as ancient and long. However, it is really hard to find." "I don't know at all, is there anything special about it?" Seeing that the other party had no killing intent, Xiao Chen naturally showed no hostility. "Nothing, I just heard about it occasionally and wanted to take a look." Boom, the ground trembled violently, and a slovenly old lunatic came out from the village. It was just outside the mountain. With a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind was blown up, and 3 young cultivators flew into the sky immediately. The 3 were surprised, and the young man asked in surprise, "Are you the guardian of this village? Go away, don't make plans for this village, or you will be killed without mercy." Shanwai Shanping looked like an old lunatic during the day, but at the moment he was extremely solemn and murderous. Snort. A girl in the air snorted coldly, flicked her jade finger lightly, and the sound of the piano burst out, like a sky knife piercing the air, tearing off sharp silver rays of light. Roll. There was a loud roar from the mountain outside the mountain, like a thunderclap, a gust of wind swept into the sky, and the girl playing the piano was immediately blown away several miles away. However, such sound waves did not spread in the village. They seemed to be concentrated in one direction, and they all hit the girl. The young man yelled at another woman, "Go!" They flew away. Xiao Chen walked over suspiciously, and asked, "This is a prehistoric ancient village, what's the secret?" Shan Weishan shook his head and said, "It's related to the progenitor dragon and the seal of Kyushu. I don't know the specifics. You follow me. I dug something from your village a few days ago. I don't know what it is." A yellow mud platform is unremarkable, placed in the dilapidated courtyard outside the mountain. Nothing special can be seen, it seems to be the crudest semi-finished product randomly piled up with yellow mud by the lowest craftsman. The height is no more than 1 meter, the diameter is no more than 1.5 meters, and the surface is rough and rough. Shan Weishan said, "It's hard to damage it with my skill." He felt that it belonged to this village, and he couldn't figure out anything special, so he gave this ordinary yellow clay platform to Xiao Chen. In the next few days, Xiao Chen fiddled with the yellow mud platform while practicing, but was shocked when the 2 centenarians in the village saw it. "When we were young, the elders of the previous generations were still there, saying that there was a yellow mud platform in our deposit, why did it appear again?" The 2 old men tremblingly touched the yellow mud platform, showing a look of surprise, and said, "It's the same as what the old man described." Xiao Chen was quite surprised and asked, "Is there any legend?" "It is said that this yellow mud platform is very evil. I don't know the specifics." "Xiao Chenzi, you'd better throw it away." How could Xiao Chen throw it away, and finally sat directly on the yellow mud platform to practice? At first, he didn't feel anything special. But one day, when he merged into the heaven and the earth, almost as one with the heaven and man, he suddenly heard some indistinct voices. Buddhist mantras like Om, Ma, Ne, Ba, Mi, Mu. Om, the voice of heaven, well, the voice of Shira, Ah, the voice of human beings, Mi, the voice of animals, ignorance, the voice of hungry ghosts, Mu, the voice of hell. According to legend, the Buddha and Jain each mastered the 3 characters, which can be used to the extreme. If these 6 character mantras are combined, they can fight against the 6 reincarnations. Xiao Chen listened carefully, and felt that this sound was quite different from the sound of Buddhism. It seemed to be a more primitive ancient sound. Although there are only a few ancient syllables, it is not only difficult to capture, but even more difficult is that even if you hear it, you cannot imitate it. What exactly is Wangnatai? Xiao Chen was horrified, and felt as if he was sitting on the devil's abyss. Chapter 315 Origin. Xiao Chen sat quietly on the yellow mud platform, feeling the ancient original sound. His soul seemed to vibrate with the sound, and he couldn't control himself. It was difficult to move. It seemed to be the sound of a demon from outside the sky, and also like the divine rhythm of the Pure Land, rough and melodious, indescribable and indescribable. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the origin of the heaven and earth was right in front of him, and the sound of the majestic heaven swept all directions, and seemed to fill the entire heaven and earth in an instant. Om, Ma, Ne, Ba, Mi, and Mu represent the 6 heavenly sounds, which can be used to the extreme. If they are united, they can fight against the 6 realms of reincarnation. But what is the sound coming from the yellow mud platform? Sitting cross-legged on the yellow mud platform, Xiao Chen seemed to be deeply immersed in the ancient prehistoric world. The desolate and long-lasting breath rushed towards him. Several original syllables came and went, spreading in the endless empty and dead world. Seemingly real and unreal, like virtual and real, Xiao Chen was in a dream. The ancient voice of heaven resonated with his soul. He seemed to collapse at any time, but he also had a strange feeling of being reborn and transformed. In a trance, he felt a ripple coming out of his body, which came from the headless broken stone man. It was silent, sitting in his body, but the ripple was indeed coming from it, instantly calming down Xiao Chen, who felt that his body was about to collapse. As the sun rose and set, Xiao Chen sat on the yellow mud platform for 3 days. When the morning glow fell again, he returned from that strange mood. The ancient Tianyan disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The golden morning glow fell on his body, making Xiao Chen, who was sitting quietly on the yellow mud platform, shimmer with a little golden light, as if thin golden water was flowing on his body. His skin was crystal clear like jade, and he looked extremely holy. KK was yawning on an ancient locust tree next to it. It occupied an abandoned magpie nest, and expanded it into a spiritual nest with various spiritual herbs like a phoenix. It just woke up, looked at Xiao Chen with big dazed eyes blinking, and jumped down with a whoosh. But a strange thing happened. The Wangni terrace actually rippled a little bit, blocking it out. Yeah, the little thing yelled in surprise. Since it was able to travel through space, no one can block its way. After several attempts, the little guy failed and was blocked. Xiao Chen's heart moved. He stretched out his hand, brought KK to the yellow mud platform, and entered without any hindrance. Yi. The little guy became even more curious. He touched this and that on the yellow mud platform, and finally pulled out the battle sword fixed in Paradise Lost, and stroked it lightly on the mud platform a few times. No traces were left. The yellow mud platform looked bumpy and inconspicuous, but it was extremely hard. Even a sharp sword did not destroy it. The seemingly ordinary yellow mud platform is by no means ordinary. Xiao Chen asked Kiki to put away the sword and looked at it carefully again, but there was nothing more to discover. I actually sat in meditation for 3 days. Yeah, Kiki nodded. Xiao Chen sat quietly on the yellow mud platform, under a piece of ancient locust trees in the village, not at home. He was afraid that his parents would be frightened if his vitality became restless during the cultivation process. The 2 old people knew that he was practicing, so they didn't worry about him staying for several days. Only the children in the village often watched from a distance. The rising sun shone warmly on the person's body. Xiao Chen felt that he seemed to be a little different. He couldn't tell exactly how. The body seemed to have undergone a baptism, and it became much lighter and more comfortable. He returned home, met his parents, had some breakfast, and then took KK for a walk by the Yellow River. The little guy liked swimming very much, and often went to swim in the Yellow River alone, covering hundreds of miles. Is that Su Ying? In the distance, a slender figure just came back from the morning market and walked towards the next village. He looked 26 and 7, with a scent of books. The little tailback then always followed Xiao Chen, and finally married a talented scholar in tears. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. Many long past events came to mind, but he didn't go there, he just watched from a distance, not wanting to disturb the peaceful life of this childhood friend. After returning, he asked his village partners Da Zhou and Bald Head to bury a jewelry box in the vegetable field in Su Ying's courtyard, making her family mistakenly think it was left by their ancestors. He didn't want to change the life trajectory of that talented woman too much, and he never even went to see her. Brush. There was a piercing sound, and several figures descended, blocking Su Ying's way. Xiao Chen could see clearly in the woods in the distance, and frowned at that time. Those are some practitioners, why are they here again? The next village is Zulong village. A young practitioner asked Su Ying. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman to exist in such a mountainous place. Another person smiled. Su Ying nodded and said, that's Zulong village. Unexpectedly, the so-called Zulong village is also that prehistoric ancient village. A female cultivator looked at Zulong village and said, I wonder if we can gain something here. Another woman said in an extremely cold voice, it's easy to do. Gather all the people in that village, and they will definitely be able to find out something, especially those old antiques. They must know some legends left behind. If you can't remember, just grab them one by one and throw them into the Yellow River to feed the fish. I don't believe we can't find some useful clues. What do you want to do? Su Ying was shocked. Is it your turn to ask about our affairs? The woman with a cold face glanced at Su Ying, and said, go and find all the old people in your village, I have something to ask. Afterwards, she instructed the 2 men and 1 woman who followed, bring all the elderly from the nearby villages to Zulong village and interrogate them properly. You can't mess around. Su Ying was really afraid that the old people in the nearby villages would be thrown into the Yellow River because they couldn't answer. Snapped. The icy woman waved her palm lightly, and a palm shadow instantly slapped Su Ying's face, sending her flying 4 or 5 meters away. How dare a mere mortal speak like that in front of me? The cold woman glanced at Su Ying, who had fallen into the dust with a look of contempt, and said, if you are told to go, go quickly. The man next to him, who was always smiling, said, hurry up, beauty, my senior sister won't be as sympathetic as I am. Is there any pain from the fall? I will rub it for you. Now is not the time to mess around. The woman with a cold expression glared at the man who wanted to get closer. The man stopped in embarrassment, and said, understood, senior sister. Senior sister Yi Jun, will senior brother Yi Tian come? Another man next to him asked. The cold woman said, my brother is fighting a group of supernatural beings in Washan, and he probably won't come until he is crowned king. Senior brother Yi Tian is one of the 10 strongest young masters in the cultivation world, not to mention Washan becoming the king. Even among the young generation of Kyushu, it is not a problem to be crowned king. Why don't you go? Yi Jun coldly swept towards Su Ying, who was lying on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled slightly, and a great pressure came from the ancient pagoda tree forest. The tree swayed, the leaves fluttered, and powerful fluctuations surged in an instant. Xiao Chen came step by step, dragging his sword backwards, leaving a deep groove on the ground. His murderous intent was undisguised. The man who had just teased Su Ying turned around and said coldly, who are you? At the same time, he spit out a small silver hammer and blocked him. The person who killed you. Xiao Chen's voice was indifferent, but his steps were firm. He dragged his sword backwards and approached. Looking for death. The man snorted angrily. The small silver hammer instantly enlarged to the size of a millstone, and smashed towards Xiao Chen. Thunder and lightning roared, and lightning bolts fell down like spider webs. Xiao Chen didn't even blink his eyes, and was still approaching unshakably. He swung his sword upwards, and there was a loud boom. The ground shook, and the light of the sword immediately smashed the network of lightning. At the same time, the sound of clang sounded, and the silver hammer the size of a millstone was split in 2. At this moment, Xiao Chen approached the man, and the tremendous pressure immediately made the man feel fear. He never thought that the opponent's strength was beyond imagination, so he retreated. How could Xiao Chen give him a chance, and followed him in 1 step? The man shouted loudly, spit out a sword light and slashed backwards. Xiao Chen didn't intend to dodge at all, and he slashed down with the sword in his hand. With a click, the flying sword instantly turned into scrap iron and fell to the ground. At the same time, the blood burst out. Xiao Chen chopped off his head with a sword, and with a violent shock, the nascent soul was also shattered. Not far away, KK flew up to Su Ying, and the little thing helped her up with colorful rays of light, and wiped away the terrifying palm print on her face with his little furry paws. Brother Xiao Chen. Su Ying hugged the little snow-white animal who didn't know what kind of animal it was, and when she looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes were blurred with tears, as if she had a lot of grievances and wanted to say a lot. I've made you feel wronged. Xiao Chen never expected to meet Su Ying after all. Holding the bleeding sword, he forced towards the other three, looked at the woman named Yi Jun ruthlessly, and said, chop off your right hand, and I'll give you a good time. Yi Jun sneered. It's just a mortal, even if I kill him, it's not an exaggeration. You killed my junior brother, and you dare to talk to me like this, I will make your life worse than death. Speaking of which, she was the first to attack, and with a flick of her arm, a circle of diamonds struck like a comet from outside the sky, drawing a long tail light, which was dazzling. Xiao Chen's sword slashed obliquely, and there was a loud, dang, the diamond ring flew up to the sky, but after circling for a week, it swooped down again, smashing hard, the space collapsed, the ground cracked, and with the sound of wind and thunder roaring, a purple light shot down, punching the ground into a huge black hole that was unfathomable. Although Yi Jun is a woman, she does have the ability to be arrogant, such a cultivation base is not much weaker than Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes shone coldly, the spatial magic power opened up, and the cyan light curtain shrouded down, temporarily fixing the diamond circle. Then the magic power of the 8-phase world emerged, and he rushed forward like lightning, trapping Jun Yi. Although Yi Jun has already soared into the sky, how can he pass Xiao Chen so quickly? The Vajra circle is indeed a rare magic weapon for cultivation. It was sacrificed by the ancestor Sanying Taijin of their lineage. He collapsed the space, escaped from the cyan light curtain, and returned to her side. But at this time Xiao Chen had already rushed there, and the world of 8 phases covered him inside. Relying on his unique supernatural powers and martial arts, Xiao Chen defeated practitioners several times higher than him more than once. He was absolutely sure of killing this female cultivator who was slightly weaker than him. He didn't want to waste time and directly showed his strongest strength. The sky and the earth intersect each other, and the yin and yang qi diffuse out, trapping Jun Yi. Xiao Chen slashes with the sword in his left hand, his right hand is crystal clear like jade, and the hand of God strikes straight. This is forcing Yi Jun to fight with all his strength. The light flooded the sky, the battle sword slashed 5 times, the diamond ring shattered, and the hand of God hit 9 times. All of Yi Jun's cultivation magic weapons were turned into scrap iron, and the Yuan Ying was completely shattered. However, her physical body and spiritual consciousness remained, and Xiao Chen grabbed her and threw her on the ground. Another man and a woman were taken aback, they never expected to meet such a master in a mountain village. You abolished Yi Jun, do you know who she is? The male cultivator said. Her brother is Yi Tian, one of the 10 strongest young masters in the cultivation world. If you don't let her go, you will die without a place to die. Xiao Chen's expression was indifferent, and he said ruthlessly, I dare to kill 10 heroes, what is the younger sister of 10 heroes? You are Xiao Chen, the Dark King of Taishan. The woman looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Dark King, Xiao Chen didn't know when he had such a title. The two wanted to run, but how could Xiao Chen give them a chance? The magic power of space was displayed, and their nascent soul was shattered, but they were not beheaded, and they were thrown beside Yi Jun. You think that you are superior, and it seems to be the right thing to hit mortals, so what are you at this moment? I'm slapping your mouths now, do you have something to say? How dare you? Yi Jun screamed. Xiao Chen slapped her away, and said with a sneer, I dare to kill you, why not beat you? But I will not be like you, I will not do anything to ordinary women. With disheveled hair, Yi Jun said in a voice of hatred, my brother will not let you go. When he comes, I will kill him too. Xiao Chen whipped her away again. A man and a woman next to each other said, let us go, or you will face disaster. Yi Jun and Yi Tian brothers and sisters are the descendants of the half-ancestor Sanying Taijin. The Taijin has come to the human world. If you kill her descendants, you will surely die. Can I change the situation if I let you go now? Xiao Chen sneered, I never regret anything I do. Now I will send you on your way. Xiao Chen carried the 3 of them towards the Yellow River not far away. What do you want to do? The 3 of Yi Jun shouted. Aren't you going to throw the old people in the village into the Yellow River to feed the fish? Now you will be dealt with according to your methods, and you will be fed to the fish. No, you dare, let us go, Xiao Chen sneered and said, it seems that you really rely on your status and are used to being arrogant, and you still show me a savage temper. I will let you see if I dare. Xiao Chen directly removed their limbs and threw them into the Yellow River. Of course, he didn't let Su Ying see this scene. It's cruel to ordinary people, but it's nothing to cultivators. The Yellow River rolled up and swallowed the 3 of them very quickly. Yi Jun couldn't believe it until his death. Some people didn't care about her status as the descendant of the 3 infants. Su Ying looked at Xiao Chen, who had been separated for many years. Her eyes were blurred with tears. She hugged KK and cried, "I thought you would hide from me forever, and there would be no chance to see you again." "Don't cry, I'm about to become a little cat." Xiao Chen smiled, trying to ease her sad mood. "Whenever I think of the past, I want to cry." Su Ying looked at Xiao Chen firmly. Xiao Chen didn't know what to say, and fell into silence for a short while. He really only regarded Su Ying as his younger sister. "Go back to the village. It's true to be ordinary. My world is not the world you know." In the end, Xiao Chen wiped away her tears and watched her leave. Su Ying finally turned around and asked, "Will you show up again in the future?" "Yes," Xiao Chen replied against his will. He felt that it was a mistake not to change his appearance today, and he really shouldn't appear in front of Su Ying. The land of Kyushu, famous mountains and great rivers everywhere, are all engaged in the battle to seal the king. The younger generation of the longevity world and the cultivation world are fiercely confronted. The strong are famous all over the world, and the weak are constantly falling. Feng Tianqi, Yi Tian, Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu and others are powerful and famous among the masters of the same generation, and their reputations are becoming more and more prominent. Xiao Chen knew that Zulong village seemed to be difficult to calm down, and practitioners kept coming here. What secrets does this village hide? Is it Wangnatai? For 7 consecutive days, he sat quietly on the yellow mud platform, trying to sense the ancient sounds in it with his heart, trying to find out what happened. On the 10th day, Xiao Chen finally figured out how many Zongtianian there were, and his soul was almost shattered. If it wasn't for the stone man's ripples, his soul would have completely melted away. The terrible syllables seemed to be many times more terrifying than the 6-character mantra of Buddhism. Om, Hek, Ah, Ho, Mu, Da, Ha, Ha. On the 15th day, he finally heard the 8 syllables clearly, and he felt the most original power. The Weng and Kai among them are the same as the 6-character mantra of Buddhism. Which is more mysterious, the 6-character mantra of Buddhism or the octave? Xiao Chen prefers these octaves, and he really wants to master the original octaves, but in the next month, no matter how he imitates, the vibrato can't reach that pure state. Because the so-called syllables come from the soul, not just external sound waves. Tianian is hard to imitate. Exhausted, it was not until Xiao Chen suffered half a month of Tianian's soul-shattering pain that he managed to utter one of the sounds. When imitating the original, Om, cause, the soul trembled with the resonance, and unexpectedly began to shatter in the end. It was at this time that Xiao Chen discovered that he was indeed an incomplete soul, as the Golden Divine Halberd and Wu Tian said. The reason why the shattering began was from the incomplete part. The sound of Weng was correct. When the whole body was washed, the soul could not bear it. However, the sound of the word Weng that resonated from Xiao Chen's soul was never extinguished, and at the most difficult moment, he started to slowly reorganize the broken soul. After half a month of disintegration and reorganization, Xiao Chen experienced a process from life to death, and from death to life. He was shocked to find that the reorganized soul was almost complete, and most of the incomplete parts had been regenerated, but there were not many imprints, but it was much stronger. Xiao Chen obviously felt the increase in combat power. He was horrified by the unparalleled power of the original octave, which not only has destructive power, but also has the power of regeneration. He barely mastered the sound of Weng. In the next half-month, he once again fell into silence on the yellow mud platform. Repeatedly issued the Weng sound, and his soul vibrated with it. His soul was crushed 9 times, reorganized 9 times, and finally the incomplete soul was completely repaired. Of course, the so-called restoration is entirely from the restoration of soul power, and it is impossible to make up some imprints. After all, in a sense, the so-called imprints are memories. The regeneration of a complete soul gave Xiao Chen a feeling of being reborn, and his combat power became much stronger. After the soul is complete, he has mastered the sound of Weng, and the soul can resonate with it. Xiao Chen knows that he has mastered an extremely powerful power. He wanted to master the other 7 syllables, but he couldn't succeed at all. He knew that special opportunities must be needed. During this process, he accidentally discovered something strange. When he made the sound of Weng, one phase in the world of 8 phases seemed to vibrate for a while, but when he tried again, there was no abnormality. Xiao Chen walked down Wangni Terrace, and when he came to the village entrance, he learned from the mountain pass outside the mountain that nearly 1,000 people had come here in the past 2 months, trying to break into Zulong village. The prehistoric ancient village. The 4 words gradually spread in the land of Kyushu and became known to more and more people. Even the battlefield of the king's battle seems to be shifting here. Chapter 316 suspended for 1 day due to something, 2 changes tomorrow. The climax is coming, so stay tuned. There is something to suspend for 1 day, and there will be 2 updates tomorrow. The climax is coming, so stay tuned. Chapter 317 Evil. The so-called Zulong village turned out to be that prehistoric ancient village, unexpectedly. What the hell is here? I don't know, it seems to be a taboo place for the Banzu. Let's dig 3 feet and search carefully, and take away all the suspicious things. But that old lunatic is standing there, no one can shake him. Outside the village, there are many people in the ancient locust tree forest. In the past 2 months, practitioners have been looking for them, but they are all blocked by the mountains outside the village. Xiao Chen knew that the ancient village could not be peaceful, and the flames of war had spread here. He strode out of the village and walked straight towards the forest. Hey, it looks like he's a cultivator, but he's actually coming towards us. Someone sneered, and more people in the distance chose to peep silently. The shadows of the trees in the ancient pagoda tree forest are whirling, casting a large area of shade. 2 cultivators turned around and came out, blocking Xiao Chen's way, and said, "You came from this village, you are not an ordinary mountain dweller, but you are a cultivator, so I might invite you to come with us." "It's funny, you said let me go, so I will go with you." Xiao Chen walked forward slowly, and asked unhurriedly, "It seems that you don't seem to be from the realm of cultivation, are you from the realm of longevity?" Seeing Xiao Chen's calmness, the 2 couldn't help taking a few steps back. They felt that they had met a master, and they dared not act as presumptuously as they would treat ordinary people. "Kill him!" A cold shout came from deep in the dense forest, and the 2 old men rushed over like lightning. At the same time, the 2 young cultivators in front of Xiao Chen received this order and started to do it too. Sitting quietly on the Wangni terrace for 2 months, Xiao Chen has undergone a transformation like a reborn body, and his spiritual sense is extremely keen. He caught the shadow of the woman in an instant, and it turned out to be a member of the Hu family, Hu Daiwu. This woman once fought against Xiao Chen, and several demigods of the Hu family died in Yindu of the longevity realm, and she was the only one who escaped alone. She has a close friendship with Hai Yunzu who married into Hu's family. Bang bang. As soon as the 2 young cultivators got close to Xiao Chen, they spit out blood and flew out, their eyes full of horror. The light in Xiao Chen's eyes gradually faded away, and the light in his eyes shone with cold electricity, comparable to sword energy, which directly shattered the bones in the 2 of them. At the same time, the 2 old men rushed over without saying a word, and directly killed Xiao Chen, wanting to kill him immediately. The people of the Hu family really linger. Since Xiao Chen was born, the most difficult enemy he has encountered is the Hu family, who have been entangled with him endlessly. With his peerless body skills, he dodged the pounce of the 2 old men in an instant, rushed towards Lin Nei like a wisp of light smoke, and killed Hu Daiwu, capturing the thief first and the king first. Although Hu Diwu is a younger generation of the Hu family, she is indeed the patriarch's favorite young girl with an extraordinary status. Killing her is better than killing 2 old demigods. Hu Diwu sneered, without changing his face. Swipe. The silhouettes in the forest flickered continuously, and the 9 old men appeared silently, as if they appeared out of thin air. They were all deep in the shadows, without any breath of life. Xiao Chen retreated decisively without any hesitation. The 9 lifeless old people followed like a shadow, and they killed them as fast as lightning. It was prepared to deal with the old lunatic, but I didn't expect you to be here, just to take your life. Hu Diwu smiled coldly. Even if you are an immortal, you will not escape the hands of the ghost. This is a kind of sorcery. After the death of a strong man, there will be a remnant soul left behind. After decades of daily sacrifices, the dead strong man can be refined into a shadow, and at least 80% of the power of the dead man can be exerted at the peak state. Xiao Chen felt that the danger was too great, so he retreated in the shortest time, and when he turned around and met the 2 demigods of the Hu family, he shot mercilessly, and the world of 8 phases unfolded, wrapping them in. The 9 shadows in the back were so fast that they were far faster than the demigods. If Xiao Chen hadn't mastered the 8-phase extreme speed, he would have been caught up already. Shan Weishan walked out of the village, entered among the 9 shadows in one step, and said with a silly smile, "Is it specially prepared for me? Let me see how powerful it is." After saying these words, a gust of wind swept out, and the sky and the earth suddenly swelled, and the leaves in the forest were flying, and it was gray, and I couldn't see anything clearly. There were bursts of muffled thunder, black light gleamed, and there were bursts of creepy sounds from inside, while blood continued to shoot up into the sky. When the sky and the earth were clear again, the mountains outside the mountains stood in the forest, 9 streaks of black ashes appeared on the ground, and some black blood that hadn't dried up could be vaguely seen. At the same time, Xiao Chen threw the 2 demigods of the Hu family wrapped in the world of 8 phases to the mountain outside the mountain, and he rushed to Hudiwu in the depths of the forest again. Unexpected, that old thing is unfathomable. The 9 Dao demon shadow was wiped out. Hudiwu was full of regret, seeing Xiao Chen killing him. She was not panicked, and sneered, "Even if you have the speed of the world, you can't kill me." Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and directly shook Ling Shi Jianbo, and destructive invisible ripples oscillated out. Hu Diwu sneered and said, "I've already prepared, the space coordinates have been set." When Ling Shi Jianbo vibrated to her side, the space scroll had already unfolded, and her figure quickly faded away. Breaking the space, do you think you can escape? Xiao Chen soared into the sky with 8 phases at extreme speed, looking for the shadow of Hu Daiwu in all directions. Brush. He quickly chased towards the southeast, seemingly strolling in a garden, but kept traveling through space, as fast as a meteor chasing the moon. I didn't expect that it would be you who came after me. We were waiting for that old madman here. Hai Yunzu's floral dress fluttered in the wind, standing in the clouds. Although she was enchanting and unparalleled, she showed a cold and ruthless smile at the moment. Hu Diwu stood beside her, and there was a specter behind them. It could be seen that they were well prepared to deal with the mountains outside the mountains. Where do we not meet in life? It seems that there must be a break between you and me in the near future. Xiao Chen knew that chasing Hu Daiwu failed. Hai Yunzu's eyes flickered, she put away her killing intent, smiled slightly, and said, "Why are you fighting me?" Xiao Chen stared at her and said, "Your confidence has really swelled to the point where it cannot be increased. Your younger brother Hai Yuntian once asked me to spare your life. It seems that he is too worried." Hai Yunzu sneered, showing a cruel and ruthless look, and said, "Behind me is the powerful Hu family, with the White Tiger's sacred emperor as the backing. What do you have? Can you trouble Kaiyu once or twice, and can you trouble a half-ancestor again and again?" She lightly waved her slender hands that were as white as jade, and the group of phantoms behind her rushed towards Xiao Chen uniformly. Xiao Chen turned around and left, saying, "The grievances from the past will be resolved in this world in the near future." He disappeared in a flash, disappearing into the sky. Announced to the world that the ancient village has reappeared, and Kyushu will be unsealed. Hai Yunzu instructed the people beside her. Hu Diwu was a little hesitant, and said, "Didn't the elders in the family let us dig 3 feet to find something?" Hai Yunzu shook her head, and said, "I doubt that there is a Banzu sitting here. Let the power of the whole world come. Anyway, this is not a secret, we are just adding fuel to the flames. Next, we will watch in secret." When Xiao Chen returned to the village, he found Shan Weishan standing there obediently. In front of him were a fat and white child and a young man with a flare. Rin Weiren and Tian Weishan had arrived. They were looking at Wang Natai from a distance, but they didn't get close. Then, with a solemn expression, he began to walk around the village, looking at every inch of the land, as if this was a magic cave. In the end, the 3 of them guarded 3 directions and sat cross-legged among the ancient locust trees outside the village. This made Xiao Chen very puzzled, and wanted to ask, but he knew that if such an expert didn't want to talk, it would be useless to ask. Everything seemed to have calmed down again. Although many cultivators kept looking for them, the 3 masters were sitting outside the village, and no one could break in. Xiao Chen didn't ask anything, just sat alone on the yellow mud platform, and began to meditate and practice painstakingly. Now everything is empty, and the only real thing is to quickly improve his cultivation. The autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, and it was late autumn in a blink of an eye. Xiao Chen felt a chilling atmosphere, and a half-ancestor came. Tian Weishan and Rin Weiren greeted him out, and the powerful murderous aura subsided instantly. Xiao Chen understood in an instant that the young man who was flowing with air and that white and clean child were really not that simple. The moment he lifted the seal on his body, he actually approached the realm of the half-ancestor. What is the secret of Hongwang ancient village? Why did you attract the half-ancestors? Xiao Chen felt uneasy. The village was originally peaceful, but from now on it might be stained red with blood. When Xiao Chenjing sat on the yellow mud platform and fell into silence again, Tian Weishan and Rin Weiren walked over, stared silently for a long time, and then made a very dignified sound. The blood of the sky, the spirit of the earth, the battle between yin and yang, weeping blood and black yellow, how many outstanding people lay dead under the yellow mud stage. Weeping blood Xuanwang, I have seen destruction. We are not needed here, let's go. Tian Weishan and Renwiren disappeared without a sound. At this moment, Xiao Chen has fallen into a complete silence, his mind is wandering outside the void, and he doesn't know what's going on outside. In recent months, cultivators with sensitive spiritual senses have noticed abnormal fluctuations between the heaven and the earth. There are half-ancestors fighting one after another, but no one knows where it happened or who is fighting. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, someone from outside the mountain came over. I might have to get out of here. Xiao Chen was a little puzzled by Shan Weishan's abrupt words. Why did you leave? Shan Weishan, sloppy and beggar-like, narrowed his cloudy eyes and said, my master wants me to leave. He has a feeling that something big will happen to this village. If I don't leave, I will die here. Who can guard this village after you leave? Didn't you say that this place has a major relationship with the seal of Kyushu? We got it wrong. This village is so evil that we don't need to guard it at all. The mountain outside the mountain actually left like this, without hesitation, it disappeared in an instant. What happened? Is this village so scary? Xiao Chen stared at the dissipated afterimage. The villagers didn't feel anything unusual. Although they were often asked about things when they went out to work, no tragedy happened. Xiao Chen put the Wangni terrace into the apotheosis of the acupoints, walked out of the village again, swept away his spiritual sense, and there were many people hidden in the forest outside the village. Facing the prying practitioners, he shouted loudly, if you want to enter the village, please come, but please don't disturb the people. If you don't find anything, please leave as soon as possible. After Shan Weishan left, it was impossible for him to stop so many people, so why not let them come in to see what happened? No one moved, as if worried about fraud. I'll go take a look. It's him, Fang Tianqi, one of the top 10 young masters in the cultivation world, who was crowned king on Mount Tai. Some people whispered. Fang Tianqi in blue strode out of the village, turned around, found nothing, and walked out with his sword. Seeing that he was safe and sound, the others rushed together. The figures were so vague that they could not be counted. There were thousands of people, and these were people who acted on the surface, and there were more people in the dark outside the village. Thousands of people rushed into the village, causing all the villagers to close their doors in shock and hide. Dig the ground 3 feet, find out. Someone shouted. Yes, find out what kind of ancient village it is, so that our ancestors dare not walk here lightly. Tear down the houses and dig up the village. There are noisy voices, there are practitioners and people from the longevity world, and now their goals are the same. After Shan Weishan, Renwiren, and Tian Weishan retreated, no one could stop them anymore. Thousands of people wanted to riot, no matter how strong Xiao Chen's cultivation was, he was powerless to stop it. The blood of the sky, the spirit of the earth, the battle between yin and yang, weeping blood and mysterious yellow. If you don't want to die, go back. At this time, such a huge voice came from the secret. But it was too late, the 2 auras of Xuanwang and Huang permeated the ancient village, blood burst out, and thousands of cultivators all collapsed, blood burst into the sky, and then dissipated. When the Xuanwang qi disappeared, not one of the thousands of people in the village was left, and all of them were turned into fly ash. Everyone was terrified and fell into dead silence for an instant. It was a chilling scene just now. Thousands of cultivators died unexpectedly, leaving no trace of it. Fang Tianqi was extremely afraid in his heart. If he hadn't followed up after he came out, he might have followed in the footsteps of those people. Yin and yang are at war, weeping blood and black yellow, outstanding people lay dead, ants fly to ashes. There was a sigh in the dark, and the sound faded away, obviously that person had gone away. Strong enough to be a demigod, is it considered an ant? It was wiped out in ashes, not even a corpse left behind. Only Xiao Chen at the entrance of the village survived, standing there quietly, like a statue. He was also extremely shocked in his heart. Brush. He left an afterimage on the spot and rushed towards the house quickly. In the room, the 2 old men snored lightly and fell into a sweet and deep sleep. He rushed into the homes of the villagers one after another, and found that everyone seemed to have entered a dream without any danger. Then, like flying, he came to the ancient pagoda tree where he usually practiced, flew up, and stretched out his hand to dig into the small nest made of spiritual grass on the top of the tree. Kiki, who had been sleeping for more than 2 months after eating 3 Yinmu ginseng fruits in a row, opened her eyes in a daze, and was pulled up by Xiao Chen. At this point, Xiao Chen was completely relieved. Yi, the little thing yelled in dissatisfaction, protesting against Xiao Chen for disturbing its sleep. Xiao Chen brought it to the entrance of the village. Now is an extremely dangerous moment, and a big battle may be triggered at any time. He took out the battle sword fixed in Paradise Lost and held it in his hand. KK obviously knew what happened, opened the Lost Paradise, shook it vigorously, and threw Linglong and Tutu out. The little guy was ready to use the Lost Paradise to arrest people at any time. Little thing, you are too bad, how dare you imprison us, and you can't spare you. The moment the two lawless got out of trouble, they yelled at KK, but when they saw the situation in front of them, they immediately fell silent again. What happened just now? Until then, the cultivators around the village seemed to wake up from that fear, and no one dared to go forward. Terrible. Everyone was terrified. For 3 days and 3 nights, no one dared to move forward. Yi Tian, who was crowned king in Mount Hua, has also come. Someone whispered on the 4th day. A young man very similar to the dead Yi Jun led a large group of people to meet Feng Tianqi, who was crowned king on Mount Tai. In the next few days, more than half of the top 10 young masters in the cultivation world came, and many older cultivators followed. Afterwards, many people from the longevity world also came. On the 10th day, Hai Yunzu led the masters of the Hu family to make a comeback and completely surrounded the village. Hee. Hai Yunzu smiled slightly, and said to the master of the Hu family, "Why is this so difficult? Let's back off and set fire to the village." Destroy this village? It's just a village with not many people. Even if they were all burned to death, it wouldn't be a disaster. Besides, it might not be possible to burn it. Let's try it, Hai Yunzu said calmly. Okay, set the fire on the village. At that time, some cultivators fired the fire of Zhenyang. However, Hai Yunzu, the masters of the Hu family, Feng Tianqi, Yi Tian and other big sects all retreated at the first moment. The Hu family came up with the idea, but it was someone else who exercised it, and the fire of the gods rolled towards the village. Boom! Xuanwang Tu Chi soared into the sky, the divine fire was extinguished, and the person who set the fire was wiped out in ashes. This result made everyone feel a little terrified. Xiao Chen, you don't want to be a tortoise for the rest of your life, right? Hu Diwu sarcastically said, do you want to stay in it forever? Although this village is your hometown, it is related to the fate of Kyushu. You'd better cooperate and tell the secret that you can stay safe inside, otherwise you will be an enemy of the whole world. What are you, can you represent the world? Xiao Chen glanced at her, and then ignored her directly. You guys just wait outside, I'll practice. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen pointed at the deified acupoints, and the yellow mud platform appeared at the entrance of the village, and Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on it. Xiao Kiki was bored, yawned, and flew towards the ancient locust tree in the village, wanting to continue to sleep soundly. As for the two little Lolitas, they happily followed. At this moment, the murderous aura rose to the sky in the distance. The earth trembled, and endless figures appeared, which turned out to be an army. The leader riding a one-horned Pegasus as smooth as jade is none other than the royal princess Zhao Liner. Behind her are 500 sun cult knights. Under the whole world, is it the land of the king? On the shore of the land, is it the king's subjects? The whole world belongs to the empire, and this village is no exception. Zhao Liner was unparalleled in beauty, crowning the world with beauty. After returning to the human world, she directly used the 500 sun knights to drive away the so-called national teacher and helped his father regain the power. The 500 knights were all extremely powerful, and some of the old knights didn't know how many years they had lived. The 500 people gathered together, with a murderous aura, and they shot straight into the sky. They either carried golden spears or two-handed swords, and each of them had a faint blood lingering around them. It could be imagined that they were all powerful cultivators who had experienced countless blood baptisms. Their long golden hair fluttered in the light blood mist, shining like sunlight. All kinds of savage beasts, mount earth dragons, winged leopards, three-headed giant tigers, flying demon wolves, etc. keep roaring. This is definitely a powerful force. In ancient times, the 500 strongest knights combined could overwhelm the half-ancestor. The impression of these 500 knights is not only shocking but also shocking. The ground was trembling, 500 knights approached slowly, and the wild aura of all kinds of savage beasts permeated the air, even powerful practitioners and immortal masters had to retreat. Although these 500 people are not as powerful as the ancient knights, they are not something ordinary people can compete with. Everyone made way for Zhao Liner and the 500 knights. Seeing Xiao Chen sitting firmly on the yellow mud platform, Zhao Liner was taken aback, and said, "It's really you." Xiao Chen closed his eyes and said nothing, as if what happened outside had nothing to do with him. He practiced silently. Hee. Zhao Liner chuckled lightly, and said, "I won't pursue the matter of the past anymore. Speaking of which, we are old friends. It's also thanks to you that I returned to the human world this time. You don't have to thank me, as long as you don't disturb the peace of this mountain village. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and replied. Hee, I can't promise you that. Zhao Liner returned to the world and took power. With 500 powerful Sun Knights as her backing, she had a fierce aura in her body. She said in a deep voice, it's about the safety of Kyushu. I must control this village in my hands. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and continued to practice. Did you hear me? Zhao Liner frowned slightly. I heard, you don't need to discuss with me if you want to take control of this village, just do it. I need your cooperation to bring us in. I can't do it, Xiao Chen directly refused. Xiao Chen, Zhao Liner's words turned cold at that moment, and she said in a deep voice, do you know where you are now? This is in the human world. Is it the king's land under the whole world? When the emperor was angry, blood flowed like rivers. You must know the consequences. If an ordinary royal family spoke like this, they would not be looked down upon by powerful cultivators at all, but behind Zhao Liner is the Sun Sect, which is a powerful force that can fight against any half-ancestor. It doesn't matter if I know it or not, you have already made up your mind, just do whatever you want. Xiao Chen spoke calmly, still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Okay, if that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Liner shouted, the Sun God Knights dispatched, together, blasted this village. I don't believe that the two Qi of Xuanwang and Huang can stop Banzu. A few old knights were strong survivors who survived the first battle in ancient times. One of them urged the wild ancient beasts to approach Zhao Liner. He frowned and said, this village is very evil. Don't use the knights to kill the formation. Let some old guys try it first. 9 old knights walked out side by side, lined up, shouted in unison, or raised golden swords, or bronze ancient spears, and were about to strike towards the village. Yin and Yang are fighting, weeping blood Xuanwangtai. Are you looking for death? An old voice came from the sky. The 9 old knights stopped abruptly. With a flash of brilliance, an old woman appeared outside the ancient village, with white hair, leaning on a crutch with a dragon's head, and her eyes were like lightning, scanning the yellow mud platform under Xiao Chen. Yi Tian, who was crowned king and aspired to the throne in Washan, the outstanding powerhouse in the cultivation world, hurried over, turned around and bowed, and praised, old ancestor. Get up. The old woman nodded. The cultivators who knew the details were immediately terrified. This person turned out to be the Sanying Taijin, a half-ancestor who had arrived. The 6,000-word chapter can be considered as 2 chapters, but since there is no division, it will be counted as 1 chapter, and I will write another chapter after the break, but it must be past 12 o'clock, so friends who think it's late don't wait, read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 318, Fear of the Ancestors. The 3 infant prince had a childlike face, wearing a gossip robe, holding a dragon-headed crutch in her hand, as calm as an abyss, giving people the feeling of being unfathomable. She glanced at the Wangni platform for a long time, then turned her gaze back, and said coldly to the old knight of the Sun Sect, seeing that your cultivation is superb, you are still considered a person, but why are you so reckless? You can just seek death yourself. If you hurt my descendants, even if you have 10 lives, it is not enough to pay for it. In the distance, many cultivators didn't dare to vent their anger. This old woman has a fierce reputation in the cultivation world, and she is the most protective. If you offend her, she will not hesitate to bully the small. The old knights of the Sun cult had straight brows and fluttering blonde hair. At that time, they had stared into tiger eyes. As the Sun cult knights, no matter how old they were, the blood of their youth would never fade away. This was one of the important conditions for them to maintain a strong combat power. But soon he suppressed his anger again. He was one of the few strong men who survived the first battle in ancient times, so he naturally felt the terror of the old woman. When the 500 knights were not together, fighting with her would surely lead to death in vain. Don't raise your eyebrows in front of me, if it wasn't for your sun god, you would have died 10,000 times already. Hearing what Sanying Taijin said, all the members of the Sun Knight were shocked. Could it be that the sun god also came to the world? Where's your sister? Sanying Taijin asked Yi Tian. She disappeared. HMPH. Sanying Taijin snorted heavily, and said, he was killed by someone. Speaking of this, she pointed at Xiao Chen with the crutch of the dragon's head, and said to Yi Tian, I was killed by him. I sense the bloody smell left on his hand. You, a brother, still don't know it. What? Yi Tian looked at Xiao Chen angrily, his eyes were about to burst, and he shouted, you, Xiao, dare to kill my sister, I will never let you go. Xiao Chen didn't want to say anything, He had no fear of arguing, it was better to practice quietly and face a group of opponents, this situation is the most test of heart. Sanying Taijin sent Yi Tian flying with a cane, and said, if you die, you will die. What's the use of anger? Yes, Yi Tian was extremely nervous in front of this old woman, although he was powerful to the younger generation. The three-infant Taijin, as the name suggests, has cultivated 3 nascent souls, and her nascent souls are not like Deng Yu, who broke up and had to do so after 1 infant transformed into 5 infants. Ever since she practiced, her heart has been higher than the sky, she wants to be the strongest, she does not create a difficult and dangerous path, cultivates 3 golden elixirs, transforms into 3 infants, escapes from death, overcomes the death test, achieves positive results, and has superhuman powers. The power of 1 baby is close to that of a half-ancestor, and the power of 3 babies can be imagined. In a sense, the 3 infants are similar to Lao Tzu's Qihua Sanqing, but the Sanying lasts longer than Lao Tzu's Qihua body. In the world of comprehension, she is the strongest woman who can compete with Qingli and Tianvi, and there are few rivals among the half-ancestors. You are Xiao Chen who has some friendship with Caillou, right? I saw you in the East China Sea. Sanying Taijin was extremely indifferent, and said, you don't know your situation yet, half-ancestors will be your enemies, except for the 2 people who are half-suppressed in the world, the other half-ancestors want to get rid of you and hurry up. Xiao Chen was unmoved and remained silent. I'm not scaremongering, it's a fact. If you want to change this situation, there is only one way to seal down that Wangnatai and seal up this prehistoric ancient village. Otherwise, no one can save you. Xiao Chen was unmoved, Huoda opened his eyes and said, since you have great supernatural powers, you can suppress them yourself. Roar. With a long howl, a huge white tiger descended from the sky and landed beside the Sanying Taijin. Hai Yunzu and Hu Diwu hurried forward, paying homage and saying, I have seen the ancestor. Get up, ancestor, please forgive me, we failed to kill Xiao Chen, and failed to seal this place. No wonder you guys. The white tiger sacred emperor shook his head, turned his head to face the 3rd infant crown prince, and said, it seems that we are all late. Although we knew that there was a problem here, we didn't expect that a catastrophe would be buried here. If we had known this before, even if there was a danger of destruction, we would come here. Hearing these words, Sanying Taijin remained silent, and said after a long time, those 2 half-suppressed bastards covered up all auras, and they sat here to deceive everyone's perception. All the cultivators were shocked, what is the secret here? It's appalling to make Ban Zhu so worried. Brush. With a flash of golden light, a dazzling sun descended from the sky, and the holy sun god manifested. It was difficult for him to keep calm, and the golden light all over his body was constantly shaking. Everyone in the Sun Knights hurriedly saluted. The 3 half-ancestors belonged to the 2 opposing systems of the longevity world and the cultivation world, and they unexpectedly appeared at the same time. All the cultivators at the scene have already seen that the ancient village of Hongwang has a lot to do with it, and it seems to have touched the safety of the half-ancestors. A figure appeared in the sky, and the 12 golden immortals of Chanzhou came hand in hand, and then the auspicious clouds spread, and the rosy clouds lingered, and the leader of Chanzhou, Yuan, descended from the sky. Tongtian and I went to kill Tian Weishan and Renwiren but failed, so they escaped. Yuan sighed. The evil spirit swept across the wild, and the master Tongtian controlled the 4 swords of Zushan, descending from the sky, and the strong wind shook, immediately causing all cultivators below the half-ancestor to retreat. Hateful. The leader of Tongtian opened his eyes wide and angry, and swept towards Xiao Chen who was on the yellow mud platform. The white tiger sacred emperor sighed, and said, I blame me for being careless. The apprentices of outsiders blocked the phantom I sacrificed. I should be there in person. I didn't expect that there would be a catastrophe buried here. HMPH. The white tiger sacred emperor snorted heavily, and swept his sharp eyes towards Xiao Chen. Even scarier than a sharp sword, 2 black and yellow auras suddenly rose from the Wangnatai, shattered the lightsaber, and rolled back towards the white tiger sacred emperor. Puff. The white tiger soared into the sky and landed again after avoiding a blow. How sure are you that we're going to force our way in? Yuan asked. Only 10%. Tong Tian's eyes surged with evil spirit. At this moment, lights and shadows flickered in the sky, and the 2 half-ancestors Zhenti and Yin came down from the sky, and then several half-ancestors from the cultivation world came hand in hand. Everyone around felt as if they were in a dream, and characters such as Deu and Hui also appeared. Half-ancestors gather. You are here too, you two may not necessarily die. Yuan looked at Deu and Hui. Deu and Hui remained silent. Lao Su and Buddha are still indifferent, not even showing their faces. Tong Tian sighed, but but even if they can survive. He frowned at this point, apparently unable to predict the future. The wind was strong, and two war god-like figures in the sky manifested and landed. Xingtian stared at all directions, not afraid of the people in front of him at all, and sneered, everything will start to be liquidated and people who shouldn't exist will naturally disappear. Tongtian was extremely indifferent, and said, I know you will definitely survive, but your friend Kaiyu will definitely die. Kaiyu was very calm, and said, there is no fear of death, it is enough to have existed. Xingtian shook his head and said, even if his skill is damaged, he will survive. Then he turned his head, looked at Dayu and Huyi, and said, you can survive, why are you walking with them? Come here to have a look. Huyi and Dayu said very little. On the yellow mud platform, Xiao Chen witnessed all this. When he saw Kaiyu looking over, he asked in a deep voice, because of this village, you may perish. Yes, Kaiyu nodded. How can I keep you? Xiao Chen asked. You don't need to be deliberate, some things can't be stopped. Kaiyu was very calm. Sanying Taijin sneered. You can see. She turned to look at Xiao Chen, and said, if you want him to be safe, you seal Wangnatai and seal this ancient village, and nothing will happen. Don't listen to her, just do what you want, no one can resist. Kaiyu rushed to the sky and left here. Everything is up to him. Xingtian took a deep look at Xiao Chen, and also rushed to the sky. The people around were completely stunned, they knew something big was about to happen. However, Xiao Chen didn't know anything, he didn't understand what Banzu was worried about. Yin and Yang are fighting, weeping blood and black-yellow, there are still 3 years at most, we have to prepare early. The leader of the Tongtian sect flew into the sky. Yuan, Sun God, Zun Ti, Jia Yin, etc. also left one after another. Then Sanying Taijin, Dayu, Hui and other half-ancestors of the cultivation world stood silently for a moment, and then they also rushed to the sky. Everyone felt incomprehensible, what happened and why did it happen? Xiao Chen pondered for a long time, and did not understand why Hongwang ancient village could kill Banzu. Looking at the yellow mud platform under him, he didn't feel that it had the power to destroy Banzu. Everyone in the village fell into a deep sleep. Although they couldn't wake up after a long sleep, they didn't have any problems with their bodies. The Yellow Emperor's young daughter Linglong and Tutu also fell into a sweet dream in the same street and were sent into the room by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen calmed down and stopped thinking about it, since some things are unavoidable, let's wait for it to come. He began to practice silently. The autumn wind blew the grass and trees yellow, and the yellow leaves fell, leaving yellow fruits in the far field, but no one picked them in this village, and it was desolate. There are still cultivators outside the village, but no one dares to approach. Most people just want to see what this evil place is like. Xiao Chen fell into silence like a fossil, motionless, his body was covered with dead leaves, the dust was blowing, and the autumn rain was falling, and finally his body was covered with wind, sand and dust, really like a stone sculpture. His long hair changed from black and bright to dull, and finally gray and white withered, as if a gust of wind blows, it will break and flutter away. The snow is falling, and winter is coming. Xiao Chen was frozen inside, dead silent, without any breath of life rippling out, as if he had already sat down. In a few months, Lu Mu, Niu Ren, and Yijun got the news one after another and rushed here, but they couldn't get close to the village. No matter how they shouted outside, they couldn't wake Xiao Chen up. It woke up Kiki once, but the little thing glanced at them and fell into a deep sleep again. Until, on the night of New Year's Eve, Xiao Chen glowed with the breath of life from the death-like silence and gradually had life fluctuations. Sitting for several months, reciting the mantra of life and death silently, which matched the voice in the yellow mud platform, his skill improved by leaps and bounds, and he broke into the realm of nirvana. Being immobile for several months is actually a manifestation of nirvana. When one enters the realm of nirvana, one will face the threat of death. Xiao Chen has already passed the death calamity of the first heaven. The second chapter is over. Chapter 319 Shaking the World Overnight. The north wind howled, and it was freezing cold. Goose feather-like snowflakes are flying all over the sky, and the sky and the earth are white. The ancient village seems to have turned into a ghost village, silent and without any signs of life. It has been isolated from the outside world for several months, and people in nearby villages dare not approach because of fear. In the distance, the sound of firecrackers is continuous, and the last New Year's Eve of the year is here. On this cold night, thousands of houses are brightly lit, and everyone is celebrating the biggest festival in the world. On the yellow mud platform in the ancient village, although Xiao Chen woke up, he didn't move, quietly feeling the changes in himself. Powerful power slowly circulated in his body, as majestic as a torrential river, as magnificent as a vast sea. He felt that he had inexhaustible power. Yes, at this moment, Xiao Chen felt that his cultivation had reached the peak since he was born, and he had strong confidence that he could fight against the strong in the realm of longevity. The state of nirvana is an incomparably mysterious state. When the cultivation base is strong, it can reach the realm of longevity, and when it is weak, it will even fall to the realm of knowledge and storage, with great fluctuations. Once entering this great realm, the practitioner will be extremely dangerous. Nirvana 9 heavens, every step forward, will experience a death kalpa, and there will be the horror of the annihilation of body and spirit at every turn. Unless there is the protection of the spirit treasure, or the protection of a strong man in the half-ancestor realm, after reaching this realm, any cultivator will be close to death. After entering the realm of nirvana, only 1 or 2 out of 10 people can truly pass through this dragon gate, and most of them will perish. Shaking off the thick snow on his body, Xiao Chen stepped down from the yellow mud platform with steady and powerful steps. Due to being motionless for several months and being eroded by the wind and rain, the clothes on his body were shattered, exposing the bronze-colored treasure body, shining crystal light in the wind and snow. His long, gray hair had long since become black and thick, and it was so shiny that it fluttered wildly in the cold wind. At this moment, Xiao Chen was full of powerful life force, feeling that a single punch could pierce a mountain. This was the first time he felt standing on top of the peak. But he also understands that he has to go through 8 death kalpas, and if he doesn't die, he can achieve the true fruit of cultivation. Every time you experience a death calamity, your physique will undergo a transformation. It varies from person to person, and the transformation of some people will completely subvert the previous perception of their potential. If every transformation is transcendent, then after 9 transformations, a person will be completely reborn. Many late bloomers started their glorious years from the nirvana realm, and some extremely talented people in their youth, if they can't undergo amazing transformation in the nirvana realm, then they are likely to disappear from everyone. The realm of nirvana is a great transformation that truly excavates the dormant potential. Just like its name, the big waves wash away the sand, and the real top figures will come out at this moment and be reborn from the ashes. In the distance, huge fireworks bloomed in the sky, like stars shining at the same time, extremely gorgeous, even though the world was cold and windy, but on this New Year's Eve night, there was a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Finding a piece of clothing from the deified acupoint space to wear on his body, Xiao Chen put away the yellow mud platform and strode towards the outside of the village. His eyes were shining brightly, scanning all directions. The ancient pagoda tree forest not far away was covered with snow, and some dead branches made a clicking sound, as if they would break at any time. Dozens of figures emerged silently, and there were more people quietly watching in the dark. You guys are really lingering ghosts. You stayed here for several months and refused to leave even on New Year's Eve. Does that make any sense? Xiao Chen looked calm, unable to see any joy, anger, sorrow or joy. Facing the figure that emerged, he said, Banzu feels powerless to change anything. What's the use of you staying here? He didn't understand what the Banzu was afraid of, but Xiao Chen knew that those Banzu left in a hurry because they knew that the general situation could not be reversed. His feet made a knock 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 sound on the snow. Xiao Chen left 2 clear footprints like an ordinary person. He greeted them fearlessly. He had just gained a powerful force. He wanted to verify what happened to all of this. Ahead, figures in black cloaks approached slowly, and 3 of them walked in the front. The powerful Knight of the Sun cult threw away his black cloak, revealing his vigorous body. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind, dazzling like golden sunlight. His appearance was full of fortitude, and he held a golden battle spear in his hand. On the other side, the glow was shining, a cultivator dressed in 5-color fairy armor, standing in the air with his feet not touching the ground. A purple saber hovered in front of him, radiant and murderous, pointing directly at Xiao Chen. When the person in the middle untied the cloak, took off the bamboo hat, and showed his true face, Xiao Chen was taken aback. It turned out to be Hai Fanyan, the head of the Hai family who had driven him into a desperate situation, and the father of Hai Yuntian and Hai Yunzu. There are the Hai family tied to the same chariot as the Hu family, as well as the Knights of the Sun cult and people from the cultivation world. It is obvious that these powerful forces are kinked together. Hai Fanyan doesn't want to enjoy the blessing your daughter earned for you, but instead comes to this icy and snowy land. Aren't you afraid that an old bone will be buried in the wilderness? Hai Fanyan is a real master, and now he has successfully broken into the realm of longevity. He looked at Xiao Chen with emotion, and said, the fate of life is unimaginable. I really underestimated you back then. Xiao Chen smiled, but did not speak. I just came here by chance because of inspections. I don't want you to come out today and lose the protection of the ancient village. I think we can come to an end today. Although Hai Fanyan spoke calmly, his killing intent was undisguised. The cultivator who wielded the purple knife was also extremely indifferent, and said, "You are nothing after you walk out of the ancient village. You have no protection from Xuanwang and Huang, and you are looking for your own death with your arrogance." At the same time, he reported his own background, which turned out to be the younger brother of Feng Tianqi, who was crowned king on Mount Tai. "I'm from the Sun Cult." The blonde knight approached with a spear in hand. "Okay, no need to say more, you are all dead in my eyes, and the names of dead people are meaningless." Xiao Chen's words immediately angered Sun Knight and Taishan Wang Feng Tianqi's younger brother. Hai Fanyan just sneered twice. After the words were finished, Xiao Chen took the initiative to strike, drawing after images one after another, and instantly appeared in front of the Sun Knight, slashing down obliquely with the saber in his palm. The Sun Knight held the battle spear in both hands, and raised it obliquely, trying to pierce through those jade-like palms. Click! Xiao Chen's sword was extremely erratic. He hit the spear, and when he pressed it hard, there was a cracking sound, and the golden spear cracked and shattered. The Sun Knight was terrified in his heart, and he was as fast as lightning. He threw his head up and fell backwards, his back pressed against the snow ground as swiftly as a spirit snake, and flew away backwards. But Xiao Chen's speed was even faster. He took one step forward, chased after him, stepped down violently, the powerful energy fluctuations made the ground tremble, and snow waves rolled over. The Sun Knight felt the threat of death, and hundreds of thousands of golden lights bloomed all over his body, and he sank into the ground all of a sudden, disappearing his figure. Xiao Chen's expression was indifferent, and the hand of God pressed down on the ground. There was no huge energy riot, no terrible sound, and no dazzling light. Everyone only felt the ground shake violently, and a wave of blood rushed out of the ground. Xiao Chen didn't go to check at all, turned around and forced towards Taishan King's younger brother. Several cultivators in cloaks rushed over quickly, tore open the frozen soil, and found that the Sun Knight hiding underground had turned into a pile of meat paste. Xiao Chen's strength is terrifying. He broke into the Nirvana realm, and when he was at his peak state, he was already equivalent to a master in the realm of longevity. Feng Tianqi's younger brother Zidao slashed towards him like lightning, but it was torn apart in an instant. A crystal-clear jade-like palm shattered it, and slashed forward mercilessly. The young cultivator's heart is higher than the sky, and he also wants to be famous in the world like his elder brother Feng Tianqi, and become a king. However, facing a ruthless strong man comparable to the realm of longevity, his life withers quickly like a withered flower, and his life has come to an end. The gleaming palm seemed to have a strange and terrifying magic power, breaking everything, smashing the armor of the fairy, breaking the hands that intercepted it, piercing the chest, smashing the fleeing nascent soul, tearing the whole body, and bringing out a large blood flower, which passed by in a flash. "My brother will not let you go." This was the wave from the last remnant spirit of the young cultivator. "He's here, I'll just kill him," Xiao Chen replied calmly, strong at a glance. Listening to everyone's ears, I feel my scalp tingling. This is a person who is absolutely confident and terrifying. Hai Fanyan also changed his color. Although he was in the realm of longevity, he chose to retreat, and shouted to those behind him, "Kill him for me." Dozens of phantoms produced by the Hu family sacrificed, like ghosts, rushing over silently. But Hai Fanyan himself went soaring into the sky. Others were old and smart, and didn't want to take any risks. He just happened to be here because he was patrolling various parties on this New Year's Eve. When he saw Xiao Chen walking out of the ancient village, he really wanted to kill him. But as a family head of a generation, he is so old and slippery that even his eyelashes are empty, and he never fights on certain battles. After seeing Xiao Chen show his strength, he would rather miss it than put himself in danger. Xiao Chen laughed loudly. With an incredible movement technique, he left behind an afterimage and rushed out of the encirclement after a few flashes. He was afraid that a half-ancestor would appear suddenly, so he shook out the yellow mud platform, stood on it, and caught up to the sky. Although it can't stimulate the Wangni terrace to erupt with terrifying power, but this platform is extremely evil, it seems that the Banzu is deeply jealous of it, and it can protect him safe. Based on his experience, Hai Fanyan feels that today is not a good day. He will not fight at all. The lotus body technique has been brought to the limit. It can be said that the petals are blooming, and the figure is like the flickering starlight. His body directly tore the sky, shocking the longevity. If Xiao Chen hadn't mastered the 8-phase extreme speed, others would not be able to see his flight trajectory clearly. Hai Fanyan has only one idea now, rushing to a state capital hundreds of miles away. The Hu family has a strong stronghold there. Besides the hermitage of the White Tiger Sacred Emperor, it is already the second most important place for the Hu family. However, Xiao Chen was extremely fast and caught up in an instant. "Hai Fanyan, I'm going to kill you today." The figure flickered. Xiao Chen blocked his way. His icy voice was colder than the heavy snow between heaven and earth, and exuded extremely powerful self-confidence. Hai Fanyan let out a long howl, which spread for tens of miles, and at the same time he shot first. A lotus blossomed in the sky, and a huge black lotus foot was the size of a house. The moment each lotus petal bloomed, a destructive black light shot towards Xiao Chen. 9 lotus petals bloomed, and a total of 9 black lights swept towards Xiao Chen, shaking him back more than 100 feet. Hai Fanyan looked very solemn at this moment, standing in the center of the huge black lotus, like a demon god, bursting out with a powerful aura. He had already let out a long howl, and now he could only fight quietly, waiting for the arrival of strong reinforcements. "The big day lotus blossoms!" Hai Fanyan yelled. Black lotus petals fluttered all over the sky, replacing the dancing heavy snow. Pieces of crystal black lotus petals, like a devastating black meteorite rain, powerful and terrifying, tore the sky, and hit Xiao Chen together. "You will die even if the chrysanthemum blooms." Xiao Chen has no fear, like a crane flying in the 9 heavens, like a golden-winged rock soaring up, as he moves his hands, leaving behind mysterious afterimages. The dancing wind blows, causing the crystal lotus petals to twist and shatter. Slapped by the hand of the gods, all tangible qualities were shattered, and Xiao Chen went up against the sky, killing the sea and turning the clouds. Boom! Xiao Chen split the house-sized black lotus into pieces with a single stroke of the knife, and Hai Fanyan standing on it was immediately sent flying. Hai Fanyan roared, showing the strongest power. The huge black lotus reorganized, bloomed, and the 9 dark lights merged into one, sweeping towards Xiao Chen. He knew that the momentum must not be weak now, and he would be safe waiting for the arrival of strong reinforcements. Promoted to the realm of nirvana, Xiao Chen at this moment is like an immortal. His strength is at its peak, unmatched, coupled with his superb fighting talent, let him stabilize the sea and turn the clouds. Nalong stepped out suddenly in 7 steps, beyond Hai Fanyan's imagination. The sky cracked, and Xiao Chen was approaching like a demon god. At the second step, he stepped on the huge black lotus, and shattered it to pieces. At the third step, he raised the hand of God, ready to kill Hai Fanyan. Nalong's 7 steps with God's hand is simply lore. In Xiao Chen's current state, he has exerted the power of Wu to the extreme, and if he takes 2 more steps, he will surely die. But at this moment, there was a loud shout in the sky, and powerful energy fluctuations rushed to him, and a powerful cultivator from the Hu family arrived. The magnificent Hai Yunzu shouted even more anxiously, "All the elders come together and kill him." "Father, don't panic, we are here to save you." This is the real strongman of the Hu family. A group of old people all shot. If Xiao Chen didn't dodge, but chose to attack and kill with the 7 steps against the dragon, he would also be injured. Xiao Chen's 4th step, which could shake the mountains and rivers, stepped aside, and did not choose to move forward. Hai Fanyan breathed a sigh of relief, and Hai Yunzu, who was not far away, showed a smile, and said coldly, "Surround and kill him." "Siege and kill me?" "Wrong." Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Today is the first battle we have ended, let me take your father's life." Xiao Chen looked solemn, standing on the yellow mud platform. His tongue burst into thunder, his soul resonated with it, and the word, Weng, could shake mountains and rivers. Hai Fanyan, who thought he had escaped from the sky, his expression froze instantly, and the breath of death overwhelmed him, and he was severely injured from the inside out, and his soul was cracking. "Ah!" Hai Fanyan yelled in horror, but then the voice stopped abruptly. The soul was shattered, followed by the collapse of the body, like ice and snow melting. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Chen took this opportunity to rush over, took off the only head that hadn't had time to shatter, and said, "I will kill you if I say kill you, no one can stop it." It can be said to be extremely powerful. Xiao Chen just wiped out Hai Fanyan in front of everyone. He glanced at everyone, threw that ferocious head forward, and said, "Goodbye." After something happened, he flicked his clothes and left. Really strong and terrifying, Xiao Chen soared into the sky. Hai Yunzu couldn't believe her eyes. All this was so sudden and shocking. Xiao Chen cut Hai Fanyan in front of their eyes. Like a nightmare, she was extremely frightened and angry, and her screams resounded through the sky. "Kill him, kill him." A group of masters followed closely behind. Xiao Chen mastered the magical power of the 8-phase world, took a few steps in the air, and returned to the outside of the ancient village. The people gathered in front of the village saw that he hadn't entered the village, so they all rushed over, wanting to surround and kill him. Xiao Chen's Weng sounded again, and the loud sound resounded through the heaven and earth. The wave of righteous energy like Huang Zhang Dalu lasted for a quarter of an hour, and all the hundreds of people surrounded by the ancient locust tree forest outside the village were wiped out. The masters hidden deep in the forest are all wiped out below the nirvana state, and no one survives. The sound of the word, Weng, represents the power of life and death. It is so powerful that people are frightened, and the survivors tremble. Xiao Chen walked into the village, sat cross-legged on the yellow clay platform, facing the distance, and said, I sit quietly on the yellow clay platform in the ancient village, practicing mystic skills hard, and if you want to kill me, you can come and help me reach the peak of the ultimate path. Shaking the world overnight, the strong will reunite in the prehistoric ancient village. The young cultivators who were crowned king came from all directions, and it was hard to say who was the whetstone. Vibrated with the first word of the source, calling for monthly tickets and recommended tickets for brothers. Chapter 320 Eternal Light. The word, Weng, was pronounced, and hundreds of masters were wiped out, shocking the world, and strong people from all sides gathered here. The Hu family even dispatched a large number of masters to besiege the small mountain village. Hai Yunzu pretended to be crazy, and Xiao Chen slaughtered Hai Fanyan in front of her. This was completely trampling on the soul and dignity of her and the Hu family. However, Xiao Chen sat quietly on the yellow mud platform, practicing profound skills hard, let the wind and snow invade, and remained motionless, as if he had already been petrified, ignoring everything outside. It was the first time to use the original octave. After the First World War, Xiao Chen realized it calmly. The Tianyan of the word, Weng, penetrated into his mind, and it matched his soul, and he realized more true meaning. The snowflakes are getting bigger and bigger, the sky and the earth are covered with silver, and Xiao Chen is once again submerged by the goose feather snow. The ancient sounds in the Wangni terrace resound together, and the 8 tones move, sometimes like a rough battle song, sometimes like that soft and beautiful movement, unpredictable and difficult to figure out. Xiao Chen and the Wangni platform were completely covered by heavy snow, and only a figure could be seen sitting cross-legged on the platform. Hai Yunzu was extremely angry, her willow eyebrows stood on end, her phoenix eyes were wide open, her beautiful face was full of murderous intent, and evil spirits emerged in her eyes, but she couldn't do anything to Xiao Chen at all, watching the big enemy cultivating quietly there. Fang Tianqi, who was crowned king at Mount Tai, was originally one of the 10 strongest young masters in the cultivation world, and now he is even more famous and famous all over the world. After learning of his younger brother's death, he led a large number of masters to arrive. Yi Tian, also one of the 10 strongest young masters in the cultivation world, was crowned king in Mount Hua. His sister Yi Jun was destroyed by Xiao Chen, so he led many masters to arrive at the first time. For 3 days, masters from all directions moved after hearing the news. It is said that famous young masters Zhao Chongyang, Shui Wu, Meng Xinyan, and Kang Hai also came outside the ancient village, but no one knew where they were hiding. Those who can win the title of king and aspire to the top are naturally the most outstanding people of the same generation, and they all want to see how Xiao Chen kills hundreds of people in an instant. Naturally, some elders also arrived. Not to mention the masters sent by major forces such as Sun Sect, Interpretation, and Intervention, they are all extraordinary people. It's just that for the past 3 days, Xiao Chen ignored them, his body was like a haggard tree, and he fell into dead silence. His heart is peaceful, the mysterious method of the Tianbei emerges in his heart, the original 8-tone wheel rings in his ears, and the pores of his body overflow with traces of energy, which slowly flows on the surface of his body. He and the outside world are as natural as they are, gradually becoming one. The so-called harmony between man and nature is slowly manifested at this moment. There were cultivators outside who keenly sensed his state, which immediately made Fang Tianqi, Yi Tian and others extremely annoyed. Others were standing in the snow, but he was practicing like no one else, which was annoying and hateful. On the 4th day, Xiao Chen finally woke up, the ice and snow outside his body shattered and fell down. At this moment, the heavy snow finally stopped, and the morning glow fell down, reflecting the white snow crystals. This is a jade-like snow-white world. Seeing the shadows of people in the forest outside the village, and many masters, Xiao Chen stood up. When he saw Hai Yunzu, Fang Tianqi, Yi Tian and other people who wanted to get rid of him quickly, he laughed loudly. Xiao Chen come out to fight. Fang Tianqi yelled outside the village. Although there was a fairy air circulating around him, it was difficult to conceal the murderous aura soaring to the sky. Yi Tian was already wearing purple gold fairy armor, standing in the sky, a golden clock hovered in front of him, the reflected sky was bright, even the white snow on the ground seemed to be dyed with a layer of gold. he said coldly, "If you dare to come out to fight, I will bind myself and fight with you." "What do you say?" "I say war is war." Xiao Chen scanned the front, and finally ignored the hostility of the crowd, turned around and walked towards the village, leaving everyone there unceremoniously. "You!" Some angry young cultivators glared at Xiao Chen's back, speechless with anger. "You guys wait there, when the battle depends on my mood." Xiao Chen's words came from the street, which immediately made the furious cultivator furious. "Damn it, I came here just out of anger. If you have the guts, get out, and I will crush you with 3 fingers." Many people cursed. Xiao Chen ignored them, and his heart was peaceful. After 3 days of silent comprehension, he had a deeper understanding of the mysterious method. The ancient steel of heaven, the mark of martial arts, the original 8 notes, and the 7 steps against the dragon emerged in his heart one by one, and many profound meanings gradually became clear. Walking in the snow-covered village alley, Xiao Chen's body gradually faded away, as if it would disappear at any time, and merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Everything was so harmonious and natural, which is a typical manifestation of Xuanggong's sophistication. When he came to an ancient locust forest in the village, Xiao Chen felt a powerful wave of life. It was a small snow-white beast. It wasn't until he entered the Nirvana realm that he truly felt how great Kiki's potential was. There is unimaginable power in that fluffy body like a little snowball. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, like digging out a bird's nest, and pulled Kiki out from the nest of spiritual grass woven among the branches of the tree. The little guy slept soundly, curled up into a ball, and was still talking in his sleep when he was caught. "Yi!" The little thing opened his big eyes in a daze, and cried out dissatisfied, as if he was blaming Xiao Chen for disturbing his dream. With sleepy eyes, her chubby body seems to have gained weight again, with a cute and naive look. The snow-white fur that is as smooth as jade is better than baishui, and it shone with a little jade light. It muttered to vent its dissatisfaction, and then lazily opened the lost paradise, pulled out a 1-foot-long golden ginseng, which was as long as its body, and ate it with relish. Xiao Chen was immediately amused. This little thing hibernated for several months, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to look for food. It was really difficult by nature. Xiao Chen landed on the ground with it, and walked towards home along the quiet street. It is difficult to understand what happened in the village. To this day, all the villagers are still sleeping, entering the sweetest dream. First of all, the 2 lawless were woken up by shaking. The first time Linglong and Tutu opened their eyes, they swept out more than a dozen rays of light, covering their heads and covering their faces, and almost knocked Kiki away who couldn't dodge. They were not too vigilant. Then, the 3 guys with excess energy chased and beat them noisily. Xiao Chen looked at his parents, and began to call softly, and finally the 2 old people woke up, and nothing unusual happened, as if they had only slept for a while, but when they saw the white snow outside the window, they were all stunned. Then Xiao Chen woke up some villagers, mainly the elderly, and wanted to ask if similar things had happened in the past. Yes, a similar thing did happen. An old man who was nearly 100 years old, leaning on a cane tremblingly, said, "It has been countless years, and I don't know what time it was. People in our village all fell asleep for no reason. When they woke up, hundreds of thousands of years had passed in the world." The old man slowly narrated the seemingly absurd secret, and said, "Everyone thought it was just a night's sleep, but unexpectedly learned that the dynasty has changed several times outside. But the strange thing is that everything in the village has not changed at all, even the water in the pot is still hot, and the fire in the stove has not been extinguished. Everything seems to be frozen at that moment. A day in the middle of the cave is 1,000 years in the world." Xiao Chen was taken aback. It was really unbelievable that similar things had happened in the past. However, the awakened old people in the village were not afraid at all, but showed joy one by one. "Old man, why are you still laughing?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. The oldest old man held Xiao Chen's hand mysteriously, and said, "It is said that after that time of long sleep, many of our ancestors appeared in the sky and escaped from the earth. Maybe this time." These old men all smiled and narrowed their eyes. Xiao Chen was taken aback by what the old people said, and it was hard to speculate on the secrets of this so-called prehistoric ancient village. At this time, those who were not awake were awakened. Xiao Chen hurriedly told them not to leave the village. Unexpectedly, no one panicked. After listening to the old people's words, everyone was smiling, and many young people were elated, as if they were waiting to become immortals. Xiao Chen was quite speechless, not knowing what to say. Instead of doing hard labor to build the Yellow River, the life of the villagers is very rich, and they are full of joy. They kill chickens and sheep, preparing to celebrate and have a belated spring festival. Xiao Chen wandered around the ancient village, afraid that the villagers would not listen to the advice and walk out of the village, but he was relieved that no one would do that. Seeing the villagers busy and smelling the fragrance of wine and meat, the cultivators in the icy and snowy place all looked uneasy, staring coldly at Xiao Chen who was turning around. Xiao Chen's word Tianyan came out again, which represented the power of life and death. But this time it was not killing with the power of death, but with the power of life to revitalize the flowers, plants and trees in the village, break through the snow, spit out buds, bloom flowers, and the fruit trees in front of and behind the houses all bore attractive fruits. The jasper-like fruit trees have luxuriant branches and leaves. Among the green leaves, pink peaches, yellow persimmons, fragrant apples, and cracked pomegranates are all over the branches. In this snow-white world, such a vibrant scene can be called a miracle. The villagers were overjoyed, and they were even more convinced that there would be immortals flying in the sky and hiding in the village. Seeing Xiao Chen's method, the cultivators outside were taken aback. Even the immortals can't make all the vegetation in a village full of vitality in an instant, right? What kind of power is this? They naturally don't know that this is not the reason for the level of cultivation. Xiao Chen discovered that if he was practicing like this, he could control Tianyan and resonate his soul, and his understanding of the word, Weng, seemed to be gradually deepening. The fresh and lifelike cultivation method not only satisfies the villagers, but also condenses his cultivation base. Xiao Chen caught KK who was engaged in a big battle with two Lolitas, and asked him to take out some fairy trees and strange flowers from the lost paradise. There are many exotic flowers and trees in the lost paradise. Although the fruits they bear are not supernatural, compared to ordinary products, they are also rare fruits that contain rich aura. If they are shared with the villagers, they will naturally prolong their lives. The little thing is very generous, with a swipe of the little paw, it means to take whatever you want, as much as you want. This kind of fruit is all over Lost Paradise, and Kiki's appetite has long been cultivated, and she doesn't bother to eat it at all. The only thing Kiki cares about in Paradise Lost is the fruit forest in the center. It is a sacred tree transformed by the broken spiritual power of more than a dozen half-ancestors who were beaten in during the battle between the ancient gods of the longevity realm and the half-ancestors in the desert. Each plant is a towering giant tree, full of green fruits. As long as he wakes up, the little guy can't wait to look at it 7 times a day, hoping that this orchard will have a good harvest as soon as possible. However, these fruits seem to be immature, and they have not changed since the beginning. In less than half a day, the original plants and trees were replaced by strange flowers and fruits, and the ancient village was full of aura, making people more convinced of the theory of becoming immortals. The children couldn't wait to climb up to pick the golden and yellow fruits. Xiao Chen feels that planting spiritual trees really consumes energy, but it is definitely a kind of exercise. He can practice in ordinary life by silently reciting the sound of the word, Weng. The people in the village smiled happily, while the cultivators outside the village stared angrily. Xiao Chen didn't want to go out to fight in front of the villagers. When noon came, something astonishing happened. The aura overflowing from the strange flowers and trees planted by Xiao Chen became more abundant, and there were rays of sunshine, and the snow at the roots was melting rapidly. The whole village seemed to be a huge living body that began to glow with vitality, not just limited to those plants and trees. After a while, the ice and snow disappeared completely, the surface was radiant, and a faint colorful mist rose up, hazy and lingering in the whole village. Like a dream, like a fairyland, not only the villagers were surprised, but even the cultivators trapped in the periphery all changed their colors and were uncertain. How so? Xiao Chen found it hard to understand. He once again sat on the yellow mud platform at the entrance of the village, concentrating on sensing the whole village, and found that the aura surged under the ground, communicating with the roots of those strange flowers and trees. The strange tree connected the spiritual veins, thus turning the ancient village into a fairyland. Xiao Chen continued to concentrate on exploring the ground, and suddenly he was extremely shocked. Under the source of spiritual energy, there was a huge black shadow, which turned out to be a huge city. Although it is using Tianyan to see through the ground, it is difficult to see clearly, vaguely, as if endless black clouds are lingering. The ancient village really has an extraordinary history, and now Xiao Chen is finally convinced that this place is far from being as simple as it seems on the surface. Although he didn't know how many miles underground, Xiao Chen still felt the heaviness and majesty. The shadow of the huge city exuded the breath of ancient vicissitudes, which touched his heart, and his mood fluctuated accordingly. An unimaginably powerful coercion penetrated from the ground. At this moment, Xiao Chen was startled. It was. Clouds and mist surged, the underground giant city loomed, and a ray of light shone into Xiao Chen's heart from the bright ancient city, which immediately made him feel like being struck by lightning, and he fell down from the yellow mud platform in shock. Many cultivators outside the village took pleasure in other people's misfortune, thinking that Xiao Chen had gone mad during his practice. It is difficult to perceive everything underground without the help of the yellow mud platform. Xiao Chen didn't want people outside the village to notice the abnormality, so he rushed into the village with the yellow mud platform and sat cross-legged on it again. That point of light reached his heart from the ground again, the yellow mud platform trembled slightly, and the original ancient sounds rang together. He finally saw clearly that it turned out to be a magic lamp, which was everlasting, suspended in the ancient city, and was the only light. It's so strange, endless years have passed, and it is actually immortal. The original 8 tones resounded in unison, sometimes bold and heroic, sometimes melodious, and finally there was only the sound of wing character. The yellow mud platform trembled violently, and at the same time, the broken stone man in Xiao Chen's body also wavered a little. Boom, tremor. The world was shaking, Xiao Chen felt the world spinning, and then the world around him was brightly lit, and he couldn't see anything else, only the soft holy light came into his eyes. When everything calmed down, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the yellow clay platform, and a magic lamp quietly hovered beside his left shoulder, as if illuminating his way forward. Like gold but not gold, like wood but not wood, after endless years, the ancient lamp is always bright. The flickering lights reflected on the yellow mud platform, making Xiao Chen seem to be condensed with them.